That means it's bug season. Heck, who am I kidding? It's always bug season in Texas. And that's why you need Grandeur Pest Solutions in your corner. They're locally owned and operated. They're trained, they're trustworthy, and they have a proven record as they have been in business for almost 10 years. They provide pest control against ants, bed bugs, bees, roaches, fleas, wasps, mosquitoes, rodents, spiders. If it crawls and you don't like it, they're probably going to take care of it for you. Now, they serve all of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and they're locally owned. These two guys have been running this business since 2013, and every year they get bigger and bigger. But you know what they still do? They still have great customer service. In fact, if you get a hold of them, they're usually going to have your quote and your job ready to go within 48 hours. That's pretty good. Now, you can call them for a free estimate at 469-809-1769. You can find them online at Grandeur4, that's the number 4, shore.com. You can also find them on Facebook. Just type in Grandeur Pet Solutions, and we are so happy that they're title sponsor for OutDrank the Coverage in 2023.
Hey, I mean, that was a good point.
I think we might start seeing some go back.
Here we go! Buck, here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Yeah, here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Yeah, here we go! Here we go! Here we go! Wait a second! Here we go!
What's the matter?
Why?
Why not?
Okay.
OutDrank the Coverage. It's the live draft show. Our second annual. You remember 20 years ago? Our second annual live draft show. We're going to be doing pre-draft, pre-drink. Speaking of internally, how do you do and what do you drink?
I do well. And I'm drinking On the Rocks, that I.W. Harper.
Yes.
It's a straight bourbon that's aged in Cabernet Sauvignon cask. It's first aged in bourbon barrels, and then they move it to the wine barrels at the end to get that red wine flavor. Are you okay there, buddy?
No, yeah, I'm just trying to see something here.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, I like it. It kind of tastes like a red wine to start, but then it finishes with a little bite of the whiskey. It's pretty good. I like it. It's under $50. I highly recommend. How about you, buddy? How are you?
Uh-huh.
And what are you drinking?
I am doing well. I'm just having some sound issues I'm trying to fix for us, and so I'm kind of doing that. This is one of the reasons why, honestly, we wanted to start an hour early so we could kind of work through all that kind of stuff. But other than that, I'm doing well. I will be kind of moving around here for the next couple minutes trying to figure this out. But I am drinking Good Night Loving. We've kind of got a consistent drink we've had over the last few shows. Now, one of those shows we had to re-record, but you drank the same thing in that
Yep.
show as well. Anyway, sorry. Set us up. Tell everybody what we're going to be doing for tonight, and I'm going to try to get all the sound stuff fixed.
So today is the second annual OutDrank the Coverage live draft. We will be doing just the first round today. Today's Thursday, April 20th. We're going to make our predictions on who's going to get picked. And we're going to be live with y'all. We're going to make our predictions if like, for example, is Chicago going to pick Caleb Williams to start?
Yeah.
Or will they shock the world and make a trade with Dallas and give Dallas the 1st and 9th pick for just Dak and a bag of Funyuns? We don't know.
But it's saying that, all jokes aside, you and I have a couple interesting theories that what like the Bears could do.
Yeah.
The Cowboys could do if you so Jerry Jones, I see what he said Monday two ways. He came out in the media on the press conference and said something about basically, we're going to make sure Dak's the quarterback of the Cowboys, but he's going to have to do it with lesser talents around him. That's the ramifications. So there's two ways to look at that. He was trying to tell Dak through the press what he legally can't say that by like union rules. An owner can't do that. It's a weird one. Like, to me, you should be allowed to negotiate with your player. I should be allowed to say, hey, would you please take less money? It'd mean a lot.
Philadelphia and Atlanta would agree with you 100%.
And so, but you can't do that. So he's doing it through the press. And so he's saying it to hey, Dak, we want you here. We want you to make as much money as you deserve. But just know if that's what it takes, you're not going to have some of the stuff. Or the other one is he's doing what he does every 5 years and changes philosophies. And now he's going back to kind of what Kansas City's doing right now. Pay 2 or 3 people, basically 2 on both sides of the ball, a lot of money. And then everything else, you're just going to roster churn. You're going to get for rookies. You're going to go for low-end vets, low-end, high-value vets, all that kind of stuff.
See, this is the thing that doesn't make any sense to me because Dallas has already done this in the past. I think I brought the example to you, Byron Jones, a few years ago.
Yeah.
When he was due for a big contract and they let him walk to Miami. And there was another guy, I can't remember the other name. But, yeah, this is the Cowboys have done this. They were also the ones that kind of did the whole 2 tight end startings, starting 2 tight ends in an offense. They just didn't perfect it like the Patriots did.
Yeah.
Just stick with it. It is a good strategy in today's NFL, especially if you can find.
Yeah, I think it's a great strategy if you're going to do it.
If you have that quarterback that you feel they can get you to a Super Bowl, pay them, pay your best linemen, both on offense and defense, and find a shutdown corner. That's your 4 horsemen of the Super Bowl apocalypse. Like, get those 4 players to long-term contracts, and then everybody else you can just draft and roster churn. It works, but there's a specific way it can work. Like, you can't just do this with Rex Grossman at quarterback.
Yeah,
you have to do it.
Well, okay, you could if Rex Grossman's on a rookie contract and you've got a lot of talent around him.
I'm not going to compare Rex Grossman to Brock Purdy, but the 49ers have a pretty good situation.
Same theory.
And that's a team I'm really looking forward to in this draft. I'm really curious
rumors,
to see.
You showed rumors. We all knew that Brandon Ayuk might be on the trading block, but apparently the Niners might be looking to do that instead of having to pay 1 or 2, get the Marvin Harrison Jr. type on a rookie deal for 5 years.
They're at a point where they have way too much talent and they got to pay them all or start getting rid of them. If you get ahead of it, John Lynch has been pretty good in the 7 seasons he's been GM of the 49ers. Him and Kyle Shanahan probably already have a game plan to try to trade at least one of those 2 star receivers.
Yeah.
They'll probably keep Kittle. They'll get a makeshift offensive line. I think they'll keep Bosa at defensive end, Hargrave, of course. They already got McCaffrey at running back. They already got rid of Chase Young. He was a 1-year rental anyway. They'll keep Fred Warner, maybe Dre Greenlaw, and I think they might start looking at that secondary. Hufanga is going to come back from his injury last season at safety, but the corners can definitely be replaced if they can find the young talent right now. So yeah, 49ers will be an interesting team for me to watch. I'm thinking of them. Chargers with Harbaugh. Right now, the makeup of the LA Chargers does not match his philosophy.
Yeah.
So they got a couple of the Baltimore running backs, Gus the Bus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, but they need a better offensive line. They got Slater. They probably need another tackle, maybe another interior presence. And they have some defensive stars. Like having Derwin James helps. Having Joey Bosa helps.
Yeah.
But Khalil Mack, I'm surprised he's still on the team, considering that I would have assumed Harbaugh would have tried to figure out a way to get rid of him.
Yeah, but Harbaugh knows pass rush is still so important right now. And even though Mac last year had a resurgent year, but also it was in spurts.
That's what,
basically 2 big games, if I remember correctly. So you don't know what you're getting this year. It feels like it's going to be another slow progression, but he's a good locker room guy by all accounts.
Yeah.
And Harbaugh loves all that kind of stuff. Yep. To me, Belichick built his roster the way Harbaugh does.
Yeah.
But the guy that reminds me most of how Harbaugh builds his rosters with his guys is Bill Parcells.
Oh yeah.
When
Yeah,
you
I
think
remember him when he came to Dallas in 03. Yeah.
well, and you know, and he won, and Bill Parcells always does it brilliant because it's like he won that first year with a young team, and it looked like Dallas was ready to take that next step. And you know, and then Quincy in the offseason has his issues. Now it wouldn't even be a big thing, but back then it was a big issue. He ends up not leaving, so that became a dead year.
Yeah.
And in that dead year, that's when all the former Jets and former, you know, Richie Anderson ended up having one of his best years statistically as a Cowboy. Yeah. Nobody would ever know that.
A really good pass catching fullback.
Yes, but when you think of him, it's the Jets.
Yeah.
It's the Jets. It's the Jets. But he had his best football year as a Dallas Cowboy.
I remember when he went to the Patriots in '93. I think he brought over what was that giant lineman, Roberts. It was a guy.
Jimbo?
No, it wasn't Jimbo.
Wasn't Bart Oates?
Elliott? No, Bart Oates went to the 49ers.
Yeah, he went to the 49ers.
And then Elliott went to the Jets. It was Roberts. I forgot his first name.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was like one of their standout offensive linemen in the '80s, and he came over to the Patriots with Parcells. But yeah, like if Parcells likes you, he will. Like you said, to your point with Harbaugh, if Harbaugh likes you, he will try to figure out a way to keep you wherever he goes.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm really curious about the LA Chargers and 49ers. I like a lot of the other teams. I mean, Panthers, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They got Jadeveon Clowney. They unloaded Brian Burns. So I'm not sure exactly what their direction is. I like Deontay, Steeler receiver, going there.
Johnson?
Yeah, Deontay Johnson, sorry.
Oh.
I was out-drinking the coverage. Him going to the Panthers is pretty good. I think that'll help Bryce Young with his second-year development. They need a lot of parts, so hopefully they'll be able to address some of that in this draft. Now that trade with the Bears ended up kind of screwing them over a little bit, but
yeah.
And you know, the Bears are the team people are watching right now.
Well, I mean, you and I were talking about this earlier that there was so many scenarios that the Bears could go outside of Caleb Williams. And the one that I think is interesting, and I think where the draft turns, is New England's.
Yeah.
New England's pick is where the draft turns, because if they sit pat and just draft, then we're going to have that doesn't mean there's going to be no trades, but we're not going to have crazy. But if they say, like, I believe the Bears with their 9th, I think they should be talking to New England about that 3rd and what it'll take and getting Marvin Harrison Jr.
They're definitely fielding offers, but I think New England values that 3rd pick a lot more than the teams that are talking to them right now.
Well, but we'll see where that gets when it's 15 minutes.
Right.
Things change quickly. Just watch draft day. Let's tell you that.
Yeah. If you and I were in New England's position, in Jared Mayo's position, I think, and you're given a long-term leash where you can, like, you have time to make moves.
Yeah.
I would trade that pick. Because you need more than a quarterback for that team. They got cornerstone players on defense. They got Judon. They got Christian Gonzalez at cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, Judon's in what, year 4?
He's not a spring chicken. Yes,
yeah, I mean, he's been wearing down. He missed a lot of time last year.
Yeah, and so did Gonzalez.
Judon missed like almost the whole season. I forgot about that.
And that's why they went from 8-9 to where they ended up finishing 4 or 5 wins. And then they just gave Kyle Duggar a huge contract.
Watch out now.
Teach me how to Duggar. No, Kyle Duggar got this fat contract.
Wait, the Duggar family that watches weird porn? Wait, no, I'm sorry. We might have recorded earlier today and had some drinks.
They gave him a fat contract. So they have some cornerstone pieces on defense. Their offensive line needs a lot of help. They need some explosive talent on offense in general, not just running back, but receiver and a quarterback.
But you keep saying they don't, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but you keep saying that they don't need a quarterback, but this is a quarterback, supposed to be an amazing quarterback draft.
I'm sorry if I said that. I meant they need more than just a quarterback.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, and that's why we had this whole scenario in our head before the show as we were starting to put everything together. Like, okay, so what if it's J.J. McCarthy they really want? So then you trade with the Bears, right?
Okay.
And you pick up a first round next year because you're gonna press the Bears.
Yeah.
So you're gonna say, okay, we'll switch, and you give me a first round next year, and I'll give you a second.
Yeah.
All right. So the Bears do that. Then JJ is going to keep falling because if JJ isn't picked third or fourth, he falls at least 10 spots.
At least, yeah.
And so then you go, okay, we're now at 9. Let's talk to somebody else. Hey, Minnesota, you want Michael Penix? All right, throw me a first. And then you drop down to where they're at, and then you get the guy you want all along, and you walk away with the ability to be able to, as you say, in the next 2 years, add.
And that's the best way to do it. You want to stagger them because you don't want to just go into 3 years, 4 years from now, all these guys are up for a big contract.
Yeah, it sounds great at first. For the 5 years, it sounds great. Hey, for 5 years, you're all on rookie deals. But what happens is, like you say, that's great until you've got 10 players all needing to re-up and all of them wanting $100 million for 4 years.
Yeah.
That's why I've never understood why people have not made the cap side of all this its own thing. Like the NFL should have a thing where like you have to have because the cap is a weird thing in the NFL because they only get paid, for 13 games. What was this, 1952? They only get paid for the 17 games in theory, not counting bonuses and all that.
Yeah.
That's their paycheck. This is what we get paid for.
Yeah.
All right. But technically they carry the cap every day of the year. Like if you cut somebody in March, it immediately affects anything else you do.
Yep.
And then so if you have a contract due in June, you got to get it fixed by June. It isn't, we'll get it all the way up into August. And then no, you have to do it in the moment and fix it. And so the way that cap is, you're either going to have, again, the 2 or 3 stars, and one of them better be your quarterback, and that quarterback better be good enough, or you're just going to become, I think the thing people did fear, and it actually might start happening, is where just every 5 years it's a new team, basically. Not every player, but every 5 years you're just basically in year 5, one time it might be mostly offense, and then 5 years later it might be mostly defense, and all that. You're going to have some players that stay at a good enough value that you can keep them, but for the most part, 22 starters. Every 5 years, you're basically flushing 10 to 15 of those.
And for most teams, that's the case. Because it's just very hard unless you have an elite quarterback like a Josh Allen or, to a greater extent, Patrick Mahomes. You're gonna have to just keep roster churn until you find something that can get you to 10 wins and some hope for the next season. Now I'm looking at this. This is the first draft I can think of. I know there's probably been other drafts like this, but this is the first draft I can think of where I could see the top 3 teams making deals to trade out.
Oh, really?
I could see Chicago doing it. They did it.
I don't. That's when I steadfast disagree with you.
It would have to be great because they still have Chicago.
Way to dig in with that technical information. But no, I agree. I know what you mean.
Chicago has everything else they need except for a quarterback and one extra offensive lineman and one interior defensive lineman.
Yeah.
They can get 2 to 3 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really no reason for them to do it unless they get an enormous amount of picks.
Yes.
Because they could trade the 1st and 9th and then just be set for the next 15 years because they can stagger the next 1st, 2nd round picks, whatever they get, the haul they get in. But I think the Bears just, if everything stands pat, they pick Caleb Williams. He's the most polished quarterback that's available.
I agree.
If Michael Penix Jr.'s legs were if he wasn't 24 and his legs were a little bit healthier, I probably would have said he would have been the number 1 overall pick in this draft. But it's going to be Caleb Williams. Number 9 pick, probably an edge rusher or an interior lineman. Like you could see someone like Byron Murphy.
I still think they try to trade up.
That would be good too.
Or maybe do you trade down at 9?
You could, and you could still get more, at least another good pick too, if you do that.
And you get as long as you're not trading all the way out of the 1st round, I still think there's a this wide receiver class is pretty deep.
that's where like the number 9 with the Bears and the number 10 with the Jets. Because Minnesota, if it gets to number 11 Minnesota, they are going to get itchy and they're going to want to trade up.
That's what I was talking about. If you're New England, like that would be a good when you trade down to that place. Minnesota gets up and gets one of their big quarterbacks, right?
Because Minnesota is one of the 2-3 teams in this draft that has multiple first round picks.
Yeah.
So they would be an attractive trade partner, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, Minnesota could get one. And again, I'm saying if New England or even Washington, because there for a while, Washington supposedly was real big on JJ, and that might have been smokescreen to, a lot of this is subterfuge. You never know what you're really getting information wise.
Dan Quinn hired Cliff Kingsbury to be the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
He was the quarterback coach for USC last year. The star quarterback for USC last year was Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
You kind of figure that he would love to have Caleb Williams. That's the only reason why I would think maybe Chicago and Washington can work something out where they just flip picks just to
Chicago, you and I talked about this. I think that me personally, if that got you extra picks, and unless you truly have Caleb Williams as he will not miss, this is the guy we have to have. I always go with, okay, so if you can give me 1B but extra picks, I'll take that.
Yeah.
But if you miss on this one, and even if your quarterback that you draft goes to 4 Pro Bowls, has 2 All-Pro years, MVP talk, but Caleb Williams wins 5 Super Bowls in 10 years and is considered the next, then you've lost that trade.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said it then. If the Bears would have just held that throttle with Justin Fields, held that throttle, and seen what they could have got. But I think the whole thing was they had I remember now, though, I think they had a bonus clock. And I think that's what it was. They had to re-up him or let him go at a certain day. And that might have been why they dumped him off. But if they could have kept him, then you could have played everything close and you could have ended up maybe getting some more stuff.
So I'm looking at the draft for the first round. I see number 12 is Denver, and number 13 is the Las Vegas Raiders. You think one of those two teams tries to do something to make sure, because both of them need a long-term quarterback. You think one of them tries to screw the other over?
That's the rumor with what was that tight end that the Eagles got? Dallas
Goedert.
Yeah, that was supposedly a bit because that Dallas was looking at tight end specifically that year, and so supposedly the Eagles had what's his name, and he was still playing well. They traded to
Zach Ertz.
Yeah, Zach Ertz.
He's a commander now.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. He did some of them. But that he was still in the middle of his prime, or still not at the end. He still had 3-4 good years left, and so the rumor was that they knew that Dallas really wanted him, and so they were like, "Well, we could use him." And so I don't know if that's true or not. So if that's true, then Oakland and Oakland, man, I hate Vegas and the Broncos.
This is year 5. They're in Vegas.
No. I know. I feel it's the 70s show. We did that earlier, and I was just thinking Oakland. No, seriously, I just had Oakland on my mind.
I was thinking of that TV series, that 70s show.
Oh, that 70s show. That was a great show, man. Yeah. I mean, there's a raper on it.
I know you love Danny Masterson. That was your favorite actor on that show. May he rest in jail.
You've been at the Grant Goodwin training grounds, haven't you? Because you're starting to sound more and more like him with some of the things you say.
This is where he sits typically.
Yeah, like that's where he sits. I'm only letting you in here because we needed a rating spike from your kind.
Diversity there.
Somebody's the first time listening. They're either appalled or going, "Yeah, you kill him."
Yeah.
Anyway,
we're 30 minutes from the draft, and we lost all our viewers.
Good job. So I'm going. We have the draft ticker on the screen here. If you're watching, so we keep talking about New England. So you are believable. You're believable. You believe in that the Commanders will take Daniels. At worst, maybe shock the world and takes Penix. Maybe. I don't think Bo Nix is there, or maybe JJ.
I don't think Bo. I like Bo Nix. I liked watching Patrick Nix when he was a quarterback at Auburn back in the 90s. Bo Nix, he doesn't have the arm strength a lot of coaches get enamored by, but I don't think and I think we talked about this, and you brought up a good point. I don't think in today's NFL you don't need to throw it 60 yards every play.
Yeah,
you can. A lot of these offenses are spread. That's kind of what he ran at Oregon.
And let's understand, he can still make every throw that the NFL asks and make them consistently. It's just it might have a little bit of lob into it. That's all. That's literally the only difference. And 9 times out of 10, it won't matter. You look at like the difference, like Romo to Dak. Dak throws a harder football.
Yeah.
Romo throws a better football because he had to learn to, because he didn't have a cannon arm. That's why you tend to get the same thing with Greg Maddux. Greg Maddux didn't decide, I'm throwing 98. You know what? I should throttle down. No, he realized at 91, 92, how he had to pitch to succeed. And so you take a Bo Nix, man, that's the type of guy I feel like somebody gets a value pick in that one. And next thing we know, next year, he's rookie of the year.
Yeah. He's fast enough. He's accurate enough. He can definitely do it. He's been a starter for 5 years at D1 level, 4 years in the SEC, and then 3 years in the SEC, 2 years in the Pac-12, which now doesn't exist anymore. RIP Pac-12.
Man, we're not going to realize how much we missed that till 5-6 years from now. And I love the college playoffs and all that. I'm not against that, but just letting that conference die.
Yeah.
It's
almost felt unnecessary.
Yeah, it really did. I'm going to miss the 9 p.m. USC versus Utah game that you would catch at the end of a long day.
Yeah, I liked Utah going to the Pac-12 a few years ago. I think that was a really
that was a natural move, man. That felt good.
But yeah, so I'm excited about those picks. Looking down, I think Tennessee, I already said, Chargers. You already kind of know where the Cardinals are going to do, unless as long as nothing happens, they're going to get Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Chargers, Harbaugh, got to build up the line. The Alabama lineman J.C. Latham probably going to go there. I like Fashanu from Penn State a lot.
Yeah, I do too.
But I mean, we'll see. They're going to pick the best lineman that Harbaugh feels. If they want interior, I like that Duke guy, but I don't think he's going to be picked that high.
Yeah, I don't either. I wonder. I think it's a year too early, but I would not shock me if the Chargers are making some calls to the Bears or somebody about, hey, you want Justin Herbert?
Because he's not a type of quarterback that Harbaugh would love.
Yeah,
but Harbaugh sung his praises to drive up the value.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that's why he even was singing his praises. Now Herbert's a good quarterback.
Yeah, and I think it's more a fault of Harbaugh than Herbert if they don't work together.
Right.
Because, but I do think that, and I've told you this before, we've had this conversation. We had the conversation when we did the Monday night show, Cowboys versus the Chargers last year. I think Justin Herbert's the quarterback of this era that for some reason everybody thinks is better than he keeps performing to be. Not saying that he can't be, but that he's performing to be. And for some reason, he's getting passes. Because we can talk about their coaches and stuff, but offensively, they had the talent that they should have been making. They should have been winning games where they didn't have to worry about the clock management and all that.
Would you say the quarterback he succeeded would be a good comparison to Herbert? Phillip Rivers?
No, I think Phillip Rivers got himself into more trouble than Herbert does as a quarterback. I think a lot of failures of the Chargers was because of sorry, was having some technical difficulties. I think I think Rivers plays a big part of their faults. As great as he was, I don't even know. I don't think he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. I know a lot of people do.
A lot of people would say he's a Hall of
and
Fame
he probably will make it. I don't have a problem with it. There's really nobody. Well, Harold Baines. Harold Baines is the only human being in a Hall of Fame that I have a problem with. He shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. There, I said it for baseball. But anyway. No, seriously, that's the only guy I really have he shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame.
I'm surprised he is, because I remember Tim Raines was one that people were debating on too, but I like Tim Raines a lot.
Well, no, he's in there because on the veteran committee was Tony La Russa, his former, and basically went to bat for him. And hey, great job. And again, I don't really have a problem with it, but that's the one.
He's a Hall of Famer too, in his own right.
Yeah, but
I don't know if he's officially in the Hall of Fame, but to me he's a Hall of Fame.
La Russa?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Hall of Fame manager.
Yeah, he actually. I think he'd already been inducted when he came back, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Justin Herbert. So he hasn't taken any flack,
right?
And he's had somebody to shield him. He won't have anybody to shield him now because, well, I don't know. The media has a love-hate with Jim Harbaugh. Sometimes they think he's a genius, and sometimes they think he's stupid. So he might get a little bit of a shield, but if that team starts playing really well around him and then he starts not playing well, then it will be Justin Herbert needs to move on. And I think that's a very plausible thing because,
the thing is, someone like a Jaden Daniels fits more with what Harbaugh wants to do than Justin Herbert.
Well, I even mean more of giving, and I agree with that, but I don't, as much as I think it'd be cool if it did happen this year, they're going to give a year for it to work.
Yeah.
So it
You
would
kind of have to.
Yeah. And so but the problem is then you look at next year's class. I mean, I will say Quinn Ewers, that's a guy that I could see Harbaugh.
He could fit.
And he has a big arm. And that's the thing that people forget, that like Colin Kaepernick had a big arm.
Yeah.
He wasn't always accurate, but he had a cannon. You look Alex Smith. Alex Smith had a very underrated arm. People don't realize that he wasn't a soft thrower.
He was the number 1 overall pick in 2005 over Aaron Rodgers for a reason.
Yeah, but even then, he was kind of compared to like a Bo Nix would be now. He's a good athlete, not a great arm, but he threw some beautiful bombs. You know, he could throw deep. He can make all the throws. And so that's what Harbaugh likes. He's kind of old school, run, play action, over the top, big play.
I mean, you saw
which that does fit Herbert, in my opinion, if he lets Herbert throw it 35 times a game and not try to only. My biggest issue is it's going to be how many, if he's going to try to limit him to 20 throws a game.
So after saying that, they probably will just stand pat for this 1 year, unless they can throw a bone to Chicago or Washington and make the deal of the century.
Or he really does love J.J. McCarthy as much as he claims, and he just takes him and says, fuck it with Justin Herbert and we'll figure it out.
They would have to get
do the old Steve Walsh, the Jimmy Johnson, Steve Walsh thing.
I think they get an offensive lineman. I think the Giants at number 6, they stand pat. If they could trade up, they would, but I think they'll get the best available skill talent on offense.
Now, they're a team that they're in a spot that they could benefit if the draft starts going wonky. Mm-hmm. They could get in a nice haul to go down and still get a good guy. Like we were saying, wide receivers really deep this year.
Trade with Minnesota.
Trade with Minnesota. That's what I'm saying. Anything like that. Yeah. If Minnesota or Dallas, and I'll give you my Dallas theory here in a second after this. But yeah, they're in that perfect spot. So my Dallas theory, as we were talking about the things that he said about, Dak's going to be our quarterback. We don't have enough money to go around.
Right.
He's made some other comments kind of offhanded about Lamb and numbers and paying and all that. So I have a theory that if there could be a miracle, wow, oh my God. And let's be honest, I will say this. I do think Jerry would love to have at least one more draft. Oh my God, Jerry Jones did it move. And say hey to the Bears. Hey, Bears at number 9. You want CeeDee Lamb, a second, and we'll take we'll take your first next year, or maybe your first in 2 years. However, the set, but the main thing being the number 9 for CeeDee Lamb, even if it's just a straight up trade. And if you do a straight up trade like that, you keep your 24th too, so you get the 9th and the 24th.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that. So that actually kind of works as a 2-for-1 because you get to keep your pick. So you get now 2 picks in the first round.
So what's the purpose of that? What does Dallas do with that number 9 pick?
They then pick the next receiver that's not Marvin Harrison Jr.
So Roma Dunze, most likely.
Nabers.
Whoever the Giants don't get.
Yeah, Nabers. Because I think the Giants are real big into Nabers. I like Adonis Mitchell. I've told you that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's going to go that high.
Yeah, you don't need to trade. I don't think you need to trade up that high to get him. You probably want to get in the 20.
Yeah,
and 4 spots up. But I'm just saying, look, or even the Bears I'm sorry, even New England at 3.
Yeah.
So who do you want? Ask them who do you want. Now Arizona. The problem is I don't think Arizona comes off. Well, does Arizona come off that for CeeDee Lamb?
Well, they made the trade with Houston to get all these picks in this year's draft.
That's what I'm saying.
They have 11 picks in this draft.
Yes,
in this draft.
So, just is one straight up for an all-star first team pro that's only in his 4th year proven? Would you, as Arizona, give that? And you've got to probably each has probably got to throw in 1 pick.
If they do, great, because they still have a pick in this draft at number 27. Now, Tyler Guyton might be gone by then, but
maybe with Arizona, if it's at Dallas, you give them the 24th and they give you the 27th.
Yeah.
3 spots up and stuff like that. So I just want to make that point. Go ahead.
Yeah. I could definitely see Arizona doing that. This would be the draft that could make or break that whole front office.
Yep.
This is one where they're putting their back behind Kyler Murray. They got rid of Hollywood Brown. They need a talent. They need to get someone like Harrison or Nabers or Mitchell. So they get a receiver with the number 4 pick. assuming they could trade. Assuming they don't, that number 27 pick could be something more on the defensive side, or on the offensive line. If Guyton's there, they'll take him, but I'm pretty sure he'll be gone by that point. That's the big offensive tackle for Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But yeah, this will be the draft. Either they tear it all down again, or they're gonna be really good in a few months.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think the Giants pick a receiver. Titans, they still need to build that line. I liked what they did in the offseason. I know you and I disagree a little bit on there, but
Wait, which one?
Tennessee Titans, what they did with the free agents in this offseason.
No. I didn't think it was bad. I thought they just overpaid.
I don't think Ridley.
Yeah, I don't think the players in mind are actually bad. I do think it's a mix match on the team. Go ahead.
I like they got Cushenberry from the Broncos for the line. I like that they got Calvin Ridley from the Jaguars at receiver. I like that they got Chidobe Awuzie at cornerback. I like they got, I think, Mason Rudolph to add depth to the quarterback position. I like that they got Tony Pollard to add depth at the running back position with Tajay Spears. So I like a lot of the quality players they got. They did overpay for Ridley, but that is what Ridley wanted and Tennessee really wanted. I mean, if they're going to pay him that much, why don't you just pay AJ Brown?
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's a different crew, but we said it in the moment. We said it the year it happened, but I've always was not big on what's his name as the head coach anyway.
Mike Vrabel.
And I felt he played a part in this. I feel like Vrabel's got a little bit of that Belichick, New England, doesn't like a lot of loudness in the locker room, and AJ Brown was flashy, that kind of stuff. And so I think that's part of the reason they didn't want to pay him. Same thing with Houston felt with what's his name, who's now a Titan, Hopkins.
Oh, DeAndre.
They felt that there was this, they heard rumors, they smelt smoke and didn't understand that it was just smoke, and Hopkins wasn't what they thought he was. But that's the whole reason they wanted to get rid of him. And so other than that, that's the deal that doomed that franchise. That's the deal that made them have to start back over.
I think the Tennessee Titans go line. I think they want to keep building that. Sorry, I had to look and see. I didn't realize that he was still with the Titans. I thought he left for like the Patriots or something. But I think the Patriots were a rumored team.
Who now?
For DeAndre Hopkins, I think he was rumored to go to the Patriots last season.
Yeah.
And for some reason, I thought he left the Titans already to go there, but okay.
I think his was a 2-year deal.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So if the Chargers don't get Joe Alt, the son of John Alt, the former Notre Dame standout, his dad was a former Kansas City Chief offensive lineman in the 80s and 90s. If the Chargers don't get him at 5, I think the Titans get him at 7. And on to the number 8 pick of the Falcons. We got about 15 minutes until the draft starts.
Whoops.
They made a big splash in the offseason. One, they signed Raheem Morris when everybody thought he was going to the Falcons. Arthur Blank and Bill Belichick were a match made in heaven.
Yeah, and then it turns out that Kraft might have played a part in that.
Yeah, ESPN had a little like a little long article the other day where it was talking about Arthur Blank was doing, I don't know when the last time you applied for a job, but you have referrals.
1947.
You have referrals, like people, references.
Yeah.
So Arthur Blank actually used these references to check in, most specifically Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots. Robert Kraft, I guess, didn't give Bill Belichick the greatest review.
Now, do you think that's personal, or he doesn't want Belichick to go to another job and succeed?
That would also sound personal.
Yeah, but I mean, like personal, I don't like everything I said is true, is what I mean. Sorry, I didn't. That's what I mean. Do you think because he claimed that Belichick's a liar, Belichick will stab you in the back, Belichick's only for well, I can't remember them all, but I guess that's my point.
The biggest
one. Do you think he is that, or do you think he's making it up?
I think there's a
modicum of truth in both.
Yeah.
Usually that's how it works.
Oh, I guess you haven't outdrank the coverage yet.
Or maybe
that was a pretty big word there, buddy.
No, I've Edgar Allan Poe'd the coverage. I've went back around on it. I flanked my coverage.
We're like, no, okay, now we got to get you to
We've
stay
had
there right now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm in the perfect zone, though.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at any moment, I could be like, and with the third pick.
Yeah.
But anyway, what were we talking about?
We were
Edgar
talking
Allan
about
Poe, the Ravens.
So we're talking about the Falcons. So they got Raheem Morris, former Falcon interim coach,
I like this
former-
move for him.
former Ram defensive coordinator, and he was known last season for kind of revitalizing the no-name Ram defense.
Yep.
That basically got rid of everybody except for Aaron Donald, who just retired recently.
Wasn't he on staff as a assistant for the Super Bowl?
I believe so.
And then he became the deep because it
yeah.
was what's his name that left?
Well, I remember Brandon Staley left after 2020 because he was kind of credited with getting that too high safety.
He was the one that won, he was there when they won.
He might have been. I'll look it up. But I guess the point I was trying to make was he did a really good job there, kind of making them really good. And they wanted to go a little bit younger. Raheem Morris is in his late 40s. But the big splash was getting Captain Kirk Cousins, quarterback of the Vikings, to come over for 4 years and 180 million. Like that. Good on Cousins, 35, 36, getting a fat contract twice. One was kind of the one that kind of popularized the guaranteed money that everybody wants now with the Vikings 6-7 years ago.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at Raheem Morris's history. He was the defensive coordinator for the Rams in 21 when they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was thinking Wade Phillips, but Wade Phillips was with them when they
18.
lost to the when they lost to the Patriots.
So in 2017, Sean McVay, the current head coach for the Rams, hired he wanted someone that was very experienced, and he just got someone that was about 35 years older than him and Wade Phillips to be the DC. But yeah, from 2017 to 2019, maybe he was a defensive coordinator. But it was good. It was a good little transition to Brandon Staley.
Hey, it's 6:49. We're gonna take a break. We're gonna kind of reset everything. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. We're not gonna take the whole 10 minutes, but that's the only timer I have. But we're gonna do a 10-minute break, and then we're gonna come back and get back going because the draft is about 12 minutes away. Now I've got to find where was it that I put all that stuff. We've got too many things on there. Here we go. We'll be right back. talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out. All right, we are back here. Thank you all. We just had to take a quick minute break to set everything up because we're about to start the NFL draft here. I'm starting it right here. Nobody moves till I hit the button. So give me your odds with a couple minutes left. Is this the crazy, goofy, everything that people are predicting? Is it going to be that kind of because last year, I read there was a lot of trades last year and I'm like, I don't really remember. Like, I guess it's just the Houston one was just so holy crap in the moment that kind of took the night. But it felt like last year that outside of them, it was kind of a boring draft.
I'm trying to recall. That Houston move was the big shocker. I think we were still trying to come down from that because they drafted Stroud, then Arizona was on the clock, and then a few minutes later, we got a trade. And
also we did the show different last year. We kind of just sat in the living room.
Yeah,
I will miss that chair with the logo. I always thought that was a good look. Might have to bring that back. But you had got here at about the same time last year, but we hung out and we were already out drinking the coverage before we outdrank the coverage to outdrink the coverage. Yeah. I remember very much the last 5 or 6 picks, both of us just like, please hurry.
But I'm thinking you've had months to prepare for this pick. Why are you taking so long?
I remember that talk last year. Probably I'll have it again this year, especially when you're in the top 4 or 5. And
I want to see if the Bears take all 15 minutes to make their first pick.
I think you should get a bonus pick if you get the pick in immediately. If they can open the show with,
I love that.
And the Chicago Bears,
That'd be a good way to help teams get good again. Like, hey, if you get your pick within the first 2 minutes, you get another first round pick next year.
There you go. I like that. You could, even do it to where, like, even on a trade, stuff like that, you could still do it. Just open the show with something, and then you could, on the back end of that first pick, you could take a little bit longer if you wanted to, then, and get your pundits in and all, and give the second place an extra 5 minutes. Because then I have no problem with after 2. You don't know who you want. We need to talk about it,
right?
But not number one, unless you're a team that has a ton of holes.
All puns intended.
Or you're a team that you don't know what you're doing. But the Bears, I mean, dude, if they make this right pick, or I should say this, if whoever they pick has a great year next year, the Bears could be in the Super Bowl. Like this, that isn't a big, oh my God, shock. Look, folks, the NFC is still really kind of weird and muddled. And you have a team in San Francisco that's proven that they can win the conference but can't win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
you have a team in Dallas that's proven it can win its division but can't win a conference. You've got an Eagle team that 2 years ago everybody thought might be the beginning of a dynasty, and just like their other Super Bowl team of a few years ago, year 3 everybody's questioning, will the coaching staff even make it? Is the quarterback the guy? And yet they've now signed both of their wide receivers to massive deals,
along with their quarterback.
They're about to hit that same thing that everybody's bitching about Dallas. You got to understand the cap, folks. The Eagles just had players at the right time at the right moment, and they got to the Super Bowl.
And they drafted a lot of replacements. They drafted Hargrave's replacement. They drafted TJ Edwards replacement, and Nakobe Dean. And they drafted another Georgia guy, Nolan Smith, last season. They got a couple of secondary players in the draft, and again, another Georgia player and an Illinois player to replace some of their guys that they were leaving the second. I mean, they had a lot of talent, but they drafted their replacements, so they weren't really negative. I think Philadelphia will still be competing for the division title this coming season. I still think Philadelphia is good. They replaced their offensive coordinator with Kellen Moore, defensive coordinator Vic Fangio. So I think they're going to be better on both sides of the ball. Two experienced coordinators, as you know. I know Kellen Moore at the Cowboys, and lesser extent the Chargers. So I really think that they're going to be in good shape. They'll be a team that competes. But to carry on to our conversation about, well, I guess I should just say AJ Brown late breaking news. Right before we came back from the break, he got a 3-year, $96 million extension by the Eagles. I think the $32 million per year is one of the highest in NFL history for that position.
Yeah. By the way, the draft has started.
Oh, nice.
So it's right at 7. I'm trying to pull up our thing, but I'm having an issue with having to sign in.
Well, while you're doing that, we had right before the break, we had just finished talking about Atlanta. I'm thinking they'll go edge rusher, either Dallas Turner or Verse from Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chicago has the number 9 pick. If everything stands pat, I think they might go. I would go offensive line. I know a lot of people are saying they should get like a really good D tackle, maybe, or a rush in, or like Dallas Turner possibly. If Atlanta doesn't get Turner, Bears should, or vice versa. If Falcons get Turner, they should get Verse. I'm always big on if you're going to build up your line, build up your offensive line first, because you can control the clock that way, which leaves the other team's offense on the sidelines rusted, not in rhythm, not in sync.
Yeah.
I would rather do it that way. Just 2014 Dallas Cowboys, they didn't have a good defense, but they could control the ball. They held the ball for about 35 minutes every game.
It's just really hard to do that now.
It puts a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and it put a lot of pressure on that Dallas offense.
You have a really good running back, a really good quarterback, 5 really good offensive linemen. It works in that situation. And the same thing happened in 2016 with Dak and Zeke. But anyway, so Bears probably go rush just because that's just the better option to complement Montez Sweat. Jets, they're a team that could get Brock Bowers, the tight end from Georgia, to complement Aaron Rodgers, give him an extra weapon, or maybe go offensive line to try to protect him some more. I mean, Rodgers turned 40 last year. He'll be 40 for most of this year. Trying to see who is the best available lineman. Alt will be gone by that point. He's the best available in this draft. Let's see. I can't really think of any. Oh yeah, Troy. But Washington. Fatano from Washington. They had the best line in college football last season. I could see Fatano go in that early, possibly. I really like Fashanu from Penn State a lot, though, but he's a tackle. Fatanu is a guard, so maybe they go there. They go lineman. So we'll see. And then number 11's Minnesota. They need a quarterback. They need to figure out what they want to do with Justin Jefferson first, I guess. If they want to trade him or pay him, get him, and then just try to build the team around him. They got Sam Darnold in the offseason to replace Kirk Cousins, who went to Atlanta. At this point, I don't know. They lost Danielle Hunter to the Texans. I could see them trying to get another edge rusher just to help that defense out. But yeah, I mean, we'll see. They already got running back in Aaron Jones from the Packers, so Darnold's solid enough. I just don't think. I think he's more just a good backup at this point in his career. So I could see Minnesota going with Penix or Bo Nix. They'll both be available at this point. I think May will be gone. I think Jaden Daniels will already be gone. Of course, Caleb Williams is already going to be gone. And after them is the Broncos. And they need a quarterback, but I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback in this year's draft. I think they'll just try to start building up the team around.
Do you think they try to see if he can work his magic on Zach Wilson?
Possibly. I mean, Zach Wilson has beaten the Broncos in back-to-back years. I mean, Breece Hall has beaten the.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's right. They can't hear that. What we're having an issue with the login, so that's why me and you can't hear anything yet.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just trying.
I haven't gotten any alerts yet, so I guess no one's made a pick
Well, it's
yet.
just 7:05, so they probably aren't officially on the clock, and it probably starts at 7:10 or whatever. But yeah, so
remember when we went to the 2018 draft? That was pretty cool.
Yes,
that was a whole nice day.
Oh, with LVE retiring, that kind of
sucks.
That was
who the Cowboys drafted. I think the Eagles traded out of the first round. First round.
Yes, yeah, that might have been the Dallas Goedert year.
Or maybe, I don't know. So anyway, Broncos. I couldn't tell you really what they're gonna go. There's so many. They traded Judy to the Browns.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson got signed by the Steelers, so they got Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson at quarterback. I think they're just gonna roll with them. I think they're just gonna focus on trying to just build up a team that's competitive enough. So they might go O-line. They might go stud rusher. That to me, that's a toss up. I almost feel like they might just trade out of this because they just don't really know what they want. They might wait for Quinn Ewers next year. Who knows?
I still felt it was weird that I don't know. They're just one of those teams that I like. You have a wide receiver in Judy that's really good and still young, and I know he's coming up on an extension. But if you're not going with a high price quarterback, don't you maybe want a really good wide receiver that will help lead that quarterback into becoming a good quarterback?
There'll be plenty of those available. So Mitchell,
I mean, eventually they're not. We don't know what next year. I'm talking about for this year. I'm talking about not taking a quarterback this year. We don't know what the quarterback class is next year. It's not. I mean, it's Sanders,
Carson Beck, Shadur Sanders, Quinn Ewers. They'll be the top three.
I don't think any of them right now. Sanders maybe. I don't think any of them though have anywhere close to what the top 5 quarterbacks, even maybe 6 quarterbacks, have in this year's draft.
Oh, then that brings up J.J. McCarthy. That brings up
he's the 6th one, isn't he? Yeah, he'd be the 6th one.
And so far, from my prediction, only 3 of those 6 have gone. So McCarthy, Penix, and Nix will still be available.
I see. I think there's more of a run on quarterbacks than you. I think people get nervous when it starts to happen, when there's that many and everybody doesn't want to be the one that takes the Richard Todd.
You just don't want to waste your first round pick on a quarterback that's going to be a bust. That just sets your franchise back.
I mean, that's the game you play.
That is the game you play. That's why you pay the scouts. That's why you pay the GM. I get it.
I mean, that's a really good point. We kind of forget it. You know, again, we all talk about coaches and we all talk about all that, but you kind of forget it's the support staff and the scouting that decides a lot of these picks.
Both the Broncos and the Raiders at 13 should get a quarterback and let them sit for a year. But I'm not sure if either team is sold on those bottom 3 first-round quarterbacks and McCarthy and Penix and Nix. I guess maybe I'm projecting my own personal opinion. I just feel that they're going to – if I was in their position, I probably would go ahead and roll the dice on one of them just because and let them sit. Because in Denver, you got 2 quarterbacks that are veterans. I wouldn't say they're good, but they're veterans. And you can just get through the season.
You're missing a problem, though, on that. The whole reason we have this situation with quarterbacks now is it's a rookie contract. You don't want to sit a quarterback on. You waste a rookie deal.
They're gonna have to hit in year 1 if possible.
Well, I mean, that's why you're gonna. I think you're about to see an era where we're gonna have a lot of first round quarterbacks like Justin Fields that maybe doesn't stay on their original team, but then hits later because if you're deciding to start over at quarterback, then the positive is if you get 5 years at quarterback. Rookie quarterback, you know,
just like with the 49ers with Brock Purdy.
But again, though, so you can't sit them.
I agree, but you don't want to just play someone that's terrible, which both teams might be doing anyway. I think the Raiders have a better quarterback or temporary quarterback situation than the Broncos do right now, but I mean, long term, the best thing for both of them is to get somebody and let them sit. But I mean,
okay,
I agree with you money wise. Saints, they got an early 30s quarter.
Okay, I think we're just now starting the drive. I don't know.
That's why this drop is in Detroit.
Yeah. They can't hear this, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Just ask right now. So we finally got the video up going, so we can see the draft. We can, as you can tell, we can hear the draft.
And they're doing Jared Goff chants right now.
Yep.
That goes back to the wild card game against the Rams, where a lot of Detroit Lions fans were backing Jared Goff versus the old guard and Matt Stafford. Where are we at? Saints. I think they go offensive line. Yeah, I think with.
I wonder if this is behind.
Is there a lag?
No, I just wonder. Like, I would have thought they did all this before.
Let's see.
I just want to make sure we didn't get into the. Okay, I just want to make sure we didn't get in on the stream that's behind. It looks like they are just starting now.
Okay, I'm excited. So Bears are on the clock.
I mean, they're not even officially on the clock yet.
Really?
I mean, that's my point. I'm not seeing anywhere that says that they're. I mean, it says they're on the clock, but it's not saying any kind of countdown.
I guess I would get a look. It says drafting live, but they didn't say anything.
And yeah, it was really, really cool when we got to do this in person.
Oh, it's pretty cool that Goodell's talking, but Jared Goff is behind Roger Goodell. I like that. I like that.
You know why they bring them out like that now?
Why?
So nobody will boo at Goodell.
Oh,
think about it.
Smart. Yeah, bring a hometown star.
Yep. So they're just now going. The Chicago Bears are on the clock.
They're gonna boo that. Yep.
The way it should be. I think what helped ignite the Eagle rivalry back with Dallas in a funner way, though, was Drew Pearson doing what he did, and then the Eagles responding when they came to Dallas. That kind of lightened. It kind of was the first time in that rivalry, and it wasn't just both sides were laughing about it. It was funny. No.
Yeah, this is the best thing about not always being in New York. They're going now. The only down part is I like to see the Bear or the Jet fans go crazy.
I agree.
So yeah, Bears are on the clock. They have the number 1 pick.
The Bears are on the clock.
They were 7-10 last year. That was last in the NFC North. They obviously need a quarterback, and they traded Justin Fields. They probably got a receiver, even though they got Keenan Allen in trade with the Chargers. Defensive line help. They need a defensive end, offensive tackle. If they're going to address one of their needs now, they'll probably address the other need in the 9th pick. Getting DeAndre Swift and Keenan Allen and Gerald Everett are also from the Chargers. Kevin Byard, veteran safety, came from Philadelphia. Jonathan Owens, as you know, he's married to a very famous gymnast. And then they lost Justin Fields, of course. They lost Foreman to the Browns. Darnell Mooney went to the Falcons. Ronnie Conway, he left. I'm not sure if he's that. Last year they hit it.
Yeah.
They got Mel Wright up to the top of Tennessee. That was great. Obviously not going to do that with the first overall pick. They're definitely going to do Caleb Williams. And then I guess everybody can see the little slide up here, right? Last time the Bears been close, 2020. They lost this year. More Super Bowl, 85 seasons, so 15 legendary Chicago Bears. The time they made it was 06 against the Colts. Ranking of the Super Bowl.
Yep.
We'll wait for that first pick. If they were nice, they would have already made the pick by now. But
like we talked about them, this is that's a good point. I still think that they should. Especially, why don't you do the whole
lower the time?
Dude, you had that whole thing with welcome everybody, all that. That's cool. So just do that at the beginning. You have 15 minutes. And then that way, when Roger Goodell comes up, instead of saying the Bears are on the clock, he'd be like, welcome to the NFL draft. It's time to start the draft. The Bears select their first pick.
why have GMs and NFL production people hire us? We can do both jobs. He'll work as a coach on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then he'll work as a production design guy on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. There we go.
Like Booker's air-inspired suit.
Or Bengals.
Or
Brown.
Bengals. Yeah.
You know, you could look across the table.
Oh, yeah. I love
Is this your favorite collection? Like hard.
I love his heart. I love the Seahawks helmet. I love the Falcon helmet. I love that old school 49er helmet. The gray. And that alternate Detroit Lions helmet.
Hey, we support all lifestyles there. Yeah, it was really cool. Beyonce surprised me by completing my helmet deal. I needed 8. And so she just was like, I'm not going to pretend to know how to what to order. So you just put them in the cart and you pay them, baby. And so did that and we got to complete the set. And so perfectly in time for the draft, which is awesome. The Jets made the right decision. They didn't have a little uniform. Look at that in the draft. Maybe when we hit each of those teams, we'll show them new looks. But those are the things I thought. But, the Jets, I literally ordered that set. And I told you last year, let's just go with that for beautiful look. And I got the helmet the very next day, and they come out and yeah, we're just going to just go with that. Now, I think the next thing we need to do is add white helmet as the throwback. That's what I don't understand. When you have a team that has 2 great iconic looks, just 2 looks every year. Everybody would be happy.
People were happy when they came out in 98.
Yeah, same thing with the Giants. Same thing with the Eagles.
Yeah, when Giants went back to their old look in 2000, they kind of coincided with them also making it to the Super Bowl that season. Pretty perfect.
That's cool. And so, even to any of them, if you have 2 iconic looks, make sure you just have them every time, and you will make everybody happy. Or you do the role that I do is you select one, go 20 years, and every 20 years you change it. Because you look at that. They changed from the white to the green, and they wrote it for 20 years. And then they changed back to the classic and wrote it for 20 years. They wrote it so long that the greens are now called the classic. That's for generation. There is one.
Patriots, love that. Obviously, the Dolphins got it right from the get-go.
If I remember, Kraft doesn't like it. It's the same thing with Denver. When they won the Super Bowl, they had made the uniform change.
Yeah.
And so that apparently Bolin, before he died, he would never change it.
Right.
How they changed it now, they did one thing right. In fact, I'm going to pop that up. So here's the regular look. And it looks like UTSA. Not a bad thing. UTSA has a cool color scheme and good uniforms, but you look like a college. Like
why pay marketing all this money to come up with
just,
that?
Hey, UTSA, here's some season tickets. Let's have the uniforms. Or you can just steal them. But anyway, but what they did do smartly was bring back the class.
Beautiful.
Now, supposedly the fans are already clamoring like, hey, just make these the main ones. I think you'll see them do that. I think that's something like we'll talk about Houston here later. But teams that have bad uniforms usually just kind of riot. Like in Tampa Bay, Tampa Bay got lucky when Brady came back because he was like, I'm going to sign. I think that was even he couldn't sign back to the class. Because they had a head on their face. They didn't want to admit maybe the most in the NFL history. But to me, anyway, the point is, I think Houston and Denver are going to do like the Jets last year. And give the Jets credit. They did it quietly. Here we go. Pick is in. All right, and we got on the screen Caleb Williams highlight. Of course, he made his name known in Oklahoma when Texas was dominating Oklahoma, and the offense was struggling. Caleb Williams came in and led them back from the miracle win, and then he he's a really good player. But yeah, he knew right there was something different. I know people will say he's cocky he's arrogant, all that. Everything that he's done in the draft process is leader to me.
I always hate when people make that complaint. You know the most confident, arrogant athletes of all time are
Mm-hmm.
the legends.
And everyone
Brady,
just stretch the rules and say, no, I'm not going to do a medical because I know you're not going to draft me. So why would I waste an afternoon with you?
Brady, Jordan, Gretzky, Kobe,
Yep.
all of them, egotistical maniacs. They all express it in different ways, but they're all the same.
See much.
Chad Hutchinson,
Arrogant. So Caleb Williams is the number one pick. No shock in there. I do appreciate Ryan Fox for helping put some of these video packages together. If we didn't credit you, you have a watermark in the seat. We just grabbed from you. Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. You can know. But yeah, I think this is. I like Justin Fields. I get why they made the trade. You can't. It's better to grab the phenom and it not work than to not grab the phenom and he become the phenom.
Yeah.
That you can't forgive that. You can forgive if he bombs. Yeah, some jokes, especially if Justin Fields goes on and has a good career. There'll be some jokes, but everybody will always say, "But you know what? Everybody thought it was the greatest. You had to take a chance." So they had to make that decision, and I still think it's a great decision. I think the Bears are a player or two away from being a legitimate Super Bowl team.
they might address that other player need at the number 9 pick if they still have it.
Will come up to the 3 depending on what's
I'll,
happening. The Washington pick
last
right now will kind of decide, what's going to happen there.
What if Washington trades Chicago for that person? I'm still in the mindset that Washington or Cliff Kingsbury, let's be honest, Cliff Kingsbury really wants to go to the league. But I mean, I would be happy with the Heisman Trophy winner, Jake James. He's 6'4", very athletic, can pass, playmaker.
I mean, if it was that important to Cliff Kingsbury, you didn't sign with Washington.
It's very true.
I mean, because you knew the staff. Everybody knew once that the Bears got it and once that they were going to trade. You tell Washington.
The Bears weren't in the need for a coordinator at the time.
One of those targets that he hits a lot of USC is Marshall Maverick, Tajay, who will be drafted, not first round, but he'll probably be drafted.
He'll be a solid NFL player.
Yeah, he'll be. He's very much a Terrence Williams size guy. He kind of play that slot, but he's sneaky outside, hit you some big plays down the field.
2 or 3 games a year, he can be the
the Gabe Davis of the NFL.
No. Gabe Davis is just nuts. He's the MVS of the NFL.
Khalil Mack of the offense. Like 2 good games and that's it. But anyway, that's Caleb Williams. He is the first one. We all kind of figured it would be. Now he has this dream for summer. I think we were just rooting for True. Like, what the? Have Washington into a weird cycle where they keep trading. It's like they don't know what to do.
Yeah.
Just keep trying to get each other.
They look so smart.
Roger Goodell on stage.
Yeah. I'm going to read this 5-page note.
Read like the Bible. Yeah. Anyway. But now we got Washington on the clock. And to me, what they do is going to be the big, start setting the precedence. Yeah. This pick in the Patriots pick. If they go quiet, then I don't think we see a ton until we get to the middle.
Quinn. Pretty sharp.
Yep. Again, we're watching this on ESPN. We can't show it. We get kind of in trouble for that.
Washington has about 3 minutes left before pick number 2. Which, again, you would think they would have already had this pick in mind. So they might be just fielding trade offers and listening and then declining and then listening to another offer and declining.
Well, I mean, I could see them still having a decision.
They added Quinn, they added Bobby. They added a lot of 1-year rentals. Eckler might be there too, but Bobby Wagner's probably be there for 1. They got a lot of former Cowboys. Dante Fowler Jr. They had Norris Armstrong. They added center Tyler Biotis from the Cowboys. Dan Quinn took a lot of players from Dallas. So they didn't need quarterback. Ted Bell, the quarterback last year, got traded to the Seahawks. Antonio Gibson, one of their 2 running backs, went left for the Patriots, which was a pretty good move for the Patriots. I actually like that move.
Yeah.
Curtis Samuel, who their best receiver from last year, the one who with the Bills. Kendall Fuller, their top secondary player, he went to the Dolphins. Good move for him. Last year, they drafted Daniel Forbes, who sort of a disappointment at quarterback, but he could make a year two move.
Yeah.
Last time we lost the COVID year when they won the division in 2020, they lost to the Buccaneers on winning the Super Bowl that season.
Yeah. I'm getting lost on where the video is.
Maybe if you close
This is pretty cool. I can't, man. Get things going, buddy. And I always have to be able to flip over this or something. Oh. No, that's Commanders pick is in. Let's see who they're going to go in. I think this is going to be a draft tone setter.
So far, no trade. This is already more boring than last year. There's been a lot of gentrification and revitalization of the Detroit area.
They've been doing that for 40 years, man. They can't ever get it right. You know, the sad thing is, you know what RoboCop's actually filmed in? That's on Dallas.
Yeah.
We lost the Minnesota Commander fan base. By the way, you can't see it, but it is here. It is here. Yes, we have homage to the classics. We still will be mindful, but we have here. Here we go. Goodell.
Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy quarterback from LSU, going to the Commanders. I like the move. He'll be very good in that offense with Cliff Kingsbury. Year one under the Dan Quinn regime. I like it. What do you think?
I think the only thing that I get worried about, and maybe this is just me getting too far into like stats and stuff, and sometimes I do when it comes to quarterback play, but when you look at where and when he had his great games, it was against teams that were inferior, and he tended to struggle against the better defenses. That doesn't mean that he still doesn't have all that talent in the world, but that can inflate looks.
And look at that line: 72% completion,
Yes.
3,800 yards, 40 touchdowns.
Okay, so I'll ask you this. One game for LSU, who do you take, him or Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow.
And Joe Burrow's had a maybe even a more talented team. But Joe Burrow's shredded good and bad teams. That's the only concern I have. That's it. I think under the right tutelage, he will be great. Now, is he going to get that in Washington?
Cliff Kingsbury had a good 3 years with Arizona. It was the other couple of years that kind of did him in. They were improving.
Good point.
Kyler Murray got better. The good thing is Kingsbury is not the head coach.
Yeah. Better than Quinn is.
He led a team to a Super Bowl.
He led a team that had basically been built for him.
Look, let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something, brother. They were up. The offensive coordinator of that team kind of had a repeat situation.
Oh, no, you're not. I'm not saying Quinn's 100% responsible for that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt that. No. I'm just saying that team was built for Quinn, and Quinn was able to, give him credit, was able to craft it, but he built a stout defense. The defense actually regressed every year.
He had Seattle. He was the defensive coordinator. He made Vic Beasley a Pro Bowler, and then now Vic Beasley's the UF. He was brought there to help shore up that defense. The offense was good only because Kyle Shanahan was offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
And once he left, we saw the progression of Matt Ryan and the offense. Matt Ryan retired recently.
Yeah, we meant to talk about that on the happy hour.
The one-day contract with the Falcons.
I really hate that he didn't win a Super Bowl. I mean,
2016 MVP.
and it would have made. We don't know how the career would have finished out.
Yeah.
But let's say it finished out the same way for Brian. It would have made an interesting loss then where would that put him in that legacy? Even though he was doing 2 more, but also losing nothing. So, it would be a little bit different on the legacy side for Rose.
So you and I both know if they can put Brady in the Hall of Fame this year, he probably would.
Well, no, I know, but I'm just saying if he instead of loses 2 Super Bowls that are kind of the same team, they just had your number, blah blah blah. But then you lose one of the Falcons, and let's say you don't even come back. You lose one of the Falcons, and that might have to change the Falcons' trajectory. Because the Falcons were young enough. Look, what happened to the Falcons is what happens to the Texas Rangers, and I have a theory about this. If you have a gut loss like that, it might be better just to completely shred the team. Because once that juju gets in the locker room, for some reason, you just can't scrub it out until it's completely clean of whoever that in that group.
The thing is, Atlanta almost made it back in 2017. They lost very game to the Philadelphia Eagles divisional round.
Yep. All right, so now we're going to have
Pat Bryant.
This is really.
He was already in.
I wonder if that means it's a trade. This will be interesting because if they stay the course, this draft might end up being kind of slow. If they make a trade, then you start that rotor wheel.
Look at that run of bad first-round quarterbacks for the Washington football.
Robert Griffin should have been retiring this year as a Hall of Famer.
He would have finished.
They can't hear. So Adam Schefter is saying that he thinks the Patriots. So basically, the draft's not going to get exciting. I mean, it's going to still be fun, but we're not going to have oh my god turmoil because now everything kind of slots. You've got Arizona probably going to take Marvin Harrison Jr. You got San Diego. I could see them trading out or just getting it like you're saying, just take time.
This break may look complicated.
Does he realize? Wait a minute.
New England doesn't have the offensive line.
But you got the Chargers will probably maybe trade down or just take the best offensive line, or they might just be the best player in the league because they do need to replace wide receivers. Anyway,
Williams.
Point is none of these other ones have a shot. Which quarterback is it? Is it Maye or is it JJ McCarthy? Who do you think?
Drake has to be.
All right. So as it comes up to the thing, we wait and see.
Drake May it is. Quarterback from North Carolina. Big and strong. Can be a 12, 15-year franchise quarterback. Well, this is what Drake May and Robert Kraft are looking. I like the pick. What do you think?
Yes, I like the pick a lot. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find.
Now, the Patriots are a team that needs a lot more than that, but I really like that they got a foundational piece in him. So right now, the Patriots, they need a quarterback with Patriots interest. They need a tackle, they need a receiver, a guard, top 5.
I think we'll see a more methodical approach.
Here's
May going to fire it deep, and it's Jones at the 20. Inside the 10, first and goal, Carolina.
Austin Hooper at tight end.
Right or wrong, you got a flag. Yeah.
Only double-digit game in the last 11. Here's a double reverse, and May trying to find Copenhagen again. He's wide open and caught down to the 10. J. Jones in motion, bottom of the screen. May up in the pocket. He'll run for it here. Gets the first down. 15. He'll slide shy of the 10. They'll mark it to the 12. Starting to get a rhythm for his offense, too. Look at this deep ball shot for J.J. Jones, and caught in stride is Jones. And then it's Devonshire that was winning.
That's exactly the trust today. Break that skid. Third down and for Drake May.
not in the league in 29 years.
Open downfield, and the
It's
catch
amazing.
is
He's
made
only
to
29 years
and down to the 1-yard line for Kamari Morris.
I don't think so. I mean,
Off the pump fake.
like when he runs,
To the
he
5
looks,
to his tight
and
end.
the miles look up on him up
He's
this
in for the
season.
score.
They
Touchdown,
were. He was.
Tigers.
He had a big low.
Mm-hmm.
And he was one of the top running backs for a 3-4 year period. But well deserved. He has. I kind of wish the Cowboys signed him for another couple of years. Make 10,000 and then retire.
Yeah.
Next week, at the time I still wanted him. He could back. We had the needed. Highlights the Drake May. He's so talented, man. He's big. Good in the UNC uniform. I'm not sure how that offense is going to look. They're still slow. They still need line play. And Antonio Gibson will be a nice little security blanket. I don't want Drake May to be more of a check down quarterback, but Gibson is good for that, just in case Drake May needs some adjustment. I really feel with the Drake May drafting, he might just start Jacoby Brissett to start.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay.
And we're back.
All right, I think we're back. Sorry, we had some technical issues.
I'm not
We're
sure
back.
what y'all missed, but Drake May was drafted by the Patriots. Arizona's on the clock, and they're making their pick. Marvin Harrison's baby boy is going to Arizona. Great pick. I think this is an addition for the Cardinals. They let Hollywood Brown go to the Chiefs. Good move for the Chiefs. The best receiver in this draft was Marvin Harrison Jr. He looks just like his dad, a great Hall of Famer Marvin Harrison for the Colts, but 4 inches taller. And I really like this connection between him and Kyler Murray. This is a great move. They got Trey McBride at tight end. They drafted for offensive line the last year when they got Paris Johnson Jr. also from Ohio State. I really like these moves so far. They got their offensive tackle for the future. They got their quarterback. They got the receiver. They added a pretty solid veteran, Sean Murphy Bunting, cornerback. They added Jonah Williams, a really good tackle. So they got their tackles basically locked for this season. But they added center Evan Brown. They got a solid backup running back in DJ Dallas. They got a solid backup quarterback in Desmond Ritter just in case Tom Brady gets hurt again. They did lose Hollywood Brown and Rondell Moore to the Falcons.
Hang on. All right, we should be back. Wait, hang on. I am. I don't know if you are.
Oh.
Sorry, people. We're having some technical issues here. We didn't even know we couldn't be heard for a moment.
Just hit the little thing, right?
Huh?
Just hit the little. Oh, yeah. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. That camera. Okay. I got you.
Sorry. Confused me. Extra camera.
Hey.
All right.
All right.
We don't know what the sound's going out or not, so we're trying to figure this out. So
And
just keep talking right now like you're talking.
All right. So I'm not sure what you heard, but I'm hearing myself talk.
Well, yeah, because I'm
okay.
trying to hear. That's what I'm having to do to see if we're live and if we're working.
So the Cardinals are kind of a bounce back. They're in second year of Jonathan Gannon. So they got their receiver, they got their quarterback, they got two good offensive linemen. They're still trying to build up their defense, but Jonathan Gannon was an excellent defensive coordinator. As you remember, he was the DC at Philadelphia 2 years ago when they went to the Super Bowl. Close loss to the Chiefs. And so, yeah, I think this would be a good move for year 2 of the Jonathan Gannon era. I really like this move. I think this is the move they should have done. They have the 4th pick, which they just chose, or they just used on Harrison, and they have the 27th pick in this draft. So
they still have to figure out what they're going to do with Murray, though.
I think they keep him. I think they just see what happens.
Well, no, I mean, you know, they're going to keep him this year, but I'm saying, like, I still don't think that he didn't play. First off, I thought he played better than he I guess he really did. I guess I just remember like the first game, like he had a couple big plays.
Yeah.
They lost. I remember that, but he had a couple big plays. And so, you know, it felt like that he was coming back or whatever. And
5th pick coming up is the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh's first pick as a head coach for the LA Chargers. I am curious. I think they go line.
This is one that you truly don't know.
Yeah, this could be the start of the big moves. You know, there might be a team that's talking to the Chargers now. Hey, tell me about Justin Herbert. What's his availability?
This is one that you truly don't know.
The Chargers with the 5th pick, they need a wide receiver. They lost Keenan Allen. They lost Keenan Allen to the Bears. Mike Williams to the Jets.
Yeah.
They need offensive line help. They got Rashawn Slater. They need another compliment to him.
I want him to do the Steve Walsh. I want him to draft McCarthy in the first round and say, hey, we're just trying to see what's going to happen.
They need they did the JC Jackson experiment, the 5 price free agent from the Patriots. That didn't work. He is gone. The Patriots already released him after he went back to New England. They need interior defensive line help. They need tight end help after they got rid of Gerald Everett. This is Jim Harbaugh's first year. They added Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins from the Ravens, so they got the running back situation done. They let Austin Eckler go to the Commanders. So
yeah, all right. So I think we got our stuff all back. I apologize I hope everybody kind of tried to stay with us and at least kept us up. We had some audio issues we were cutting out and stuff, so we had to reset and everything. And so everybody's telling me now it sounds great. So all right. So start the draft over, everybody. Start the draft. Roger? No. So we are waiting now, as you said, because I'm assuming people just now hearing us. So we're waiting for the Chargers to pick. And we were saying while we were trying to figure out if we were on or not, this is the first one that there really is. They could go 400 different ways.
They really could. I really think they're good for this year at running back, so I don't think they're going to draft a running back with this pick, but specifically. And I'm not thinking they're going to get Nabers or Donnie Mitchell right now. So they'll probably the next best option is offensive tackle. And if you look at the best available offensive tackle, I think J.C. Latham from Alabama might be the guy you need to get. I'm not sure what your opinion on that is, but
I think he's in a year that's really deep, and it's one of those that. Not only is it deep, but it's also, I don't think the difference between the first and the last first round lineman is, that big.
Yeah.
For me, when you go to that, then I want most experience. I want the most NFL ready. And I know Dallas might pick the one that's the most non-NFL ready later in the first round, but I'm fine with that in the 24th pick. But in the top 10, I mean, this is why I don't believe you sit quarterbacks anymore.
Yeah.
Your top 12 top 12 picks, I'll even just say 10 better all be starters the next year.
Yeah.
If they're not, you're struggling because you're losing a rookie contract in a position that you obviously drafted high enough that it was important.
Honestly, the more I think about it now, no offensive linemen have been picked, right?
No.
Joe Alt, he has the pedigree. His dad was a 10-year plus starter for the Chiefs in the 80s and 90s. He's 6'9". He's over 300 pounds.
Yeah.
Multiple year starter at Notre Dame, which churns out great offensive linemen after great offensive linemen. They can go there. I like Fashanu from Penn State a lot. He's 6'6", over 300 pounds as well. Mahler, great player. I think you win either way. You go with either one of those guys. This is a pretty good class for offensive tackles. I like Alt. I like Fashanu from Penn State. I like Mims from Georgia. Latham has a lot of upside. That's why he's been going higher in a lot of projected boards.
Yeah.
He's also 6'6", 342. I mean, these guys are just ginormous and athletic. Fuaga from Oregon State. He's a guy that's been going up on the list. He's 6'6" as well. The one that's been projected to go to the Cowboys at 24 is Tyler Guyton, and
Tyler on the lines.
Yeah, just like Tyler and Tyron, but the Smith brothers last year, essentially on the left side.
Yeah,
he's 6'8". I think Harbaugh should go that route. I think that's the best value if he's not going to trade out of this pick.
Something tells me there might be a trade. When
pick is in.
If it's early or late, it's usually a trade. This part of the draft.
I'm not sure who it's going to be yet, though.
Waiting for this commercial to end so that we can see. We do apologize for the technical issues. We think we have it straight. Again, that's the thing when you do these long live sessions like this. Like when we're doing happy hour, I'm always looking at the computer so I know if something is wrong.
Yeah.
Here, I'm trying to load video. We're trying all this new stuff. And then so when something as simple as the audio is not working right, we won't know sometimes. I wonder if it is a trade because they're not rushing back to commercial. Like they're taking their time. And usually on a trade, you're having to wait and get all the actual details. And, this is going to be for a first and a second and a third, or, CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott for Justin Herbert and 2 first rounds, something like that. So we're waiting on that.
A little bit excessive, but okay.
Do you think this is a shocking trade move, or do you think he's conservative?
Oh, well, I know who they pick.
Well, go ahead, say it then. Okay.
LA Chargers select Joe Alt.
Okay, so exactly. Great call on that one, though. Now, remember that nobody can see that. We're watching that. So if you get to pick before, which sometimes you probably will almost every time, you can go ahead and say it. Yeah, dude, that's a safe, again, conservative pick from a conservative coach who might be wonky, but all of his philosophies and stuff are pretty, old school. Run, play good D, big pass plays. And so I think that's the safest pick. At worst, you've got a
kicker.
Huh?
And they have Dicker the kicker.
I got a Dicker the kicker.
He's about to be a first-team All-Pro next season.
Heck, he did that weird thing where he won back-to-back games for 2 different teams in back-to-back weeks. First time that ever happened this past year. But yeah, I think that's the safe move. So that now puts the New York Giants. They're a team that needs a quarterback, but we know they're not doing that. They need a wide receiver. I think they need a running back. I mean, they need. It feels like for the 15th time in 20 years, the Giants are almost there, but they're just not built right.
So running back maybe for the future, but right now they have Devin Singletary, who turned it up for the Texans this past season.
I forgot to show Joe Alt highlights. My bad, guys.
And they got Brian Burns in a trade with the Panthers. That was just a big move for the Giants. It kind of signaled that they want to compete this year. And I'm actually very excited about that. The head coach for the Giants, it caused Wink Martindale to leave.
I told you when all that happened, he just feels like to me like and there's nothing wrong with big personality defensive coordinators. They're kind of like the John Daly of football, but usually they get themselves fired more times than not because they can't shut up.
Yeah.
And he just felt like, it's always the same, respected by the players. Great coaches like that use that us against them angle in everything they do, including the defense against the offense. They suck. They can't score. Go out and, prove your worth, whatever. And so I think for certain teams that can work, for certain groups that can work. But if the team is too young, it divides the locker room.
That is a really good point. It really does. And that is a very young team. They got Jalen Hyatt last year. They got Wan'Dale Robinson a couple years before that, Darius Slayton. They are a very young team with a very young, unproven quarterback who's gotten paid a lot of money, and Daniel Jones. His insurance or his security blanket as a backup quarterback, Tyrod Taylor, he left to go to the Jets to be backup to Aaron Rodgers. I think that's a good move for him. But yeah, I think the Giants, they just need, they're the kind of situation with the Patriots where they just need playmakers on the offensive side of the ball.
Giants just need consistency, man. It's amazing to me how they went to being, and this is why nobody ever has the magic sauce. Everything changes and breaks and all that. Yeah. But for 20 years, they were the model of consistency.
They were.
And you could even go back to really, even through the 80s, they never were terrible for long from the time that they finally made that first playoff trip in 81 all the way till 2011. They always were around. Yeah, they'd have down years. They'd have really bad years, and they had multiple bad years at the, back to back. But it never was forever. And it always felt at least that they were either going down or going up. Now they just feel like don't know where they're going. They have these every other wonder.
Jim Harbaugh dyed his hair a little bit, look a little younger.
Yeah, trying to look younger. But they'll have this every 2-year whoopsie year where they make the playoffs and they have a quarterback that plays okay and everybody thinks that's the future.
Pick is in.
Here he goes.
Sorry to cut you off. I think the Giants go receiver, and I think it's Malik Nabers this time.
See, again, in my opinion, a bad pick. Not a good pick at all.
They need something dynamic.
Worst pick in the history. No.
They should be ashamed of themselves.
So far, I mean, this draft all of a sudden has went from being this is going to be the craziest draft maybe ever to this. I don't really. I think you'll start getting some trades in the teens when some maybe like a Dallas. I'm not saying them, but I'm saying a team in the 20s that's going, okay, we really want that player. We want to make sure we get that player. You might see some of those, but who is it? Go ahead.
Giants select, I think, Malik Nabers. Let me see. Something changed on here. Yep, Malik Nabers to the New York Football Giants, number 6.
Tennessee is now on the clock.
And I think they go
to Funky Town.
And after that, I think they go offensive line as well.
Okay. So again,
I do like that they go to Funky Town.
Again, just it's funny. Nobody even said in all the notes and everything that, hey, what if this doesn't, what if these picks don't start being traded?
Yep.
Are we just going to end up sitting there? And it's not that, you still got to figure out where teams are. And it's not like I'm saying, oh, let's get off the air. But I think it's funny that everybody was so sure. And I think more and more now, when we do this, but we're the little guy. We're the outside folk. We don't have 1,000 insiders.
We're the outside folk.
We're the outside folk. I do think that it gets to a point where there's a lot of BS that's, a lot of, we're doing this, I promise. And they're just doing it to get attention, to float ideas out, to see what, anyway, that's my point.
All right. They got Levis. They got Rudolph at backup. They got Spears. They got Pollard. They got Ridley. They got Treylon Burks. They got DeAndre Hopkins. I think they go offensive line. And I think if they go offensive line, they should go with Penn State's Fashanu.
Could you see them shocking the world with a quarterback?
They just spent a second round and a third round back-to-back years.
The great thing is, again, none of them are on big contracts. If you want to cut bait, you can cut bait.
This is a new regime, too, with the Titans, with Brian Callahan as head coach.
And it's not like Will Levis. Again, he's kind of like what I was talking about when Kyler Murray come back. I guess just because of like the first couple games, I thought he had a better season than he did. He didn't have a Bryce Young one. I'm not saying it was terrible, but it wasn't as good. It obviously wasn't good enough to make them say, okay, we are 100%. That's our guy.
Right.
And that's a little, if I'm, to me, that's a little disconcerting.
All right. Titans got about 5 minutes left.
Let me see if I can fast forward.
They got the Jerry Steen from the Chiefs. They got Awuzie, I said right, Rudolph, Kenneth Murray from the Chargers, Lloyd Cushenberry from the Broncos, Sebastian Joseph Day from the Chargers. Derrick Henry left, but they replaced him. Tannehill left, they replaced him. Azeez Al-Shaair went to the Texans.
Yeah,
one of my favorite linebackers. They replaced him with Kenneth Murray. So I think they just go offensive line. They just try to build that up, protect Levis. They have some. I think they might surprise some teams. I know you might disagree, but I think they're going to surprise some teams this year. Let's see if they hit on this pick here.
No, it wouldn't shock me if they surprise. If Levis plays well, they're still in a division that is
very winnable.
As great as what the Texans did. We have to see if that's a 1 year thing, and they kind of regress back because a lot of things happen perfect for them. So anyway, it wouldn't surprise me. I just think that. I just felt that some of those signings felt like they were signings for signing's sake, if that makes sense. Getting all fancy right there. But we'll see. They have about 3 minutes left. I guess every time I move over from the window, it pauses it. So that's why I keep getting behind, which it doesn't matter. Nobody can see that.
Is anyone joining us today?
Yeah, we're going to get them in. We had the issue we're having to reset, but we're going to get them in. We're going to get them in. Brett and Ryan, if you are listening, we'll get you in.
Pick is in for the Titans. Let's see who they pick. I don't know yet. No, I know the pick is in, though. All right, I'm checking all my sources here to see if I can see anything, but nope, nothing yet.
Atlanta will be on the clock after this pick is in.
We kind of predicted. I think everybody kind of predicted this was going to happen. But I think a lot of people had, like, for example, Chargers. They had the Alabama tackle, J.C. Latham, going instead of Alt. But I'm like, you go with Alt. That is the easiest decision if he's available.
Again, that's just, I think sometimes people are trying to be different just in case they do actually hit on one of those.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes
somebody actually does, and sometimes, again, I think sometimes they're floated information. And to be fair, I don't think that the reporters are dumb. They know that it's probably going to be wrong, and that's why you preface it very thick with sources, rumor.
Very thick. Yep.
Did they pick?
No.
All that you do all that enough to where even though it's. That's basically what Adam Schefter got busted doing. Was feeding information from, and don't anybody can get ethical about it, but that's media 101 right there. That happens all the way down to high school newspaper. You peddle for information. Is it wrong? Sure, but if you get the information and the information makes a bad thing go away, isn't that? Anyway.
Harbaugh would agree with
we're
you.
Getting into
you get an assistant to get some information for you.
That's okay. Nice, sir. Nice. You should have been a lawyer. That would have, but no, you're kind of good. You're kind of right on that. But seriously, it's just the point. God, they're taking a long time on these.
Oh, wait. So I'm on that sleeper app that I use for a Dynasty Football League. And let's see. I think it's J.C. Latham, but not telling me.
Huh.
I'm not getting information. It's okay.
As we're sitting here waiting, NFL live draft. I want to remind everybody that we will have a live happy hour Monday night to complete the whole draft. It'll probably be exclusively NFL draft unless something breaks in another sport that's really, oh my God, we probably.
Yeah, I think because we're going to look and see who won the draft, who didn't win, who's going to need to sign someone else.
Do all that after we talk about how stupid it is to grade drafts the day of because you don't know. We immediately will then start to grade the drafts.
Of course.
Because that's the hypocriticos. That's different than the OutDrank the coverage. What are they doing? There must be a trade.
I wanted there to be one, but it just keeps saying the picks in. Maybe they just have a commercial requirement that they're trying to fill.
Well, no, I mean, seriously, I wonder if it's a trade. Like again, when you do a trade, you don't necessarily, you basically say, hey, we have a trade.
Yeah.
It'll, and then they stop everything. And then the NFL gets on the phone and says, okay, what's the trade? What's the deal? They've got to make sure it's a legal trade and it fits all the rules. And so that's why sometimes when you have a trade, it gets like this, where you get kind of pause. Something's possibly moving. Because ESPN's still at commercial and they're still showing on the clock.
Yeah.
Now they probably are about to come back in because, here it looks like we're about to come back in.
Music playing in the background.
Hi.
Yeah, none of my apps are updating, so
All right, so we're waiting here on ESPN. Sorry, I keep forgetting they don't hear ESPN. I'm assuming it's y'all can hear.
We're patiently waiting on Roger Goodell to give us the good or bad news.
Maybe it was just a commercial break. I mean, the NFL, they don't have to pretend with the draft. Like, dude, y'all need us to take 5 minutes. We'll take 5 minutes.
ESPN's just like any other company. They will sell out for money.
It's capitalism.
Yeah.
That's the way it works, folks.
Amen. God bless.
I'm not complaining either. I'm not saying that as a negative in any way, but I mean, I just understand that's how it works.
Hey, if any company wants to pay me money to talk their
booty juice.
Yeah.
Wasn't that what it called on
I'm your man.
Hang on.
That's
nope, it's not a trade, it's a pick.
Nathan.
Good call, Mr. Tedlow. Intern Noe, the pro, does it again. Good pick there. And again, I think you're going to hear this a lot on a lot of these players. It is the safe pick.
Oh, so far, it has been the safe pick through 7 picks. Atlanta's number 8. They're up next. They got Raheem Morris. They fired Arthur Smith last season. They got rid of Desmond Ritter at Arizona. He's in Arizona now. They signed Kirk Cousins to a $180 million 4-year contract. They got Darnell Mooney, Rondell Moore. So they got some talented receiver to go along with Kyle Pitts at tight end. Drake London also at wide receiver. They got Ray McLeod. Be a good depth signing from the 49ers.
I know these are highlights and all, but man, Latham looks good.
He's a big old road grader. I mean, he's strong.
He kind of reminds me of if you'd have kept Newton at right tackle, because at one time Newton was going to be a right tackle.
Yeah.
But he kind of moves like him, because Newton, everybody talks about his belly and all, but Newton could move. That's why he was so good on the pulls.
Yeah.
The pulls in the trap, man, Newton could move, bigger, faster and all that. But anyway, and Latham kind of looks like that.
They got Bijan last year. Great draft pick for them. That was the one running back everybody
But
knew.
it took them a while. I think the undoing for
Arthur Smith
was it took him too long to get Robinson to be a part. Again, you've got 5 years, especially at running back. You've got 5 years with this guy. Now, I do think he's one of those that can be a lifetimer and end up being one of the top. But even then, it might not be with the same team.
Yep.
So you got 5 years, and you basically wasted one because you took too long to completely put him in the offense.
I think they go pass rush. They got the running back. They got the offense. I think they need to build a defense. I think a defensive route, foundational building block.
Their pick is in.
I think it's going to be – I'm going to go – this is a tough one. I don't want to go with Dallas Turner.
You don't like him? Or it's too safe?
Like him. He's not as good as Will Anderson, but I like him.
Yeah.
I really like Jared Verse a lot.
Yeah.
I like – the guy that no one really talks about is the guy that was a converted to tackle. He went to tackle to rush. He's 6'5", almost 300 pounds. His name is Darius Robinson from Missouri.
Uh-huh.
About 6'5", 295. Big dude, fast, runs under 5'40". I would like him, but I don't think he's going to go in the first round per se. I think either Verse, Latu from UCLA. I've known about him the last couple of years. He's really good, but I think if Atlanta wants a safe pick, Dallas Turner is your guy. You might as well just go with him. So that's my guess.
All right, look and see what it's Has it said anything yet? I've got the
I
video up.
don't have any updates. Let's see. Yep, I just see that Tennessee got Alabama's J.C. Latham. So we'll see.
So are you? We'll talk about things in between. You and I have talked about this earlier. I've always been around the draft.
Yeah.
But I haven't I always would pay attention. Once smartphones, have it on my phone, if nothing else.
Right.
But do you think that all this gets overblown and all the subterfuge is a little goofy and a little overrated, and they try to make themselves seem smarter than they really are because this is their one time to shine on TV, to be the general manager shaking the owner's hand, with the pick, and everybody's all happy. I think Jerry Jones basically created that image that all the owners do now during the first round of the draft. So I just sometimes feel like they're trying too hard. Like, I've said that, look, I'm a big football guy. I coached, but I have said this, I don't get coaches that need to coach for 16 hours a day.
Yeah.
There comes a point where you're not adding value to your workday.
Jim Haslett. Law of diminishing returns.
Dick Vermeil, law of diminishing returns.
Yeah.
Dick Vermeil was a classic, burned himself out. Like, he could have stayed in the Eagles, and thankfully he didn't, because if he'd have stayed and had the vision that he ended up having in the early 90s with what that offense he wanted to do, but he burned himself out, and it's because he slept on the couch. I'm just saying. I think sometimes that stuff, you got to justify your work. You got to justify why you're getting paid $200,000 as an assistant GM. Wow, working, grinding the day.
That is an old school mentality, though. Working late hours, that looks good, but now in this new age, we're looking at, hey, we're more results driven. What are you doing? If you can get the same amount of work done in 5 hours less, do that.
See, I think the problem is with something like a game or scouting, your work officially can never end. There's always one other player you can scout. There's always,
I kind of like this relaxed Roger Goodell look.
Yeah, I think he changed a few years ago.
Yeah.
I think he hang on. We're listening. Sorry.
What? Finally, we got it. I was wondering why they were penning, or they were shooting on McCarthy and Penix. I'm not even sure why. That doesn't make any. Well, I guess long term it makes the most sense. Wow, the Atlanta Falcons, number 8, with the shocker pick this is the first shocker pick to start this draft.
I don't understand this at all.
Kirk Cousins, 4 years, $180 million. He's not going to be there forever.
But Michael Penix is not a 21-year-old.
He's 24.
So, okay, so probably Kirk Cousins' deal is really a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
I think if that's usually where it is.
And really a 1.
Well, no, I think it's a 2. I think it's a 2. I mean, it can be a 1 again. Again, you have a guy on rookie salary, but then I go back to that, Noe. You're having a guy that's going to sit. Now, is your idea that you don't have to sign him to as much because you sit him and so he doesn't have value? But then that's when he goes, okay, I'll sign a short prove it deal, and then you're going to owe me a lot of money. I just don't get this move. This isn't the old NFL where you draft a guy and sit him for 2 or 3 years.
This is the one you and I are going to be sending links to and speculating as to why they really did it. And what the future of a Kirk Cousins will be.
Is there situations where they're realizing that the Achilles isn't healing?
Well, for Kirk Cousins, so there's a possibility that Penix might actually start the season.
Well, I mean, I just don't. I don't understand this.
But
move.
Then why give Kirk Cousins 4 years, $180 million?
And again, even if it's just 2 years, that's still you're going to eat 2 years.
Man.
Now, are they believing that it's the Roger Staubach to Danny White, that a legend will hang it up and the backup will sit there for those 2 years and be perfectly fine with it, and then just take over and can either, if they haven't won a Super Bowl, finally get there, or if they've maybe won one, continue it, I guess. But you're still eating into a 5-year rookie deal that is the biggest value after you oversign, by the way. And I love Kirk Cousins. You bid against yourself, Atlanta. I just don't get this move, man.
I want to look at the reaction. I want to look at a replay of the reaction that Penix gave when he got drafted. Was he expecting to get drafted?
He had a shocked look, and I know at one point he hugged one of the guys to the right, and you could hear him look at him say Falcons. Now, was that Falcons or Falcons?
Intern knowing the pro?
the pro.
Okay,
yeah.
Bears are up next.
Wow. Thank you, by the way. No matter what, Atlanta, we do appreciate that move. And look, if you think you can make it work, I told you this before when we were talking off the air.
Yeah.
I don't care if a team like the Dallas Cowboys, I don't care if they fail in their draft. I just want a plan. Yeah. Have a plan, stick to it, see it through. If it doesn't work, start back over. I'm fine with that. I've told you this before. I've seen all the champions I need in my life. If I get to see more, I'm happy with it. But the point is see it through. And so if the Falcons think that this is going to work, hey man, good for them.
Bears pick is in. I'm not sure if Goodell's already up yet, but pick is in.
Look. Now they're still doing the Mel Kiper talk.
So Dallas Turner to the Bears, that would answer one of the other issues they have. Or they go offensive line route.
Or wide receiver.
Yeah.
Dunze. That's what I'm saying. They still need a wide receiver. I'd go with Donovan Mitchell.
They got Keenan Allen. They got DJ Moore. So they're
but you're going to Keenan Allen's.
Yes,
Keenan Allen's a 1-year deal. Now you can. I see no problem if you punt that wide receiver decision to next year, and then you go somewhere else. Now that's a need to fill at this moment.
I'm just shocked, man. I'm still trying to come up. They must have saw something with Penix that gave them confidence that he's okay.
Everybody Booger is talking about his arm. I don't know, man. Hey, maybe Arthur Blanks is getting that Jerry Jones. I'm old now. I haven't won I've been to one. We should have won. We didn't win. He owned the 90. He was the owner of the 99.
Yeah,
I can't remember who he was. But either way, they haven't won the Super Bowl. And so
here
we go. The Giants pick is in.
No, the Bears.
Bears. Sorry for that. Back-to-back Washington Husky players. Yeah. That's going to be a legend. That's either going to be good lore or bad lore. If they're tied together for the rest of their career. I mean, they already were.
Trade. Vikings trade with the Jets. The Jets were the 10th pick. Vikings were 11th. Vikings switch with the Jets. And I have no idea why. JJ?
No.
Why would they? Because the Jets are not going to draft a quarterback. So why would they trade with the...
So now Minnesota has it.
Maybe that's preventative. Maybe they're worried that another team was going to trade with the Jets for that 10th pick. So they went ahead and traded.
Yeah, and that does happen. Because you'll have to see. If they didn't give up a lot, that's what it was. The Jets were like, we'll take an extra third.
So that's telling. I think they get McCarthy. Now, let's see.
Many targets today as Odunze is on the sideline this time. Today, that one is right there. Odunze.
Play. Now, here's a free play for Penix, and he'll just...
They haven't even announced it on ESPN yet.
Vikings have less than 8 minutes.
They just have them on the clock. Yeah, they have 5:44 left on my clock.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No. I was behind. And I could still be behind. I'm just sorry, guys. It's been a weird night, man. We appreciate everybody sticking through with us as we're getting through this draft.
I don't know the details of this trade with the Jets, but oh my gosh, this is fantastic. I love it, man. That is preventative. Yeah, they know who they want. They just want to make sure they were positioned to get that person. I think with Michael Penix going, that kind
It's McCarthy. I think it's McCarthy.
This is the trigger, right?
It just
know that-
happened later.
Yeah, it's happened later, much later than we.
But I think it assures that more the quarterbacks are going off in the first.
Yeah, I mean, this draft, we were in Caleb Williams at 1, Jaden Daniels at 2, Drake May at 3, and then now Michael Penix at 8.
Yeah.
The biggest shocker of them all. We still got J.J. McCarthy. We still got Bill Nix. Those are the 6 that are supposed to go in this first round, potentially. So I'm pretty sure since the Vikings played this trade with the Jets, they're going to go with the quarterback. I'm thinking McCarthy, which makes me think that the Raiders might be going. Raiders are probably going to get Bill Nix.
All right, the Vikings pick is in.
All right. Pick is in.
So then the Jets will now be the next pick.
Because they can still get Brock Bowers. Because you know the Vikings are not going to draft the tight end.
Now that just sounds like a Jets pick, in a good way. Like Bowers is going to go up there. Yeah. Well, Bowers is going to go up there at least for 2 years. I think Rodgers probably plays a couple of years. It's going to, I think, become that security blanket that for whatever reason Green Bay could never keep a tight end consistently. And maybe that's Rodgers. Maybe Rodgers.
Well, that was
so maybe is that an issue?
So with Brett Favre, he was with wide receiver.
Yeah.
They had Robert Brooks, Antonio Freeman,
but I'm saying,
Sterling,
but for Aaron Rodgers, do you get a tight end? Maybe he's not. I mean, because I just think back, like he never really has been a tight end guy.
Yeah. Well, if they don't do that, they're going to get some skill position. They got Mike Williams.
Bowers. I think you still got him for the long haul. You don't have Rodgers forever.
You don't have Rodgers forever. And Bowers was an instant star with the Georgia Bulldogs in college as a true freshman. So, we already know who Minnesota's going to pick. They're going to pick McCarthy. I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead to the for the future. They got Hassan Reddick from the. Is everything okay?
No, just keep going. Just keep going.
They got Hassan Reddick in a trade with the Eagles. They got former Cowboy, future Hall of Famer Tyron Smith from the Mike Williams from the Chargers. They got Morgan Moses from the Ravens. Javon Kinlaw from the 49ers, a big defensive line. And Tyrod Taylor, the backup quarterback to Aaron Rodgers, 6 years younger. So I think they kind of filled out some of the starting needs and depth needs. They did lose Bryce Huff to the Eagles.
Yeah.
But it was kind of like a Hassan Reddick for Bryce Huff. That's fine. Jordan Whitehead went back to the Buccaneers. Connor McGovern left. Mekhi Becton. Dwayne Brown don't expect to be coming back. Corey Davis, I think he retired. Randall Cobb, I don't think he's coming back either. Last year they got an edge in Will McDonald IV from Iowa State.
Yeah.
This is a team, they're kind of like the Buffalo Sabres in hockey, where they haven't been in the playoffs since 2010. And that was one of the last great years with Rex Ryan. They made it to the AFC title game, lost a close one to the Steelers. They only been in the Super Bowl once, the famous 68 season where Joe Namath guaranteed victory, and they beat the heavily favored Baltimore Colts.
It's starting to already break on my Athletic. Atlanta shocks the NFL. ESPN. Did Atlanta just make a terrible decision? I love it. This is the part of the draft I love. All the guessing and the nanny pooping and all that. I think it's brilliant as we're waiting for the Vikings pick at 10.
All right. The Vikings acquired the 10th overall pick and a 6th round pick from the Jets for the number 11th pick, 4th and 5th round picks. So good on the Jets. They got
good, solid.
Yeah. So as long as they hit on those 4th and 5th round picks, All right, the pick is in for the Vikings. Let's see who they pick. I'm assuming J.J. McCarthy, quarterback from Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're right, but I just don't see it.
I don't see it either, but maybe it's because he never had to be in a position to.
And he played well, and he can make all the throws. I'm not saying he can't be a starter by any stretch. I just think, again, top 10 pick. That's
what everybody goes back to saying. They say he has the arm. He just really hasn't had to prove it much. I remember he had a really good game a couple of years ago against TCU.
Yeah.
So, you know it's there. He has good enough size to see what he does. I think he'll probably be the starter in Minnesota if they draft him.
Oh, yeah, you're not, again, unless you're Atlanta, you're not drafting to not start.
Yeah, because they got Sam Darnold. I would love to have Sam Darnold. I mean, right now, Cowboys fan, I'm happy with Rush, Trey Lance in the background.
Yeah,
But
I don't know, man. I still don't.
he's a stealing, but
What if, yeah, you're right. I mean, he's played well. I should trust him. There you go.
the first celebrity guest pick. No. A loving mother and wife.
That looks like probably I think they do part of this. Yeah.
It's just still move anyway.
I'm so glad we're not there. That is so cringe. Here we go.
That's cringe, bro. Man, we are so cool. It's a cringe.
Okay, just give the. Does it mean a little less if he's looking down at it? Whoa, we've got 2,400 people. Oh gosh, I hope our sound doesn't go back out. Or somebody tell us. Thankfully, Beyonce is kind of monitoring.
On the group chat?
No, I don't know. Hang on. Here we go. Vikings take Fran Talkington. Wow.
So, hey, Michigan Wolverine went to Minnesota.
I
wonder how the Detroit or the Michigan fans in attendance.
They said they're cheering loudly.
Jay.
I think they're also cheering because they know their quarterback, and they're like,
yeah, Jared Goff.
You know, I'm sorry. I don't know. This feels like an emergency pick. I kind of wonder if Penix was the guy that they were rolling. They thought at 12.
That's what it seems like because they made that pick right.
The trade happened almost immediately.
Yeah.
And usually when you have a guy and you want a guy,
yeah,
and you know that there's a chance that guy might be taken before you get to pick, what you do is you have that backup plan.
Yeah.
Usually it's like with Dallas, they even, they had to take a trade down from Philadelphia to figure out, and then, okay, let's go to Micah Parsons because their player right before him got taken out from under them. And so the Minnesota Vikings probably had that backup deal with the Jets as if Penix is taken before we can, we get to draft. We know you're not taking him. Yeah. So we'll take him. And so I think when Atlanta did that, you nailed it, dude. It triggered that, and they're like, we just got to make a move. We got to make a move.
I'm looking, man. The next rated receiver and is Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. But the next skill player available on offense is Brock Bowers. So I guess, outside of that ridiculous Atlanta move,
everything's been kind of safe.
Yeah.
Now I will say this: that move could end up hitting 100%. And if it does, you got to tip their hat. Again, I go back to what I said about when Atlanta made their pick. As long as you have a plan, as long as we're doing this because we feel we know something nobody else does, go for it, dude. But if you're only doing it, if it's a Shante Carver pick, and if you're too young or don't remember, go look him up.
One of the main famous busts the Cowboys
because Dallas
drafted in '90s.
Yeah, Charles Haley's back was done. Tolbert's knees were almost done, and this was Jerry's first draft, I think it was. Yeah, and they picked Shante Carver, who had been rated like a 4th round guy.
And also the pick is in for the Jets.
Okay, thank you. But yeah, he was a 4th-round guy that one scout said, man, if everything goes right, he could be. Well, dude, that's everybody that gets drafted.
Yeah.
Literally, if you're good enough to get drafted, you're good enough to have a if everything goes right. Tom Brady had if everything goes right. There was also a chance that Tom Brady didn't go that route.
Right.
Again, it's not just people aren't born to this shit. Like Tom Brady couldn't have gone into every place and just turned the franchise around. It all has to be perfect. Anyway, get off
Jets
my
are
damn
up.
soap.
Pick is in. I think they go skill
Does
position.
JJ McCarthy look a little too much like Zach Wilson?
Yeah, he does.
And it's kind of scary because the Jets pick is in, and it's like I keep saying, wait, did they redraft? Did the Jets redraft Zach Wilson after trading him?
And I think McCarthy's a little bit younger. I think he's like 21. So that's
we all
on the
know,
plus
and we
side.
all know that Zach likes him older.
Hide your wives, hide your mothers, Bronco fans.
And your crab legs. So we're waiting on this pick now. The Jets pick. It feels like it's going a little slower this year as far as like when we hear the pick is in and when they actually say it.
They got to give Kuiper his time to talk.
Well, and this, and look, we work in media, folks. We understand advertising and stuff, but it feels like this is over advertised because Mel Kiper's coming out after the other pick is in, and he hasn't even been able to give his, 5-minute little thing he's going to say.
Let's see.
Is that Kenny? No, it's not. That was Kenny Smith.
I think it's Brock Bowers, but
is it? That makes sense.
There's another thing that says Fashanu from Penn State is getting drafted, so I don't know.
Oh, I thought maybe you were ahead and actually got a pick.
No, it's yeah. See, the thing is, they don't say it exactly, but there's obviously trolls here. So it's
yeah, believe
OJ
me,
Simpson getting drafted, but it's either Fashanu or Brock Bowers.
I mean, he was a hell of a slasher. Just saying. All right, here comes Roger Goodell. We'll tune in and listen to this. Fashanu was off the board. I was in a dream world hoping he would somehow either fall to Dallas or something. He feels like a lock 4-year All-Pro, 6-year Pro Bowl, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I really like this move. He was my favorite tackle outside of Alt coming into this draft. So good for the Jets. They got someone to protect Aaron Rodgers and whoever the future quarterback's going to be.
There's others that might have a higher ceiling, but there's not anybody that to me was just as again solid. He might not be a Hall of Fame player, and it's one of those things that if they win a Super Bowl in his time, it won't matter. But it might not even be a good value pick. But he's a guy that's going to start for you for 8 to 9 years with no problems.
Yep.
He might not be spectacular, but he's going to be good, and that's okay to have a good player.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have that than bad. And if you have a lot of good players, that's going to usually lead to a great team. So I'm pretty bully on this move by the Jets. They got, I think they just couldn't commit to drafting a tight end that early, even though Brock Bowers was the best offensive athlete available at that time. So
again, it goes back to when we really started thinking about it, Aaron Rodgers isn't really tied to tight end. I don't think that's his thing.
Yeah, you made the point earlier. That's a good point.
But I had never thought about it until, that like really sitting there thinking about it. Like, cause when the trade happened, I heard Mel or one of them saying, that this seems like the obvious, let's go get a tight end or let's go get the best tight end in the draft in the last few years. But I mean, if he's not going to use him, why waste it? All right. So now we go to
the Broncos.
Yeah. The Broncos. We don't have their new helmet. Again, they changed their uniforms.
Good for them. Yeah, they lost Russell Wilson. They lost Jerry Jeudy. They lost their center, Lloyd Cushenberry, and they lost Justin Simmons, their veteran, who's still unsigned. So whoever picks him up has a good deal at safety. They really didn't do much free agency as far as acquiring, except for Zach Wilson in the recent trade with the Jets. I am very curious where they go with this. They could go tackle. They could go center guard. If they go center guard, then that Graham Barton from Duke, great pick right there. He's really good. He's very solid. He's very versatile, which is very key for them.
I just think you have to. I'm just not big on, and I know it worked, but until he got sick, and it wasn't that's nothing you can do.
Correct.
I'm just not big on first round centers. Like centers are the guys,
But he can play center or guard.
Yeah, he can play center or guard, but I mean, you're drafting him for one or the other.
You know who's still available? Dallas Turner.
Yeah, Dallas Turner's. He's kind of.
This is where you start thinking about some of the defensive players.
Yeah.
Dallas Turner, Kenyon Mitchell, the outstanding cornerback from Toledo.
In fact, somebody we watch today predicted that this would be the first defensive position would be the Broncos. So you might be onto something right there.
Yeah, I mean, they need a lot. So if they're not going to go for quarterback, and if they're not going to trade the pick, then go best available. Right now it's Dallas Turner. If they're not going to do that, they got Terry and Arnold and Kenyon Mitchell from Alabama and Toledo, respectively. Latu from UCLA as an edge rusher would be good. I don't really know of any offensive player they could really get right now that would be worth it. I don't think they should go for Bo Nix. If they go for Bo Nix, I'm watching That's Good Sports tomorrow because I want to see what Brandon Perna does.
You think he'd be mad?
Oh, I think he'll. Yeah, like what he did about Zach Wilson was hilarious, and I think what he'll do if that happens, it'll even be more hilarious.
More hilarious.
More hilarious. Let me see what the offensive tackles are available.
The Broncos pick is in.
Crusticles. So right now I'm going to go to the top offensive lineman available. Best available. Offensive tackle.
As we're waiting on the Broncos pick here, almost halfway through the draft.
Amarius Mims from Georgia.
Uh-huh.
He is, I think, 6'8", 340. Big old dude.
That's the one that has is basically the highest ceiling, but he has only played 8 games in his career because of injuries and other things and being at Georgia and just not being able to start right away.
Yeah.
But he has the highest, to give Dallas credit, if Dallas drafts him, he'll probably ascend.
Pick is in for the Broncos.
Yeah, he'll probably ascend because Dallas has been really good with multiple offensive line coaches now have been really good about who they draft in the first round. I mean, I think Tyler Smith tested us all on that, and then look what he did in year 1.
Yeah.
So that's why if he falls to Dallas and Dallas picks him, I know Dallas is good at tackle. And it completely solidifies that line. You just got to make sure you're drafting somebody that is as good as Tyler Smith is at guard, whether it be at tackle or guard.
Yeah.
You just don't want to have to move Smith and he loses a little bit of his ability and you're not quite as good as him, then both positions suffer.
Which is funny because the plan, in quotes, was always to move Tyler Smith to tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But he's so good as a guard, you kind of don't want to move him right now. But if you don't move him now, I don't think you ever move him.
But good point there. This is the draft to have that situation because if you feel good either way, okay, if we get the Duke guy inside, great. He's our new guard. We'll figure out the center, or he's our new center. I still think if you got to figure out the guard, you stick with Tyler. Or if it's a tackle, they have the option to go either one and not. And now also giving you the option, sometimes the worst thing, because you can have not one right pick, you can have 2 wrong picks.
If Dallas somehow can get into the second round, this guy's available. The last couple of years, 2-3 years, Cooper Beebe from Kansas State, one of the best guards I've seen.
Yep.
If he can somehow slip,
he's a mauler too, man. He's a mauler.
I don't think he's going to go in the first round either. And he was
because the inside's considered. And I think
valuable.
I think also, again, a lot of it is in today's football, your tackles are going to be overvalued. That's the whole reason Lyle Collins wouldn't go to his right position. If Lyle Collins, he got the money, so that's what matters. I'm not saying that in a bad way.
Yep.
But in my opinion, if he'd have stayed at guard, we're talking him and Zach Martin formed, a big thing.
They did what I thought, and I can't wait to watch it tomorrow. Now, he will say that he's happy about it, but I think number 12 is not the best pick for Bo Nix.
I disagree.
Okay.
You
That's
have
fine.
Sean Payton. What's the biggest knock on Bo Nix?
Knicks. let me round that X off. We're about to have a fight.
Yeah. Maybe I should find another show to be on.
Yeah, hey, I'm out drinking the coverage. You know what that means when I'm from East Texas.
You
accept that response. But no, seriously, what is Bo Nix's biggest knock?
Arm strength.
What was Drew Brees' biggest knock?
After his injury, arm strength.
Well, even before his injury, he never was a big arm guy. He lost some, but my point
they
is,
both are very accurate. Yes.
Yes, and what does Sean Payton need in his offense? Accuracy over arm strength. Yep. I think this is a brilliant move. I think this is Sean Payton taking Russell Wilson's shit and somehow turning it into the exact. To me, I'm not saying Bo Nix is the best quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm saying Bo Nix to Sean Payton is the best combination that you could have got out of any of these teams.
Hey, if it works, great. I just don't see it as of right now. I think he.
You don't need him right now. You've got Zach Wilson. That's a guy. I mean, I don't.
I'm sorry, but when you rewatch this show and you hear what you just said,
they have Zach Wilson.
You'll find how hilarious that is.
Okay, so you got to realize not every team thinks they're going to the playoffs. The Broncos are like, okay, we've got to.
Not every team is going to be so happy to say, but we have Zach Wilson.
But when you feel you've drafted your future, Zach Wilson becomes that bridge quarterback. I'm not saying they're happy like they're going to win. They've got a guy.
But the way you said it, I mean, it was pretty funny.
Well, because I think Zach Wilson. I mean,
the Raiders pick us in.
Okay, I think Zach Wilson can keep a team around the playoff tree. But they're not. I don't think that they're trying to make the playoffs next year, unless Bo Nix comes in and like wows them, and maybe that happens. Maybe Bo Nix wows them and everything. But I think that they're happy with and maybe they're wanting to go 5-12 and get a. No, I'm serious and get a third.
I would be happy if it works out because, like I said earlier, I really like Patrick Nix, his dad.
He was a old school like rough quarterback. He wouldn't have pretty stats and his ball wouldn't be pretty, but whenever they needed him to make the throw, he'd made the throw.
Yeah. Raiders are up next. Their pick is in. Antonio Pierce. This is his first year as full-time head coach. They got Gardner Minshew. The top 6 quarterbacks are already gone, so they probably won't go quarterback.
Is this the most quarterbacks in the top 12?
Maybe since
it has to
maybe
be.
Since '99. I don't know
how many, but that wasn't even 6, was it?
I don't know because I mean it was a lot of bad quarterbacks except for McNabb.
Well, that's the funny thing.
And then 2018, I'm not sure how many went in that draft.
The funny thing is the big group ones they tend to all not really work.
Yeah. But anyway, Raiders are up. Their pick is in. Pierce. New era. They got Christian Wilkins. Their interior defensive line is pretty good. Gardner Minshew could be a good bridge quarterback to whoever they pick probably next year.
6 in the 83. That's the one I thought it might be. And look at that. That's a hodgepodge of 3 great guys, 6 starters, but only,
They need a running back for sure.
I agree.
I don't think they're going to pick a running back.
Well, I'm worried about them. I don't know if Dallas has a pick ahead of them in the second or not because I think they are
in the second. I could definitely
Jamarcus Russell,
Dallas Turner, Brock. They just drafted Michael Mayer last year. Now they got Brock Bowers. Are they doing a 2 tight end?
Why does Michael sound like he's crying? I don't even remember Mayer getting a lot of playing time.
Wow. Brock Bowers he doesn't look happy at all.
Wow.
That's awkward. Brock Bowers doesn't look happy at all to be a Las Vegas Raider. This is hilarious.
Yeah, good call, man. He does not look happy at all. We'll have to remember that Monday.
Michael Mayer got drafted by the Raiders last year and actually performed pretty well toward the end of last season. Unless they go 2 tight end set in, you got to remember these guys that are
the people now didn't draft Mayer. They might feel he has nothing to do with what they want to do.
Probably.
And that's fair or foul. That's just how it works, man. That's sometimes
I'm just shocked, man.
We've had enough fun little things here. It's not been as crazy, but we've had it, and the Raiders always tend to be on the shock. Now, in saying that, I think the only thing, this is my point. He had 300 yards, 2 touchdowns. Now, they don't have a great quarterback. I'm not saying it's his fault,
But something tells me that they felt that was a position need. And they're both on rookie deals, so you can run the 22 personnel with them if you want to. And that's still, to me, if you have 2 great tight ends, I'll take 2 great tight ends over 1 great slot.
Yeah.
Not a slut, but a slot. Slut, I need an offensive tackle too.
Okay.
Yeah, you can tell they're trying to pump him up. His dad literally kind of sat by him and did the harder slap, like, son, you just need to accept in your own TV, and you got a brand now, and you got to play it well.
I think Saints are up next, and they go, to me and my guess, they go Mims, Georgia offensive tackle. They are having some health issues along the offensive line, so I think they just do that.
All right.
This is the second most shocking pick of this whole draft.
Yeah, it really is. As you talked about, the Saints, they need offensive tackle, defensive tackle, QB, offensive guard, and wide receiver. I could have seen them stashing a JJ on the bench because Derek has a deal, and you could now see there's sometimes you can eat the 2 years when you know you're getting off, like Derek will be off the books, and then you can re-sign McCarthy when it comes time. Their last playoff appearance all of a sudden was 2020.
Wow.
I mean, that feels weird to say about the, and it's so funny growing up in the era I did. Now that you if you'd have told me 15 years ago the Saints would be rudderless, I'd be confused. I'd be like, no, there ain't no way. Yeah. And they just keep a terrible coach. I mean, seriously, he's the Brandon Staley of the league this year. Every year there's one of them. Yeah. He's the Brandon Staley of the year. Nobody inside the locker room, outside the locker room, all of them, they all talk about that he just doesn't control a locker room. He doesn't have any kind of, ability to inspire, whatever you want to say the case is.
Well, I mean, Dennis Allen is still there as head coach. They did get rid of Pete Carmichael, longtime assistant for the Saints. Gary Kubiak's son, Clint Kubiak's now the offensive coordinator. They did get Willie Gay Jr., linebacker from the Chiefs.
Very athletic,
very good move. They got Chase Young for a lot of money. So they got a lineman, they got a linebacker. So I think they go offense here, and I think they go protect the quarterback route. So that's my guess. They had about 3 minutes left to make their pick. I think they get Mims from.
That Chase Young, that was them chasing that edge rusher. They haven't had one since Jordan Cameron slowed down.
Yeah.
And then on the other side, they always just they did a really good job of filling in with kind of a speed rush guy. They kind of became like you remember Green Bay there for a while would have a rando at one end, just end up like second in the league in sacks, and then you'd never hear from him again.
Yeah.
And they had done good at that, but all of a sudden the Davenport never quite hit. He was never bad, but he was never what they thought as a first round. They lose him last year, and the little pass rush that he gave them just completely disappeared.
Yeah, and you were very high on him, and I was kind of high on him too. He was the 2018
Davenport.
Yeah.
I was high on him at the right team. Davenport needed to be with a Dan Quinn, where you get you. And this is the one thing Dan Quinn does wonderful. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm completely soured on Dan Quinn, but I even said it the year before that Dan Quinn's fool's gold. But one of the things I like that he did is he gave defensive linemen, you are to stop the run in the A gap, nothing else. And that's why the pass rushers were so good in spots and so I think Davenport in that rotation is an 8 to 9 sack guy, not a first round pick, but an 8 to 9 sack guy.
Well, the good thing is he's now with Detroit. Last year was with the Vikings, so now he gets to pair up with Aiden Hutchinson. His best year was 2019 with the Saints when he had 6 sacks and 31 tackles. Actually, take it back. 21 with the Saints. He had 39 tackles and 9 sacks.
Yeah.
So he's not far removed from his career high. Let's see what he does in a pretty good system with a team that's on the come up with a defensive coordinator everybody seems to like. So the Saints have about 2 minutes left to make their pick. I still think they go offensive line. I think that's the best move for them. That's the best value pick right now.
I think so too.
I don't think they need another edge rusher unless they plan.
Well, now they could use a good wide receiver.
They could use because Olave is great, but there's not much. There's a big drop off from Olave.
And Olave is a little small and a little bit more of a. He might turn into a Steve Davis or Steve Smith, and that's great if he does. Yeah. But I still kind of see him more of you want to protect him in the slot, get him 75 to 85 catches, and get a bigger number one on the outside.
do you have any feel for what the Saints are going to do?
I think they go safe right now. Allen's basically coaching for his job, and you either go completely wild or you go completely safe. They don't have anybody to go other than like and taking a tackle. Wow.
I never knew that.
I didn't either. That's those little stats like, you never know. They were talking on that. I'm sorry, people, I forget they can't hear.
Yeah.
They announced that the 13 straight offensive picks is the first time it's ever happened in the NFL. Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. He's got injury issues too, though. Can you trust his injuries? Oops, sorry. Again, we got to remember, dude, nobody can hear them, so we're just being quiet.
All right, so yeah, so like you were saying, all offensive players so far. Dallas Turner still available.
Yeah.
I'm still shocked by that. Which might change a lot of teams' trajectory or plan in the last back half of this draft. There might be a big defensive run to close out this draft. There's a lot of really good talent. I mean, you look at the best overall right now. It's Dallas Turner, Kenyon Mitchell, Terry Arnold,
Good point.
Latu from UCLA, Byron Murphy from UT. And then you finally get to another offensive player, Fuaga from Oregon State. He is gone to the Saints.
Wow, I didn't see that one.
Yeah. Booger called it.
Yep.
Man, had to go tackle here.
I like that for Dallas. I want that Georgia tackle.
That is a good move for New Orleans.
It's a safe pick.
It's a
Again,
safe
it's a
pick.
safe pick.
Next up is the Colts.
Now, the Colts have – I kind of thought maybe the Colts might have tried to – and maybe they did – try to trade up and get Dallas. I feel that offense is a tight end away from being really, really good, dude.
I mean, they lost Zach Moss, who had a really good year for the Colts. But Taylor got his contract. He's healthy. Lost Gardner Minshew, so it's Anthony Richardson's train. He's the first round pick they got from Florida, quarterback, great player. You want to Super Bowl? They were not in it last season. They lost that crushing game to the Texans on a Saturday night to lose the division title. The Houston Texans. They could go quarterback.
Yeah.
Try to see what else they need. They need safety, wide receiver. The best value is either defensive end or quarterback. So I think they do go defense. And if they go defense, they should do. Let's see. Defensive end, cornerback. They mentioned Latu on ESPN.
Yeah. He's got that, and it's not as bad. But he's got that Jalen Smith issue. That he's got injury issues. That he's kind of maybe a ticking clock in how long he can actually play.
Let's just go with Dallas. 6'3", 247, big time school.
Yeah, the pick ain't in yet, and we're getting into that could it be trade territory.
I mean, yeah, but to me, Dallas Turner right here is a great value pick. Kenyon Mitchell is about where I thought he'd be picked. So if you're gonna do it, you might as well go.
I agree. I think he's a 10-year guy, 10 sacks a year.
Yeah.
That kind of,
And Latu's great too. He's bigger than Turner, but you might go for Turner if you have the opportunity to. I don't think the Colts thought he would fall this far. Or a lot of these defensive players deserve to fall this far. So
Yeah, commercials. The Colts are still running down on the clock. So this has been a draft of spurts. You got it. It was very safe until Atlanta kind of shocked the world by taking a quarterback and who they took ahead of other players. And then we had Minnesota make a trade. They get J.J. McCarthy. We got the Raiders make a kind of a shocking pick. I mean, this was a draft that you want. You're getting the crazy, goofy stuff.
Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up that the Falcons would be taking.
So why do that then? Like that just makes no sense. That just is just stupid. Like I'm not saying like you want to, have him make decisions, but at least respect the guy that hey, we signed you and we just want you to know we're going to draft a quarterback. That's just, I don't get that. Like that's one of the smallest common courtesies you can give that teams just won't do. Like I get it if news breaks, but this is a thing where you knew at least 5 minutes who you were picking. Kirk, just want to tell you we're picking a quarterback. Doesn't change anything. We love you, baby. Boom. Yeah. Then when the media goes, hey, did you know? Yes. They called me right before the draft, before the told me. That just looks and sounds way better. Yeah. I just, God,
What happened to Bill Belichick?
It's yeah, because he'd be in the car going, what? Me and Parcells, we used to fight, see? I just, it's little things like that when you joke about, like, the world's gone to crap. It's little things like that. Common courtesy, just freaking reach out to the dude and be like, we don't want you to, like I said, say all the right things. Hey, don't worry, buddy. We love you. This is our future. Because you tell Kirk, we kind of got everything in the first round. There, you got a good offensive line. Yep. You got a good running back. You got 2 good wide receivers. You got 2 good running backs. So, hey, buddy, we're swinging for the fence here. Just something. Colts are still not.
I think they're shocked that there's some players about the to be available.
That's a really good point, dude.
Because then, I have no idea what's going to happen here.
Yeah, this is one that's always been kind of the harder one to get really good information in because, again, they don't have an oh my god need, but they have a bunch of holes. It's kind of like Dallas. I still think people overrate Dallas's needs. I think that you improve, of course, in a couple key positions, but it's not you have to come out of the draft with a starting this or that. All right, here we go. Zooming in. It looks like it keeps saying the puck is in.
Yeah.
I don't like hockey anymore.
The Vegas Golden Knights are up 2-0 on our Dallas Stars.
Yeah, they're your Dallas Stars.
Oh.
My Mavericks figured out how to. We're waiting here. I don't like the distance between the pick is in, and maybe I'm now paying attention because, as I said, there's been a lot of times during the years that I watch this like on my phone. Yeah. Like I'm following, but I'm not like watching. In the last 2 years of watching it, so maybe I'm just kind of noticing now that it's kind of annoying.
Looks like we get Latu from UCLA, but let's wait for word.
That's a safe pick. Again, a safe pick.
It was one of their top 5 needs. Defensive end / edge. Good value pick.
Yeah, very good. I think that's, again, another, and that's what you'll get in this round.
I'm thinking Dallas Turner is falling a little bit just because you knew Will Anderson from last year is better than Dallas Turner. That's how it was when they were teammates at Alabama. Maybe people view Dallas Turner as a much bigger notch down than I'm viewing it as.
I don't think so. I think it's just how the draft broke. Here we go. As you already know it, but we're listening to the Colts pick to verify. Again, the biggest issue with him is can he be healthy? He has some possible issues. He could end up playing 10 years. He could be like Jalen Smith and have a really good year, and then no, I'm loving that suit, brother. That was a nice suit. Sorry. So this is a reach, not in talent, but reach and will he survive the NFL? And if he does, I think he can be really, really solid. If not, I don't think that this is the worst pick ever. I think this is a safe try.
So I think the Seahawks are next. They have 7 minutes left. They need a guard. They need center. So Barton's available there, but I mean, reach. So Pashanu from Washington guard. Troy Fatano.
Oh, yeah.
What Washington Huskies had the best line in football. It showed they were undefeated until the championship. He was one of the best guards in the country. So I think that'd be the best value pick for them.
I could see them trading down too.
They could trade down. That'd be good. Or just pick best available and Turner. Not going to pick Turner, just trade down. I really think they did hit the last couple of drafts. And just continue it. This is the first draft under new head coach Mike Arnold, who was the former defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. And adding him, they got Sam Howell a trade from Washington. They added Jerome Baker from the Dolphins, a really good linebacker. Offensive tackle George Stant. This is the first draft without Pete Carroll involved at all since 2009.
So do you think Goodell, when he hugs, does he say, "Don't bet"? By the way, this is sponsored by DraftKings. Wow, that was dripping with sarcasm, you prick.
Last year they hit pretty good on the first round. They got 2 first-round picks last year. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba, the wide receiver from Ohio State.
He started coming on late in the season.
Which is what
had a big game against Dallas.
Which is what's normal for most receivers.
Yeah.
Devin Witherspoon, the outstanding cornerback from Illinois. He had a really good rookie season. They had a 9-8 record last season, third in the West. They barely missed the play. Let's see what their status. They still got 4 minutes left before they make a pick. I think they go guard. What do you think?
I think if we're going to continue down this path of safe, I think it's guard. But I think the value, maybe they go for the Duke guy because they do need interior, center and guard. So you get the one guy again. We talk about it. Then you decide, what's the best option with him.
Yep.
Or I still think this feels like a. But I mean, we say trade down, but you got to have somebody that wants to trade with you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not just make a trade. Somebody's got to be like, okay, I want to come up, and I don't know. We're in that part. When you get to this part of the round, this is where everybody's huddled together. They all kind of usually need the same things. It can go anywhere. And so, we just have to see. Sorry, if we go out, just refresh. We refresh back in. We don't know what's going on. We don't even know. Like it shows us we're fine, and then people start telling us that they can't hear us. So. All right, we're back. Thanks to fiance for staying up after her work. She usually is in bed by now. She's literally staying up and listening to us. Knows nothing about football. Watch her next year come out and be like, "I'm gonna Mel Kiper this bitch." But yeah, we do appreciate she's staying up, and whenever it goes out, she messages me and says, "Hey, it's going out." We're at the halfway point.
Yeah. 2 minutes left for the Seahawks to make a pick. Not sure why they're taking so long. There's a lot of good options.
Yeah, but sometimes you can have too many good options.
I think they're overthinking. That's the problem.
Well, you're also, again, I think at this point with them, you're working the phones as long as you can until the time ends to Somebody wants to trade.
John Snyder just trying not to repeat draft dates.
You got to put that name on that little piece of paper.
Yeah.
I did that.
I think it's right there. Yeah.
I did it today. I said, this is who I want to draft. Mute video on playback because I forgot to do that last week on the show. So, yeah, he's got the note draft. I mean, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to say it. No, I am. So Vontae Davis, that draft pick really didn't work out, did it?
Yeah.
And you got to wonder, him and his sister, I mean, in the movie, that was the whole thing with the sister. Yeah.
Vontae Mack, right?
Yeah, Vontae Davis is dead, too.
Oh.
Well, I was talking about Vontae Mack is Chad.
Have they ever said what was the cause of death of Davis?
I have a feeling it's going to be either heart or drugs. He was found, on the floor, that kind of stuff.
Very sad.
As we're waiting for commercial, let's get into real life talk. That's always, I think, every guy as we get older's fear.
Yeah.
It's that. It's the heart attack. It's come out of nowhere, that kind of stuff.
I hope everybody gets themselves checked this year, because that's pretty scary. You never want to die alone. You never want to just be healthy 1 minute and just fall flat.
What if you do? Make it funny.
So have a clown mask available.
Go out of
as soon as you feel it, just put it on.
Yeah, funny, dude.
Would it?
I mean, you got those people now that they do the weird funeral setup, like the guy will be sitting up watching football.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Pick us in for the Seahawks.
I want to keep talking this. No. I mean, it doesn't matter that they say the pick is in. It could be 10 more minutes before I mean, seriously. Yeah, one of the ones that was 6 minutes of the pick is in. Now, again, maybe they're having the paperwork behind the scene. Maybe it's different this year and it's taking longer. Whatever the case may be, it's annoying. Everybody can't be the 12th man.
Yeah, that belongs to the Aggies.
Actually, it was thank God. I just like to say that's not true, sir. We want a lawsuit and agreed to let them have it. Shut up, woman. It's been one of those.
Yeah. All right, so we keep pointing the camera toward Dallas Turner, the outstanding edge rusher from Alabama.
Look at that drip. Back in my day, we called it bling bling.
Sir, you're 35. Shut up.
Oh, goodness.
Let's see here.
All right, so we're still waiting. Again, 5 minutes since they first said the pick is in. ESPN, have these talks to end the break, come out of the break with the pick, have the talk, go to break, come back with the pick. That's how it should work. They're doing it the opposite way. They're putting their ads before, and so we're getting this weird fractured thing right here. Don't tell us the pick is in.
The pick is in.
I mean, seriously, until Roger Goodell hits the stage, don't say anything.
Yeah, by the time they say the pick is in, we have to take a commercial break.
Yeah. I mean, because seriously, if you're watching the draft, and especially if you have it on a TV or a laptop and you're working, as soon as you hear dun, okay, boom. Yeah, I know that they'll tell you, well, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're trying to trap you in, but it's just bad TV.
I've been very impressed with Seattle's picks the last couple of years, so I think they're going to hit it. Whichever route they go, either Dallas Turner or the Washington guard. We'll see. Looks like it's going to be a special pick or a special guest pick.
Special.
South Korea. Baseball? They're at the air base in South Korea.
You see my baseball?
Yeah.
I'm just asking. You said it.
They're showing a video now of some military personnel in South Korea being awesome and stuff.
America.
Amen. God bless. All right. Oh, they just gave a shout out Seattle fans in South Korea.
That's cool. I like that.
I like that.
Okay,
All
so
right. I think the pick is in.
Goodell's having to throw down that last of that Johnny Walker Blue.
You're confusing him for the other guy.
I figured they all did. That's
Big-
what
Big guy.
that's what all billionaire white folks drink.
Byron Murphy II.
Wow, a reach. I like it though. University of Texas. This dude is a beast.
The number 1 rated defensive tackle.
We have not done a good job of the video. Sorry, folks, we're having issues, but I'm going to play that mofo's video. He, sweat the props, and deservedly so, because he was making.
Wait. Minnesota has the next pick. They must have traded. I'm going to look this up. Yeah, Minnesota has the next pick. I'm not sure what happened.
There's been a trade. We just haven't heard what it is. Anyway, Byron Murphy, this dude is one of those that's going to be a dynamic player.
With the Jags. Okay, Jags had the original 17th pick. The Jags and Vikings made it. I guess the Vikings might be going with Dallas Turner since they lost Danielle Hunter to the Texans. Let me go to the Vikings slide real quick. Yeah, I love these. Hey, Byron Murphy, he was really great in college. I was big on Javonte Sweat, but apparently Byron Murphy was projected as the top.
Look, Sweat is a run stopper. Okay, Sweat is a first and second down guy. He has value, but you're not making a top 5 pick or top 15 pick of Sweat. You're just not going to get the value out of him. Murphy can do it all, and Murphy did a lot of the dirty work and allowed Sweat to eat. And so I think of it like a DeMarcus Lawrence type. I like this move a lot. I think value wise it starts out a little high, but I think you will prove that.
So Vikings lost Daniel Hunter, but they did get Andrew Van Ginkel from the Dolphins, and they got Jonathan Greenard from the Houston Texans, and Chiefs Ward, I think, from the New York Giants.
Yeah.
So they're going to add up the edge. Oh, and they're in Dallas, Texas, celebrating going on.
Celebrating.
And also, they added Aaron Jones. So I keep referencing if they made a trade, they definitely want to get. I'm pretty sure it's an edge rusher. I don't think they're satisfied with what they've done in free agency. They've already got the quarterback.
Wide receiver.
I would have traded Justin Jefferson before I would have done that.
No, I mean as a number 2.
They would have had Jordan Addison.
Yeah, but do you really think Jefferson stays the length of this contract?
They got the quarterback.
But do you think he stays the length of this contract?
They might get Fatanu from Washington, the guard. That is one of their big needs.
Okay, here we go.
Dallas Turner.
Sure. Okay. I don't feel like you. I think maybe the Byron Murphy. Maybe that was a talk with the Jags of if Byron Murphy gets traded at any point before you pick, we'll trade with you. That's a fine pick. Nothing wrong with that pick. It'll probably turn out to be a value pick because he probably fell 5 spots more than what people.
Yeah, he was a top 10 pick. So yeah,
and you have to remember when people value picks, it's not always necessarily what they do on the field. It's what they do on the field in relation to. Like I will say this, and you and I have talked about this a million times. Russell Maryland, that was a terrible pick. Yeah. Picking Russell Maryland as the number 1 pick with the career he had was a terrible pick. But the value he provided to the team, I don't know. He's one of the, if they don't have him, I don't know if they win a Super Bowl type guys. So you have to, sometimes the value is higher than the stats, and sometimes the stats higher than the value. And I think with Dallas Turner, he could be one of those that plays his value.
So do the Bengals get a lineman? They need a tackle, but I think they've already addressed that with Trent Brown. Do they get a tackle? Do they get a receiver to replace T. Higgins? He might be done.
Well, again, I mean, they control T. Higgins. So if they feel that, and I still think they need somebody even without T. Higgins because, Tyler Boyd's not there anymore. But they're going to, if they want T. Higgins is playing for them, period. For the next at least year, possibly 2 years. Yeah. So, it's weird. I could see them doing a wide receiver just because they feel that that's the value pick right now.
Receiver or Burt, the defensive end from Florida State.
So Burt, one of those again. I don't know if his value is confusing. I don't know if how good he's going to be will relate stat wise. If that makes sense.
Yeah. They could get Mims from Georgia as a tackle.
Again, I'm hoping because I think he's a home run hit at 24 for Dallas. So I don't know if I was Dallas, I'd take him at 15 or 16. So I don't know if I was Cincinnati, I'd take him. I think he's got the talent, but that's again, these people just not drafting about who the good player is. It's drafting about your value. Right. And I don't know if his values would be considered a high enough. I would like it. I think he's going to be a damn good player.
Bengals have under 4 minutes left to make a pick. Receivers another option. Brian Thomas Jr. or Johnny Mitchell still available. Xavier Legette from South Carolina. Brad McCarthy from Georgia, a very heady receiver. Just what I'm going to leave it at that.
So, do you think, looking at this, the joke, all jokes aside, the talk's been about Cooper DeJean. Do you think the Rams at 19, do they make that? Because that's a priority with them, I think, this year.
Yeah, I mean, after Raheem Morris left as coordinator to the Falcons, become coach, I really think they need to continue shoring up that defense, and with the loss of the great defensive tackle,
Aaron Donald. Okay, so we never really got to talk about that. It kind of got caught in the happy hour loop to where it happened right after one happy hour. So by the time we had the second happy hour, it was just kind of lost. I am absolutely shocked he retired when he did. I thought once he stayed last year and the success they had this year, and I mean, again, you're in the NFC where really only 2 teams have proven themselves, San Francisco and Philadelphia. Everybody else is a bunch of possibles. I thought he was in it for the next run, like the next 2 years. I feel like with Stafford, they've got 2 years.
Pick is in for the Bengals, but they're in commercial break right now. I was shocked. I thought it'd be a big press conference, like planned. It was just the Rams were on the rise, and then he decided that this could have been a possible Super Bowl appearance for the Rams this season if he was on the team. But if they don't, Jerzon Newton from Illinois, top-rated defensive tackle on the board right now. I remember him in college. He was really good at dominating. So if the Rams go that route, great. If the Bengals go that route, also great for them because they had to use that Trey Hendrickson, their star defensive end, who had 17.5 sacks last season, wants to be traded. So they'll need some type of pressure.
You keep bringing that up. I'm not saying it's not a big deal, but that can be taken care of without having to trade him. It's not like, they're trading him now. I mean, you can be the asshole, and you know what? Let's not forget these are the Bengals. The Bengals, up until Joe Burrows, were not known as being the smartest. They were very frugal. They're very cold. But I think with the new thing, I think you can tell they're trying to be different. Yeah. So I think I still think it's 60 to 70% he's still on the Bengals next year. And they just talk to him and either convert some money, throw him a bonus, whatever. Yeah. Unless they feel that they've replaced him. And I don't remember. Didn't he have a pretty solid year last year?
17.5 sacks.
Well, is he just not he just doesn't feel they're going to give him a contract or they don't want? It just feels like
I think he's at the age he's going to go into the season at 29. In December he'll turn 30. Okay. So I think he feels like he wants that one big contract before he retires. So I get it. Like at his age, his position.
Yeah, and let's understand something, folks. People. What about winning? This is a job. Your point of a job is to put your work in and get paid, and if you can get paid very well because you offer a service that only a few people in, you take advantage of it. So I have no problem if he's like, you know what? Do I want to try to win a Super Bowl, or do I finish out and not have to ever worry about money again with one more good deal? Or maybe you can do it at both. Him leaving the Bengals doesn't mean he automatically goes to a crappy team. He might go to another team that's ready to win as well.
And and sadly enough, I guess not sadly, but I guess to me as a fan, sadly, a lot of the players are good. They don't really love playing the game. They're just good at playing.
It's always been. That's not a new thing.
It's just one of those things I just realized.
Yeah.
That's when I got
Well, you and I have had this conversation, and me talking to people at the high school level, the college level, the pro level, talking to people in pro football that, when did you fall in love with football? I didn't really fall in love with football. I loved basketball, but and by the way, baseball players make that decision. Basketball, it's not just football.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, not everybody has all the helmets like I do, I don't think Emmitt Smith has a table with all the mini helmets. He does have all the footballs. He'll sell you one. You have to accept that this game means a lot to them, but it means the world to me.
So the Vikings in that trade with the Jags, they get the 17th pick from the Jags. The Jaguars get the 23rd pick in this draft, the 2024 fifth round pick, the 2025 third round pick, the 2025 fourth round pick. So pretty good for them.
So a bunch of middle to low round to add the numbers up.
Which were there's a lot of value there.
What were you and I just talking about today? Value if you hit on your fifth and sixth rounder, especially if you get multiple and you hit on them. That's really hard to do. If you hit on them and then you've got them at a lower rookie rate because they're fifth and sixth rounders, that literally starts them down lower on the salary line. So you can take chances in that rookie year that you could even take more if they were. And now the one negative is you only have them 4 years. But unless they completely go superstar, you're assuming that they're going to be good, but you can still be like, look, y'all were just a fifth round. That balance. That's how you do it. Yeah. And so, you draft well in the fifth and sixth round, you're going to probably win a lot of football games. Well, we're getting the annual, for some reason, I don't know why, but there's a quarterback every 5 years, Andrew Luck. Joe Burrows.
Amarius Mims to the Bengals, offensive tackle.
So now here we go with the things I'll tell you. I literally just said this when we were talking about the Rams. I like him in the late first round. I don't like him in the 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th pick because this guy has only played 8 games.
Yeah.
He has been absolutely dominating, but he only has played 8 games.
So, Rams are up. Go offensive tackle. They poached Tyler Guyton from the Cowboys. The Cowboys are projected again. Do they go Jared Verse from Florida State? They do need an edge rusher. Do they find a cornerback, the first cornerback off this list? The Toledo guy. Excuse me. The Kenyon Mitchell. Right now, he's the top-rated available player. He's a outstanding Toledo cornerback. Terrion Arnold, also from Alabama, available.
Yeah.
They don't need the guard because they just got Jonah Jackson from, I believe, the Detroit Lions. They got Kobe Parkinson. They got Jimmy Garoppolo to be a backup to Matt Stafford.
Not a terrible decision. I think him and Sean McVay's offense, if you only need it for a game or two.
Yeah. And a big reach here, but they got Tre'Davious White, who's post 30 years old, come up in injury. Outstanding cornerback, former Buffalo Bill. I think that's a good veteran move.
Okay, I like this dude already. Look how nervous and shy he is. He will not look up, or he's committed a murder. He never knew his football. No, but I'm rooting. I'm rooting for him. I did a lot of research on him because people thought he might fall to Dallas. I think he will be special.
Yeah,
and he just has that feel good. It's not like Jalen Carter where there's a lot of icky ucky.
I think Joe Burrow is very happy right now, and he's been out for the season 2 out of his 5 years he's been in the NFL. This would be a good time to actually start protecting him, really focusing on that.
So the Los Angeles Rams, last year they didn't have a pick.
They have 2 minutes left in this round to make a pick.
Been a while. I would say they just said it's been like more than what?
Oh, Goff. Current Lion in the Jeff Fisher era, the first year the Rams moved back to LA. That was the last time they had a first round pick. That's shocking. And Jared Goff was the number 1 overall pick in that draft, if I'm not mistaken. Rams still haven't made a decision. They have 90 seconds left. They have a lot of good options here. They might go first or Newton. I'm guessing. I'm going to go ahead and go and say first.
What about Chop Robinson, the name I just heard?
Chop Robinson.
Greatest name in the league this year.
I love that name. Penn State edge rusher. He's really good.
I like your thing. His name should. You want a linebacker named Penn State?
Yeah. I mean, you already naming these like Kool-Aid McKinstry, the cornerback from Alabama. You might as well start calling the next great linebacker at Penn State. You might as well just call him Penn State. Just change his name to Penn State. Penn State Simpson, whatever.
Yeah. So the pick is in. Yeah, and maybe Sweat.
You think they're gonna? Because Sweat right now is projected to be a second round pick.
I'm just saying, you're getting nervous. You need a defensive lineman. A second round grade for one guy might be a first round grade for another based on a need, but you're making a safe bet need. You're not reaching it's going to take Harvard.
New defensive coordinator Chris Fuaga.
But Sweat will not get you the pressure. He will be a great run stopper. He will probably be the Ted Washington of this era. But I don't know in this era yet how valuable that is. We're going to see. It feels like we're tilting back to running. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
Mel likes Jared Verse, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get pressure, Verse is the best available right now. They got Tre'Davious White just as a bridge cornerback for whoever they get in the future. And they got Darius Williams, too. He's a pretty solid player. They got safety Cameron Curl. I like what the Rams have done. Yeah, I really think they'll. They lost a heartbreaking game at Detroit in the wild card round. It was Goff versus Stafford.
Yeah.
They won 2 Super Bowls. One as the LA Rams, one as the St. Louis Rams. They were 10-7 last season, looking to improve and possibly win the division this coming season.
Yeah. Well,
and it's like you said, once they see the pick is in, we get another 5 minutes before they actually call the pick. Okay. Usually online has been more
much quicker. So we are getting to that point, though, where we're getting into the Dallas Cowboy realm. And honestly,
Florida State
good call.
Goes to the Rams.
All right, so Jared Verse goes to the Rams. I'm starting to feel
nervous.
No, but I'm starting to feel I can see a trade down happening.
Yeah.
If Guyton gets gone, I think
you've been waiting to see that.
No, that came off the cuff. Thank you very much. But I'm proud of that now. That'll be in the clip. But if Guyton is gone, I don't see a value pick for them. Unless we're talking, then that is wide. Okay, then naturally that might be wide receiver. If you trust yourself like you did with CeeDee Lamb and go Adonis Mitchell or Xavier Worthy and trust yourself, I'm fine with that. That's a good wide receiver pick if that happens.
Do the Steelers go with Graham Barton because they do need a center, or do they go for big play? They got Russell Wilson, they got Justin Fields. On defense, they got Patrick Queen from the Ravens. They got a good veteran switchblade player, Cordell Patterson, at wide receiver, running back, maybe kick returner. They added depth to their secondary with Sean Elliott at safety. They got Van Jefferson, a good depth move for the wide receiver. Arthur Smith is the new offensive coordinator. He was the former Atlanta Falcons coach. He is a very run-heavy offensive coordinator. They have the running backs to do that. So my guess is they go offensive guard or center and go for Graham Barton. Center is more of his position in the NFL, projected-wise. They lost Deontay Johnson to the Panthers, so they're lacking at star power at that position. They have Pickens. He's great, but they need another guy.
Yeah.
So let's assume they either go with Graham Barton or a receiver. And available receivers, Donnie Mitchell is still available. Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU, Xavier Legette, Xavier Worthy,
Yep.
Speed Demon.
Yeah, I think he's brilliant. And not just because he's Texas, but because he's Texas. I've watched him. It's why I told you Adonis Mitchell, I think, might end up being at least on par with Marvin Harrison Jr. I really believe that. I watched him, and I believe Xavier Worthy is the – I don't want to say Alvin Harper, because Alvin Harper's not – I mean, Worthy's not as big as Alvin Harper, but Worthy runs better routes. But that number two takes the deep – like, if Dallas drafted him in the first round, I would not hate that.
So Brian Thomas Jr. is the top available receiver. He's 6'3", about 210, ran a 4.33 340 at the combine. He was Malik Nabers' running mate at LSU. He looks pretty attractive for the Steelers. Xavier Legette, he's highly rated because he's kind of like built like his old, I guess the old guy that was at South Carolina from the 49ers, the switch plays that I love so much.
What?
You
want to put a switchblade out?
No, the jack of all trades, like the Swiss Army knife.
Okay, so what now?
Debo Samuel.
Oh, Debo.
He used to play at South Carolina. So Xavier Legette is a bigger version of Debo Samuel. 6'1", 221. Donnie Mitchell is still there. 6'2", 205. That's a really good size for that's Michael Irvin's size.
That Michael Irvin feels small now. And you think about that, his whole strength was his size and height and his ability to go and
a lot of the quarterbacks were 5'9", 5'10".
Green.
Yeah. They were fast, but they were small. So they just overpowered. Pick is in for the Steelers. We're at commercial, so we'll have to wait another 10 minutes for that to come in. I'm trying to really think. They brought in two quarterbacks that have been starters in this league. The safe thing to do is get a center or a guard. But I think they roll the dice. I think they go with Brian Thomas. I don't know if they go with Donnie Mitchell or Xavier Worthy. Although I think Donnie Mitchell would be a nice pick. He has the size for it. He ran a 4.34 40 at the combine. So I really think him or Brian Thomas should be it. But if they get Graham Barton from Duke, that would also be. I mean, I wouldn't hate that. If I was a Steelers,
I've been trying to deal with that.
If I was a Steelers fan, I'd be very happy with that. And the Steelers came off a 10-win season. Head coach, my sound is going out. Mike Tomlin still hasn't had a losing record, and he's going into year 18 as head coach for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So 17 straight seasons with a non-losing record.
But they're doing that where they're not good enough to win, but they're not bad enough to rebuild.
Yeah,
they're in that crappy spot. That's not in today's sports world, especially when it comes to salary cap. And I know people hate it because baseball was doing it a couple years ago where everybody was either good or bad. There's no middle team. Well, the reason is because if you're in the middle, you're doing just enough to almost be good. That's where Dallas is, even though they're 12-5. But they don't know how to advance because your options to advance to that next level aren't a lot. Like there's not a magic elixir. They don't need a position. They don't need this. They need to figure out mentally how to get past that second round. And that's why I go back to, I don't care how talented you are. If your team starts to not win big games, whatever thing, I think that – and I'm not a big believer in the old Skip Bayless big game gene, all that crap. You have genetics. But I am a believer in if you start losing those games on a consistent basis, that locker room's never the same. But the hardest thing to do is to say, okay, we're going to completely tear down now. That's the hardest thing to do. And so that's where Dallas is as we're getting close to it. Golly, man, this is ridiculous on the commercial after they say the pig is in. But you know what? We're going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to have 35 million viewers and whatever. By the way, hey, Derek Del Rio, sorry we're having some sound issues, so we haven't ever really paid attention to this.
Yeah, sorry.
We don't know what's going on. Even when I play this now, it doesn't sound right, but everything's saying and recording, so we just have to keep. We're young, so we're there. Yeah, I'll check the sound real quick.
Yeah. Steelers still have. Let's see. The Steelers. I guess someone saw the pick. Troy Fatanu, the Washington guard.
So a safe pick.
Yeah, very safe pick, but it's a pick they needed. I thought they were going to go center, and that's why I thought they'd get Barton because he was kind of a dual player.
Barton's not falling because I've seen a lot of people put him with Dallas, but
he's about where you thought he would.
Is there we go.
Steelers about to actually make a pick now.
Sorry, yeah, they're about to make the pick. Sorry, we're again sound things trying to figure it all out.
Cameron Hayward?
That's what I was. Oh, that's right. I think he's the man of the year. Again, we got to talk. We keep forgetting nobody can hear this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. So I want to get on that soapbox about Eagle fans. One of the things about Eagle fans that get a bad rap was them booing Dak when at the Super Bowl that they were in.
That was hilarious.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah.
Like that's what a rivalry is about.
And Dak was laughing.
Exactly. Again, that's when I went back. We were talking earlier about the draft and Drew Pearson and all. That's the fun stuff. Like that's the rivalry that you want. Stupid little memes and things like that. Anyway.
Yep.
They're giving a speech as they give a thing, and you keep talking. I'm worried about the sound.
Cam Hayward is about to call the pick for the Steelers.
Draft Big Ben.
We're also promoting that he's awesome and man of the year. And fans are cheering because he's the man of the year. Good guy overall. Loved his dad as a player back in the day.
Cam Hayward?
Ironhead.
Oh, that's right. Hayward. Golly, I wouldn't even think it. Rest in peace.
Yep.
Good
he's going to play tackle in the NFL. So he was a guard in college. I guess he's going to be converted to tackle.
Oh, did Hayward say that wrong?
Yeah, no.
I don't trust Hayward.
He's listed as a guard, but the Steelers do need a tackle. So maybe he'll play tackle in the next level. He's 6'4", 317.
Okay, well, no. Okay, so they're saying that's right. He played tackle. You got it mixed around. He played tackle in college. They're projecting him to be a guard.
Okay.
Cam just read his stat.
Okay.
Yeah, because he played. I remember that now on the when I was doing highlights.
My bad.
Oh no, it's cool. Man, Washington's uniforms are so pretty. The only thing I would ask is they need to make that W as big as possible on the helmet.
Yeah.
So make it look like a crown and it look awesome.
They were experimenting with different uniforms until the last few years, but when they go with their traditional gold helmet, purple W, and then like gold pants or like something just dominant purple or gold colors the rest of the way, it's so beautiful. And I love they have a really good home field advantage because if you ever watch the game, Seattle it's going to be very cloudy.
It's a depressing area if you don't. I mean, seriously,
runs, no one. They're all wear dark clothes and look sad because it's always so cloudy. But they have great athletes.
Bunch of hippies.
It's a hippies.
Doing all
the
drugs.
Dolphins. I guess we better start going to the Dolphins. Let me try to guess this. No Vic Fangio anymore. Anthony Weber's the new defensive coordinator. They added Jordan Poyer.
Hang on. I think you're burying the lead there. Vic Fangio was seen as the savior of this defense. He was going to turn them around, and then something happened that year. And unfortunately, Philadelphia picked him up. I still think he's a great defensive coordinator. But you got to start wondering, maybe he has that Wink Martindale where sometimes it's all about him.
Fangio's defense usually picks up in year 2. They only gave him 1 year, but I guess
they fired him or let him go because what's his name said it didn't work. Like it just wasn't working. Like it wasn't hateful, it wasn't anger, but like he didn't fit into what McDaniel wanted as the Dolphins culture, and so you have to wonder, like for Philadelphia, what are they going to do? I think it's a great hire, at least in name, but for the Dolphins, like. Doesn't that kind of and I like Daniel a ton. He's one of my favorite coaches. But you have to wonder, like, are you going to start undercutting guys like that? How hard is it going to be to keep loyal, good coaches?
Yeah, I don't know. They got a good one coming in from Baltimore, Anthony Weaver, our defensive coordinator. So good move there. And they added.
It's almost like you said, good move there.
He's done well. He's highly regarded, so you just have to go off with that trust. Out went Xavier Howard. In comes Kendall Fuller. Out goes Andrew Van Ginkel. In comes Shaq Barrett. Out goes Deshaun Elliott. In comes Jordan Poyer. I think it's a net positive for them. They got Neville Gallimore, too, former Cowboy. You got Johnny Smith, former Falcon tight end, really good player. I really like, for the most part, what they did. They were 11-6. They missed out on the division title, which kind of screwed them over because they had to have a road wild card game at Kansas City in the cold weather.
Yeah.
Their goal is to win this division. It's still winnable. They need a defensive tackle. They need a edge rusher. They need an offensive tackle. And today, a couple of defensive ends, really, and then a guard.
Well, look, the AFC East has shown you, just like the NFC West did a few years ago when it looked like it was going to be the toughest division for 10 years, or the NFC East when 3 years ago it was the weakest division, then it was the toughest. The AFC East, I can see 3 teams making the playoffs and all 4 of them being in contention. Yeah. I can also see a route where one team is 9-8 and everybody else is 8-9. And that's also how good the AFC is.
Just because, like, the Jets, if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy, they'll be in contention to win the division.
I can win a Super Bowl. Well, all the jokes aside, if they make the right draft and they get healthy and they get depth and they find a little bit more explosiveness on the on the outside for them offensively, they have the ability to win a Super Bowl, even in an AFC that's really, really tough. They also have the ability to go 6-11.
Bills and Dolphins, so we have 3-team race for the division title, and the Patriots will be improved. One would think they might still vulture a couple of wins from some of those teams.
That's why I say I see there's that path where I can see all 3 or 3 of them making the playoffs, or 2 of them making the playoffs, and 2 of them being one game out. Because I do feel that Jared Mayo is going to be a good coach, and I do think that the New England has I think there's going to be a season of just it's fun, because I don't think Mayo's going to coach like Belichick. So I just feel like it's going to be fun for them, if that makes sense. And so they're going to win some ugly games. They're going to do all that, but I don't think they have enough yet.
I think they go Chop Robinson this week, man.
Are you cheating and getting that ahead of time?
No, I'm just kidding. Well, I've been getting the a little early on here on my tablet. Let me look real quick. No, it still hasn't updated yet. So
you're too real, man. No, this has been fun. It's been funner than last year, even with the sounds and issues. And we're sorry, we have no clue what it is. We just have to keep checking in once in a while. I think we'll do that right now.
Okay, on that sleeper app, it does say Chop Robinson. But that was just a guess. Yeah, like Terry and I said, pick us in means a 10-minute break for ESPN, and then the pick will come in.
I'm being honest. ESPN, and again, this is somebody that understands advertising. We do it. We have to. That's what makes media work.
Yeah.
This structure is terrible. Have the recap, have all the talk, then go to break, come right out of break to the next pick, and you're talking about it.
My app updated. Chop Robinson, Penn State. It's in.
That's what's official.
Yeah.
I like that move. That is a really solid move. That's the guy. I think that's Miami has a lot of pizzazz. They need some meat eaters, as my dad used to call it, working hard guys.
Yep.
I think that's what Chop Robinson can be for them. As they're making it official, that means up next is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, I've never heard that. It sounds like that. That's fine.
I've been drinking a little bit, so my anger comes out.
I just finished my drink.
Daddy never loved me. Wait, you like an empty?
Yeah.
Did you put it in here?
No,
Yeah, go get you a fit. Go refill.
I don't want to leave.
No, that's cool. We'll take a break. We haven't taken a break all night. We'll be right back.
Work lifestyle in need of fire-resistant clothing that can keep up? Well, L4FR clothing should be your go-to for quality, affordability, safety, and style. L4FR was founded by a third-generation oil field worker who is also a veteran. Thus, this company has a deep appreciation for reliability and longevity, all while we provide first-rate customer service. Our durable apparel will serve you well for many years to come, whether you're working on a pipeline, a lineman climbing utility poles, or in any other environment requiring fire-resistant apparel. L4FR has you covered. Our apparel is tough enough to resist hazardous conditions while still providing high comfort and style. L4FR provides clothing options to ensure your safety and comfort, whether you're on the job or not. To view our complete inventory of flame-resistant garments, please visit our online store at l4frclothing.com or give us a call at 817-757-493. We talk high school football, 4A, 3A, and 2A in Texas. We talk East Texas sports. We talk NFL, guy talk, movie, and booze. We also talk wrestling and so much more. So like and subscribe and check us out. Have a little bit of darkness, just like my old friend, as we're back here on the draft special brought to you by Grandeur Pest Solutions right here on L4 Media. I am Terry Bennett. He's intern Noe, the pro. As we're now at the 22nd pick, the Eagles, and they're a lot like Dallas, man. Their path, they could either be one step away from being back to a Super Bowl contender, or they could be tearing everything down at the end of this year.
They could either vulture Guyton.
Did they vulture Guyton?
Or Barton. Or they'll be the first one to get a cornerback. So it could be
Dallas doesn't need a cornerback, so I'm fine with that. They're starting to show Quinion Mitchell is really, really good.
Yes.
And he's not just the best corner in a bad year. I don't know if he'd be the best corner in a normal year, but he'd be in the top three.
It just
his biggest thing is who's he played. That's that smaller college knock that you'll get. And you can't do nothing about that. You just got to prove it.
You know, I'm a big fan of Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like, he came in as a starter for Alabama as a freshman. And I really like his big play potential. But a lot of experts that I respect rate Terry and Arnold as ahead of Kool-Aid.
I think because Arnold's more of what's considered the tactician. Kool-Aid's more of the Terrell. The hell am I? It's been one of those
Nate
nights.
Wiggins, Clemson quarterback.
For Diggs, for Dallas. He's that.
Pick is in.
He's that kind of Kool-Aid's kind of that, feast or famine cornerback. And do you want that, or do you want the Terran Arnold, Terrence Newman, who's really, really solid, but never quite a great, ball hawk or game changer, but you could rely on him to be solid against, solid receivers.
Yep.
So we're waiting now for the Eagles pick.
So My guess is going to be. I think they go corner, and I think it'll be Mitchell.
Are you saying that because you see it,
No.
or you not? No, I'm kidding, dude. It's just fun to say that every time. Again, the room has to show that they're happy. I want a room like if you and I were general managers of a team and we got to be in the draft room with the cameras. Every year we would do something weird and random. Like one year we make the pick and like you're excited. I'm like, holy shit, I'm tired of this. And the next time we're like watching movies and like, oh yeah, I gotta make that pick. Have fun with this, folks.
Remember 2020 draft? That was pretty funny.
No, and all the pandemic.
No, that part wasn't funny, but the part where you were going to every team head coach and what they were doing. You guys see Belichick
with the dog.
Yeah.
He had Belichick got that sense of humor. He knows that. So we're 2 picks away from the Dallas Cowboys. As soon as Dallas picks, we're done with the show. I had the ultimate compliment the other day from a Cowboy fan in one of our groups. Y'all don't seem like a Cowboy podcast. That's a good compliment because we love the Cowboys.
It's not just super homer.
We love the Cowboys, but we're not the trade everybody, fire everybody, go get blah, 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 whatever. We try to be reasonable.
I already told you, like, I went to a bar in the colony during the Cowboy game. Was a big blowout. The Cowboys had over the Bears.
Yes.
And that was a time where I understood. Okay, now I know what people say when they talk about what they think are real Cowboy fans, and they might be the majority. It makes me sick.
I don't think they are, but they're the loudest. I tell you, I'm on a lot of Facebook pages so I can promote our show, and dude, you even got to message me like, I'm done with these people today. All right, here we go.
Eagles pick is in.
The Eagles pick.
Oh, down global.
Oh, they're going to talk about the Eagles going to or playing in Brazil.
Brazil. Watch that together.
I thought
you might be on the road.
Well, I think, well, no, week one I'm usually not. But so are we doing the Sunday thing for week one? Yeah. We've got a food thing, so.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Well, that already settles it for me.
So we're going to announce it now. We'll talk about it. We're going to probably do a Red Zone watching party week one. Again, a lot of depends on where Dallas plays. I'm assuming they'll probably get the Sunday night, Monday thing, or at least 3 o'clock. I don't think they're playing a noon game. Yeah. We'll at least watch the noon game on Red Zone. Hopefully, both of them together live like we're doing the draft here. Here we go. Okay, Jesus Christ, dude, keep talking.
I think it's going to be Kenyon Mitchell, cornerback from Toledo, first cornerback off the board.
You know what? Give the Eagles credit. I think that's a really solid, workman-like guy that you need.
Jordan Mailata, it still kills me hearing his accent.
Yep.
Such a great left tackle.
Yeah, he should be cut. He should be fired.
And go to the Cowboys for minimum.
Get that veteran minimum. I like this move for them. I think he's a really solid player. I think he's, I think the Eagles are at that point where you don't need to be splashy. You need to be consistent. I'm sorry.
Jaguars up next, and then our Dallas Cowboys.
That's right. The Jaguars traded down and everything. So we'll see if I don't feel like they're in any way competing with Dallas on a guy. Do you?
I don't think so. They just did get rid of Calvin Ridley, so they might be looking for a wide receiver right now.
And there's plenty. There's Mitchell. There's Xavier Ward. I mean, there's still value at wide. In fact, there's, I think, overvalue. Like if Adonis Mitchell ends up with Jacksonville, I know I'm high on him. And you
think it could be like a run?
Yeah.
Because they did get Gabe Davis. So I'm thinking.
But Gabe Davis is not a number one.
To me, it's pretty simple. It's either going to be a cornerback to help new defensive coordinator Ryan Nielsen. As maybe some of you all know, they fired defensive coordinator Mike Caldwell.
Yeah.
They improved their pass rush this past season, but it wasn't good enough to keep the job. They finished 9-8. They missed out on the division title. They had the crushing defeat on the road to the Titans.
Why do you say that with a smile?
Because it was pretty hilarious. Because I was like,
I love you
Houston beat Indianapolis. Okay, they're just going to get a wild card, obviously. Yeah. And then the next day, the Jaguars got upset by the Titans. So, Houston's division champions. Good for them.
Yeah, I think, yes, the Trevor Lawrence injury mattered a lot, but I think also what happens, and this is just human nature, and this what makes what the Cowboys did in 92 so special, is that they took a step back.
Yeah.
And that happens. Yep. In fact, that normally happens. That's the 1,000% reason I'm like with the Houston Texans. I think long term, the Houston Texans are fine. I would not be shocked, though, if this next year they end up 8-9 and out of the playoffs. And they lose a lot of weird games that just, they had the game in their hand and they let it slip through. All those kind of things you get.
So, Jerry Jones said this is a all-in season for Dallas. Would this be... I interpret it as make or break. Would this be a make or break year for the Jacksonville Jaguars and Doug Peterson?
Yes, because I think there's a subset of people last year that if it wasn't for Trevor Lawrence being hurt, and I will say this, I think that's the only reason they didn't make the playoffs. I don't think people understand how hurt he was. That's why the whole Mac Jones, that makes so much sense. Yeah. Because I think there's a fear that maybe Trevor Lawrence with a shoulder injury, maybe there's some loss of things that he can't do anymore. Or at worst, if he gets hurt again, we at least have a guy who knows what he's doing. Because Bethard was terrible last year for Jacksonville after Lawrence got hurt.
Pick is in for the Jags, which means they're going to need another 10, 15.
74 seconds to talk. It's going to be is there any quarterback? All of them are gone, aren't they?
What?
All the six.
The QB 6 are all gone.
That's cool. I love that.
Within the first 12, yeah.
I love that. I think that's awesome.
But we'll look back at this draft and see, was it worth it? Did they overreach?
I feel like, honestly, I think the McCarthy thing, I still think is a little bit of a reach. But other than that, I feel like every quarterback went to a spot that will fit them. The Atlanta thing, the only thing I'm worried about is his age. Can he sit for 2 years and then still be a 10-year quarterback? Well, what happens if Kirk Cousins, it all clicks and they win? I guess at that point, you don't care. If Kirk Cousins wins you a World Series, if Kirk Cousins wins you a Super Bowl, you don't care.
The Braves would love him if they won the World Series.
I mean, clearly, we're talking about it like today, like the Rangers are struggling.
Forget Spencer Strider, Ronald Acuna.
Just win a
Kirk Cousins, best player.
But maybe they don't care. Maybe I don't know. That's a weird one. But the weird ones tend to work out. Let's remember, Josh Allen is a weird one.
I'm gonna say Brian Thomas. I'm gonna say they go receiver. I don't think they go cornerback. Even though in my head they really should go.
Will get you to the Super Bowl.
They really should go cornerback.
Hey,
Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU. I think that's what they picked.
Do you know how many playoffs the Texas Longhorns made without Adonis Mitchell?
0.
You know how many they made when he played a full season? Just saying, I'm howling him, dude. I think he's special. I really do. I think he is right off the bat an 85 catch, 1,200 yard guy. I think he has got that perfect mix of size, speed that you'll never be able to explain because he's not the tallest, he's not the fastest, but he's just tall enough.
Brian Thomas Jr.
Is that who it is? That's a good pick. I like that pick for Jackson.
So what this app is doing, someone is pinning the actual pick and everybody's controlling. It's updated on my app. It is Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU.
I think it's a solid pick. LSU's showing out here in this draft. 3 first rounders.
The Cowboys are up next.
Oh, shit, they are.
Oh, they haven't named it on here yet, but the Cowboys are up next. So, your and my team, the Dallas Cowboys.
They selected Mark Linnell.
And they're still cheering.
I think this again. I think he's going to have a better career than Nabers.
Okay,
I'm telling you, and I don't hate Nabers.
Quarterback quality.
Wait,
it's because of the quarterback quality.
No. I think Nabers is going to be a really good slot guy. I don't think that he's going to be a 115 catch, 1,800 yard type of guy. I'm not saying necessarily Brian Thomas either, but I still want my outside guys to be my higher value. On wide receiver, I mean.
All right, I'm gonna let you take control of this. Who does the Dallas Cowboys?
I really don't know, man. To me, it's Guyton. Like, to me, the most sensible, smartest, you get him, what are you leaning for? Do you already know?
No, because I'm wondering, do they have options now?
You trade down. I have no problem
They
with that.
trade down, or they get Guyton, or they get Newton, the defensive tackle, or they get Johnny Mitchell, the wide receiver. Who do they get? I think it is Guyton.
We'll have to wait 47 minutes.
Dallas Cowboys.
We had to do another
Glad
pause and
everybody's here.
refresh. We apologize for having sound issues. Yeah, I gotta put this on.
All right. So, I really think the Cowboys do get Guyton. I think you and I have talked about this way too much. That is the safe pick. I think that is a really good pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a safe pick, or trade down and maybe get him.
What if they get Graham Barton to replace Biotis?
I don't have a problem with that. I still don't like centers early, but again, he's a guy that can play center guard, so there's some value in that.
I don't think there's a tackle available that's worthy of finding in free agency. So maybe you can probably find out because the Oregon center is still available.
Yeah, but you take a Barton, you have him for a couple years at center, and then you transition him to guard when Zach Martin retires. Because we're getting to that ballpark area.
Zach Martin, it was a 2014 pick.
Yeah,
so he's going into year 11. Now they're doing an interview with the Jaguars draft pick Brian Thomas Jr.
I don't know what is up with our sound. But anyway, pick's still not in. Again, the longer the pick, there's a good chance that there's a trade. And I really do, as long as you're dropping down into a pool of multiple players that you get one of the people you want and you pick up an extra pick, I'm fine with that.
I have a non-football related news. Joel Embiid has been treated for a mild case of Bell's palsy for the past week. All NBA center for the 76ers.
The draft picks that were supposed to take the Philadelphia 76ers into the promised land have all just not, and it's not, some of it's not their fault. Like, that's really not nothing Embiid could do about that.
Yep.
Jeez,
that sucks. And he's one of the best players. Him and Jokic for MVP the last 3 years. And Jokic probably win the third one. I don't think Luka's going to win it this year. Although I do love the season he had. I just don't think he's going to win.
I need you to take over for a second.
All right, so Cowboys have a couple more minutes on this pick. I'm still not sure what they're going to do. I still think it's going to be Guyton. During the season, they went 12-5 in 2023, won the NFC. Crushing loss to the Packers would kind of cause a chain reaction where Dan Quinn left to become the head coach. He was the coordinator for the Cowboys, left to become the head coach for the Washington Commanders. In comes Mike Zimmer, former defensive coordinator for the Cowboys and head coach for the Minnesota Vikings and defensive coordinator for the Bengals. They had two key acquisitions. Eric Kendricks is a good veteran leader at linebacker for DeMarvin Overshown, the UT linebacker the Cowboys drafted last season.
Yeah.
And then Jamal Clark, the other linebacker. I think he'll be a good veteran presence for them. They also got Royce Freeman from, I can't remember who, but he's a running back to complement Rico Dowdle. And there's rumors that the Cowboys might bring back Ezekiel Elliott, who's getting close to 10,000 yards overall rushing.
Yeah.
As I was joking with Terry offline, Rico.
Check
1, 2, 1.
Sorry, we're just having these real big issues. I'm having to fix things. Sorry.
So as I was telling Terry offline, Rico and Royce and Zeke, come on. Rico and Royce and Zeke, come on.
You got a little too into that. The Cowboys are at a minute now, and they don't have a pick in. I'm starting to believe that right now
What
there's
if
a
they
trade.
mess up their pick?
Like they almost did one year. People always remember the Minnesota one, but literally the year after or the year before, Dallas almost did the same thing and they got their pick in time.
So Dan Quinn left to become the Vantage coach, like I mentioned earlier, but he also took with him Talent Biotish, Lawrence Armstrong at edge, Dante Fowler Jr. edge. So yeah, he took several players away, and Lane Banner had
27 seconds, dude. We're getting to that situation where this is actually literally they better be doing something soon.
Tyler Smith left at the Jets.
The pig is in.
And
You're probably gonna have to tell us because they seem to be kind of slow tonight on the
trade. Oh, shoot.
I figured it.
The Lions and Cowboys make a trade, so the Detroit Lions be ecstatic to hear that. And they still keep their 29th pick, so I'm not sure what this trade is going to entail.
What?
Detroit has a 24th and 29th pick. I have
Where are you keeping the
just on. Oh no, wait. Detroit and Dallas swapped draft. Okay, Dallas at number 29.
you know what? We're gonna try some real quick. I'm gonna exit out of this. There's gonna be some quietness. We're gonna be back. This sound thing's just getting worse and worse. I don't know what it is. We're gonna try to just completely reboot and do our nothing. Corner.
Oh, then probably Terry and Arnold or
Wiggins. Nate
Clemson.
Wiggins. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying that's who it is, but I'm just saying that's what they've been saying.
Let's see. Let's see if my app updated. It hasn't updated yet. But yeah, the Cowboys do have the 29th pick. This is cray cray. As the kids say.
Okay. Hang on, I'm gonna go check again. I think that might have.
Crazy, crazy, crazy. I still don't know who Detroit's going to pick. I guess Nate Wiggins from Clemson, the cornerback. There's other players rated higher at cornerback, but hey, good solid player. Nate Wiggins, he is 6'1", 173, a little undersized as far as weight, but he's 6'1", so he has the height. He had a sub 4.3 40-yard dash. Actually, he had a 4.28 40-yard dash. That's really good. So yeah, Clemson, they kind of underperformed the last couple of years, but he was a really solid player for them. The only reason I'm a little surprised if they go that route is because Terry and Arnold is the best available cornerback rated by several experts. And then there's Cooper DeJean, who is a cornerback. Like he can also do special teams as well, and he's really good. Kool-Aid McKinstry has kind of like the flash, kind of like Nate Wiggins has, but I don't know. He came in to Alabama as a freshman with that flash, so I kind of liked him for this as a first rounder. Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm gonna go refresh my app and see if the pick is officially in. There's definitely a lag between what Terry and I are viewing on ESPN versus what we're seeing on our cell phones or tablets. Laptop in Terry's case. So I think Detroit's pick is in. The fans are cheering. Again, the NFL draft is in Detroit, so it's going to be very home-centric. And it's kind of cool that the home team gets a trade.
By the way, sorry, I'm going to cut you off. But give the NFL credit. They called Detroit in week 1, put them on the national level. They called Detroit at the draft. To me, it feels natural that next year it should be in Houston.
Yeah.
I really think it should. I think they need to be more forward thinking with their first game. Like, you're going to give it to the Super Bowl champion, of course. I still like it in the years that the Super Bowl champion happens to play the team they beat. I'd like that to be the first game, and it'd be kind of cold back to back.
Especially that 17th game, you can play literally anybody.
But even if you just naturally, that's the important thing.
There's a certain formula NFL uses when they schedule opponents.
Yeah.
But now they added the 17th regular season game. That's just a wild card game.
Basically.
Pick is in. Actually, Detroit picks Terry and Arnold, cornerback from Alabama. I'm kind of shocked by that because that's what you were saying.
Well, I think it just came from them. It became a decision of, do we vote? Do we want somebody like Nate Wiggins, or do we want somebody like Arnold who's more technique sound? Again, going back to weird, I didn't think I'd do second reference. It's Terrence Newman style.
Yeah.
He's not going to get you 10 interceptions, but he's also not going to get torched on the consistent basis. He'll be a solid guy.
Terry Arnold, he's a good player. He, by a lot of experts that I respect, that he was rated as the best to come into this draft. So good place for Detroit. He definitely, I really feel he'll be better than Jeff Okudah was when they picked him number 3 overall.
Yeah, that's not been good.
So this is good for for them. Aaron Glenn gets an upgrade on defense. Experts that I respect.
Well, and I also feel that Aaron Glenn's probably on a hot seat. I know he was I know a lot of people thought he was the big hot choice for head coach, but then when people started but why? Like, I don't think, and I'm not saying he can't be a great head coach, but like, what had he done to deserve that? Because the one weakness of Detroit, and still is their defense. They've got to figure that out. And that's why this is I think a really good pick for them.
They added Carlton Davis in the trade with Tampa. Great cover corner and a little bit aggressive too, which is good. They added DJ Reader at defensive line, which is really good for pressure. So yeah, I like this pick at Arnold to help solidify the defense. Next up is the Green Bay Packers.
Did you say Schlitz Malt Liquor Beer?
Yeah, Schlitz Malt Liquor Beer.
So Green Bay's up. And again, I'm saying this. I think for the 1,200 that are still listening, I think this was a great move for Dallas if they have a pool of players and they feel that they can get any of them.
Yep.
But as a fan, yeah, it's just boring.
I think the Packers might go tackle here and might get Guyton. Or they get Kool-Aid McKinstry or Nate Wiggins at corner. Those are 2 of their bigger needs right now.
Yeah.
Packers finished 9-8. They made the playoffs, beat the Cowboys in the wild card, had a close loss to the 49ers in the divisional round. They drafted Lucas Van Ness from Iowa last season, a pretty solid linebacker. Their embattled defensive coordinator got fired, Joe Barry. In comes Boston College head coach Jeff Hafley. They added Josh Jacobs to the offense to solidify. I can say it again. The running game, while Aaron Jones left to go to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Xavier McKinney comes over from the Giants at safety, which is a great upgrade over Simone Biles' husband, Jonathan Owens. I like to say it that way, just for reasons. And they added Greg Joseph from the Minnesota Vikings, a really good kicker.
Yeah.
Which means Carlson might not last long for the
That's a good point. I just realized that. Like,
Daniel Carlson for the Raiders. He's all good. Pro, both tall, lanky kickers. Anders Carlson had a really good college career, but he had a really shaky pro rookie season.
Packers pick is in. Of course, that'll take 200 hours to get there.
Yeah.
So if it's Guyton, then you go. This is when the questions begin.
Yeah.
If it's Guyton, do you go, okay, Dallas doesn't feel that he was worth it and they're fine with that? Or is Dallas misjudging a talent? Because I do feel that this is one of the big needs for Green Bay.
They have to go tackle Bakhtiari
because you can't
stay healthy.
You look at the Lions game, you look at the Cowboy game and everything they did right and deserve it so. But you look at the Lions game when that offensive line couldn't block to save their life in Detroit, and then by the way, Green Bay did the same thing to Detroit.
Yep.
That's why that game was so fun. It was one of my favorite. Again, we're going to have to do a top 20 Thanksgiving games of all time and just talk because we have some great ones.
Here we go. Season 3 of a look back.
Season 3 with look back. Well, we're already man. We can do so many. Yeah. Eventually, we're going to get a look back being a year around. Then
I can't wait for Ryan to start doing those look backs for baseball.
So he can do all of our work. You're right.
No, he's about to replace both of us. Come on.
I'll let him do all the work.
We're about to have a new channel.
Just call it Ryan Fox Network.
I think L4 is about to fire us.
Hey, I bet if we advertise the Ryan Fox Network right, we might get some people thinking they're going to see something else. Hey, I thought we were hating on minorities here. Yeah. Where did that go? The pick is in. By the way, we've had consistently all night. We appreciate this. We've consistently had 1,000 to 2,000 listeners or viewers, and we appreciate it. We apologize for the sound issue. I think it's been fixed. Hang on, you start talking.
Testing 1, 2. This is intern the pro Noe.
Yeah, it's sounding 100% better. I don't know what happened. Dude, that's the one thing about streaming broadcast is sometimes when you're talking, like sometimes when something goes wrong, it stops and says, hey, something's wrong. And sometimes it doesn't because it's still reading, it's hearing your volume, so it's good. But anyway.
By the way, I haven't complimented you. I really love your hat.
Thank you very much. My Houston Oiler hat that I got this year. I went hat crazy this month because I had some deals.
You went hat and helmet crazy this month.
Well, that was my fiance, and we do appreciate that. She's the one that allowed us to have all NFL teams, and I still have what 5 or 6 helmets over there, and I've got 3 up here. I've told it sports and all the sports, but uniforms are really big, and to you too. I mean, we're not the only ones. That's why there's a uniform blog.
Yeah.
But anyway, so again, we're waiting here for the pick. What are we doing? We having fights and stuff? I think the Lions
fans Arnold is just like, he's soaking in the love.
I think they got a little too lovey-touchy right there. Did you see the security guard as we flipped over? We're watching the ESPN broadcast.
I like that. Like Arnold is showing some love with the Detroit fans.
They tell him to do that.
Can't you just let a good thing happen, Terry?
When people say that, I always laugh and like, do you not think they told them in the 70s to do that? Why did you think that just started? That's called corporate PR, baby. You do it right.
It's pretty cool.
I like this.
Detroit's on the cusp.
Detroit fans are still not annoying yet. They're still fun.
This is different than the 91 team that made it to the conference.
Yeah, because that was a fluke.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knew it was a fluke. This is different, and I'm glad. And again, the Lion fandoms are still awesome right now. They're not annoying yet. They're still in the wow, we're just happy to be here, and that's the perfect spot. That's that sweet spot when it comes to fans. Is that they're excited, they're enjoying the winning, but they're not used to it yet. They're not annoyed by you know what I mean.
Pick is in. Oh, interesting. They do go offensive tackle. They get Jordan Morgan from Arizona, 6'5", 311.
Yeah, he's another one I've seen the Cowboys. Again, I think the Cowboys wisely realize that we can drop down. And sometimes when you're a team and you've got multiple people at a position and you can't really break the tie, you allow the draft to break the tie. You allow the other guys to pick who they want, and then you're perfectly happy with it. And I'm not saying –
And that Packer fan is not happy.
I don't know why. I think
that will be a meme. That was hilarious.
It is, but I think this is a great pick for the Packers.
I think so too. I think they have a franchise quarterback. Luckily them, the last 30 years, and they're gonna have another 40 years. They went from Brett Favre, as Paul Tagliabue said back in 1991, to Aaron Rodgers, and now it's a Jordan Love. Good for them. And Arizona was a team, the Wildcats, they rolled after a shaky start to the season.
They got really good at the end of the year.
They were a team, if they had just figured it out early on, that could have been a team that would have cracked the top 4 in the playoffs.
Well, that's why I keep saying this. We've gotten to this era we don't appreciate these teams right here that that start slow and finish fast, or the opposite, start fast and finish slow. Those are still the same.
And the expanded playoffs, that's a possibility. Buccaneers are up. Their pick is already in. They won the NFC South. They beat the Eagles in the wild card. They had a close loss to Detroit in the divisional round. They lost Dave Canales, their offensive coordinator. He's now the Panthers head coach.
I don't think that was a bad loss, though. I think that was time for a change.
But he was given credit for revitalizing Baker Mayfield's career.
And deserve it. He deserved it.
He got a fat contract. So did Mike Evans. It was a really solid team. They added Randy Gregory, former Cowboy. Their new offensive coordinator is Liam Cohen. They added Jordan Whitehead. He comes back. He went to the Jets. He comes back. They didn't really do too much. They lost Devin White. They lost Carlton Davis.
Yeah.
It was Ryan Jensen, their Pro Bowl center, retired. Shaq Barrett left for the Dolphins. And last year they drafted the Aaron Donald clone, Kalijah Cansey from Pittsburgh, about the same size, about 6'1", 280, defensive tackle, disruptor.
Derek Del Rio, a Green Bay fan, loves the pick.
I agree with Del Rio.
I think this is one of those not sexy, but 5 years, 10 years from now, you're going to look back and go, man, Green Bay's offensive line is really good. Green Bay, look, I'm saying this. This is why you and I try to tell people when the last 2 years, people are like, oh, the AFC is more powerful.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay the same that long.
Would it be Graham Barton this one?
I hope not. I kind of want Dallas to have the Guyton, Graham Barton, the let's pick between Barton and Guyton.
Unless he falls in the second. I see Barton getting picked.
No, I'm saying I want Dallas to have that pick of both. Like they have to, I want them to, in this moment. Yeah. I'm fine sometimes with the everybody else cutting your ties for you, but for a program in Dallas that kind of needs to show that
a program.
I mean that as a program.
No, but you said it a couple of times. Like you usually think of program as like college.
Oh,
right?
I guess I think of it all as the same now.
You're fine.
But no, you're right. You're good point though. But as a team, in a year when you say what you said, whether no matter how you meant it, you said what you said. You've got to be assertive. You cannot just keep folding down and letting everybody pick, folding down, everybody make a decision, because I feel like I feel like the whole thing with Dallas this year is they just don't know what to do. And I get it. Like, what do? You're 12-5, 3 straight years.
Yeah.
You could make the case that if Dak, the defense was terrible, so I don't think they go 12-5, but you could make the case that 2020, if Dak doesn't get hurt, there's enough offense to win enough games to get into the playoffs. The defense started playing better as the season went along. So you can make the case that without Dak's injury, you've made the playoffs every year since 2019 or 2018. Well, out of one every year except for 2019. Excuse me. Yet here you are at 12-5, and you don't have an obvious move, and that's the biggest problem. It's not obvious. Yes, I know if you're not a Dak fan, just get rid of Dak. That's not that obvious because you're not guaranteed to get a guy that's even as good as the quarterback you're getting rid of, and then you're expecting him to be better. Well, guess what, folks? We can talk about when he does it and all that, but Dak Prescott consistently is a top 8 quarterback. Period. That's just the stats. And if you talk about winning record, dude, that was only this year. Last year, nobody was saying that as he beat a really good Patriots team in overtime on the road. Nobody was saying that on that. That became a thing this year, and that's fine because that's usually what happens in sports. Things happen. But this idea all of a sudden that he can't beat winning quarterbacks or winning teams, he's okay against winning teams.
Why are people obsessed with making it an individual sport? It's a team sport. It's not just his fault.
It's a really good point right there in and of itself. And I thought for a while in the 2000s, we were kind of getting away from it.
Yeah.
It felt like people were starting to understand that, hey, you can be a great quarterback and you don't win a Super Bowl, and you can be a good quarterback and win 2 Super Bowls.
All right, so this is kind of like a good situation where a team has needs that the top 4 available prospects meet.
Yeah.
They need interior line. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They need interior line. There's Graham Barton. They need a defensive line. They got Zerhan Newton from Illinois. Or Jerzon. I don't know how to pronounce his first name. They need a secondary. They lost Carlton Davis to the Lions.
They lost Devin White.
Cooper DeJean. They need a linebacker.
Cooper DeJean. That would be a kind of a swing and a miss type pick. Swing and a hope for a home run.
Nate Wiggins, and Kool-Aid McKinstry, the top rated cornerbacks right now that are available. They could go wide receiver, which Leggett from South Carolina.
Adonis Mitchell.
So there's options. This is a good spot for the Buccaneers to be in. They're going to get a really good pick right here.
No,
they're all available after where they should have been drafted. So
I agree with you.
Good for the Bucs.
Good for you guys.
Yeah. Thumbs up, Bucs. Oh, that should be a hashtag, right? Hashtag thumbs up Bucs.
Thumbs up Bucs.
Yeah, I'm so smart.
I don't know, man. I don't know why. I think I speeched myself into a fear.
Pick is in.
Who is it?
Graham Barton.
Damn it.
The first interior lineman picked in the 2024 NFL draft.
So again, I guess the positive if you're Dallas is it takes a pick away from you. It forces you to make a decision.
This makes perfect sense though, because Ryan Jensen retired, long-term center for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So, this was bound to happen. And hey, good spot, good for them. Yeah, go ahead.
I just for Dallas, I'm starting to worry. Are they folding under the pressure of making a pick? Are we going to see another back down?
I don't think, because the next pick is Arizona. They need a cornerback. There's Nate Wiggins, there's Cooper DeJean, there's Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think they go that route. Either that or Newton from Illinois at tackle. That's also one of their needs. They need a guard, but they'll wait for later picks. They have 11 picks, so they're going to address that later.
Yeah.
D end is another spot.
And hell, they might trade out just for giggles too and pick up another couple picks for next year.
Yeah, they could do that. I'm pretty sure there's a team that might entertain that. Pick is in for the Cardinals. They already know who they want.
So they want somebody particular.
Yeah. So good for them.
Good for you guys.
Good job.
Good job, guys. I mean, look, I like the fact that at least for one more year, they're like, you know what? We're going to give Kyler Murray a chance to prove himself. Yeah. I like that. I don't think it's going to work. Look, at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing that hurt Kyler Murray is he never lost in high school. He just never.
The mental aspect.
Now you can make the case that a knee injury and a rehab will change a man, and it might, and we'll see. And I like the fact though that they're like, you know what, we're going to see if that's going to change you. I think that's good. I think that gives him a chance, and it gives them a chance to figure things out. And then if it doesn't work, hey, we'll make a choice, next year. But anyway, so now the Cardinals pick. Sorry, I did not get that done right. I should put the Cardinals.
Roger Goodell is going to the podium. I think they go.
Looks a little bit like D-Law.
That was the big.
Looks
edge.
a lot like D-Law, doesn't he?
He was a Missouri edge, but he was a former defensive tackle, so he's huge. He's 6'5", 285. He actually lost a little bit of weight recently because he was almost 300 pounds after he finished college. So good for him. I mean, this is a big dude. I like him in Arizona. I think this is good for Gannon. I think he'll flourish in Gannon's system. He wasn't projected to be at this point. I mean, maybe roughly. I would have picked him in the second round, like early second round if possible. But hey, I think he'll be a multi-year starter in the NFL. I think he'll be pretty solid for the Cardinals. So, hey, good job on the Cardinals. They have a lot of picks this round or this draft. So I think they're the team that's gonna go from not many wins in 2023. As I'm going back to the slides, they won 4 games in 2023. They were last in the NFC West.
See, I still think they're not. I think they're a year or two away because they have a lot of picks, but it's not like they have 5 first rounders or anything. They have a lot of good depth picks, and you've got to trust that drafting. It's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It sounds easy to say, hey, we need to get better in the 5th and 6th rounds than to go actually do it because there's always going to be there's a reason they're a 5th round, And so I still think I need to see them draft well.
Yeah. Buffalo's on the clock, under 2 minutes left. They're the AFC East champs last season. They beat the who they play? Oh yeah, they beat the Steelers in the first round last season, and they lost to the Chiefs in the divisional round. A lot of changes for the Bills this offseason. Out goes Ken Dorsey as offensive coordinator. They removed the interim tag for Joe Brady. He's the new offensive coordinator full time. They lost Tre'Davious White on defense at corner, Jordan Poyer, safety, Gabe Davis, wide receiver, Mitch Morse left for the Jags. Tim Settle, the pretty solid defensive lineman, went to the Texans. Leonard Floyd left for the edge rusher for the 49ers. Stephon Diggs was the big one. He got traded to the Texans.
Yeah.
But they did bring in some talent. They brought in Lyle Collins, former Cowboy.
I didn't even realize that until I was looking through the notes today.
Mike Edwards.
I think that's a good depth hire for them.
Solid safety Mike Edwards. He came
like
over.
him.
Nicholas Morrow, solid linebacker. A lot of solid picks. Curtis Samuel, solid wide receiver. Matt Collins, borderline solid receiver.
I will say this. I know I keep saying his name, but Adonis Mitchell seems really right.
They need a receiver and a corner. They lost Tre'Davious White and Gabe Davis and Stephon Diggs. So either corner or wide receiver. So Cooper DeJean, Adonai Mitchell. I think one of those two would be perfect.
I don't know if you can. I think you almost with trading Stephon Diggs. I don't know how you don't go wide receiver. Like you have to.
Less than 30 seconds left. Bills are still on the clock.
Might be a trade happening. Maybe this is where Dallas comes back up and says, hey, we just want to make sure we can get Guyton and not have to worry about it.
I mean, getting Guyton now, that's great value pick.
Oh, no, I have no problem. Again, if that's Dallas's pick of the night.
And that is not a big need for the Bills. So Chiefs pick is in. What?
So they traded.
Oh, you called it.
Bills traded down.
Yeah, Bills trade with their mortal enemy, the Kansas City Chiefs, who have picks number 28 and 32 as of right now, but maybe the Bills have the 32nd pick.
So the Chiefs were worried either the Bills or the Cowboys were taking Mitchell. That's my theory. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if Adonai Mitchell ends up with Kansas City, bar the door, things might get ugly.
Hollywood Brown and – because they don't know what's going to happen with Rashee Rice.
Yeah, that's a big and even then, and the great thing about him, and I'm not talking about what he did. I'm talking about the value. If you have to cut him, he's not a top 5 pick. He's not a guy that's tied to your salary cap.
Yeah.
You can move, and I don't think they will though, because Andy Reid's very good about giving people a second chance.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, what he did was terrible, but dude, give me freaking money at 20 years old and I can afford to rent a Lamborghini. Yeah. I'm going down 75 at 100 miles an hour. We got to stop pretending like
North Central Expressway as the national.
That's 75.
So Chiefs lost a lot of players this past season.
So they're going to only win the 2 more Super Bowls?
Yeah, only 2. MBS, wide receiver, gone. Gone. Mecole Hardman gone.
Plus
Willie Gay, standing
I
linebacker.
like him. We talked about him earlier. They're going to miss him. But they've kind of proven, like with Anthony Hitchens, the linebacker for them is kind of like what the linebacker was for the 90s Cowboys. Plug and play. You can figure out somebody.
I'm trying to I'm listing all the departures just to try to guess what they're going to do. It's probably going to be receiver. They lost Donovan Smith, offensive tackle. They lost
Guyton. Guyton's not a bad choice there because they've got to protect.
Which is probably why they did this. Or,
but again, to me, it's funny how I will admit I never would have thought this before, but all of a sudden, wide receiver in the first round might make sense for Dallas.
Yeah,
Adonai Mitchell becomes a value because then if you can't sign Lamb, you've got a guy that has the potential to step in at number 1.
Solid safety. Mike Edwards went to the Bills. Jarius Sneed went to the Titans. A great cover corner. Tommy Townsend left for the Texans. They signed Matt Ariza, who was the Ray Guy winner in college, but got released by the Bills, if I'm not mistaken.
He got unfortunately accused of stuff in the Me Too era
and it got expunged apparently.
Yeah, but he's not been able. I think he finally signed with somebody this year.
The Chiefs.
Was it Chiefs? Oh, was it? Okay,
Chiefs let Tommy Townsend, their pretty solid punter, go to the Texans. So yeah, the Chiefs got an edge rusher last season from Kansas State, Uzama, and of course they won the Super Bowl. Their 4th Super Bowl franchise history. Defending champ is on the clock. I still don't see who they picked yet. So I'm not sure who they're going to pick.
This is fun when you don't really know.
I like the guessing. I think
that's right. They got Marquise Brown too in the offseason.
Hollywood.
I forgot about Hollywood going there. Yeah. Well, he's been kind of a
Cowboys deal number 24 pick, a 2025 7th rounder to the Lions for number 29 pick and a 3rd rounder. Oh, I like that.
I like that. Getting that 3rd rounder this year.
3rd rounder this year.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that. Again, Dallas. If Dallas plays this right,
Yeah.
Dallas can come out of the
Schefter,
draft.
did he get a hairline job there?
No, I think that's where it's been. I think he just he does the shorts on the side.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, they just did a commercial. Y'all didn't see it again, but they just did a commercial for the schedule
You know who
release.
they picked?
Who?
It is a UT receiver.
Xavier Worthy, though.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of thought that with the speed of him, that Andy Reid loves. I mean, look at Deshaun Jackson, and that's literally who Xavier Worthy could become. He has the ceiling to be a Deshaun Jackson.
Yep.
He has the floor to be a Marquise Goodwin.
Yep.
Really good when he can play, but can he stay healthy? I think this is a great move for the Chiefs.
And the Cowboys can still get Tyler Guyton.
And Adonai Mitchell.
I'm
telling you, dude, the wide receiver one's starting to make more and more sense.
All right. Now I got to go back to where the Cowboys were at. Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're in the Chiefs. I still had that. I'm sorry. I still had that.
All right, you're good. I already mentioned all the stuff with the Chiefs anyway. So.
No, I'm just saying. You got to tell me if you see the screen, I'm on the wrong team. I just forget. Oh, yeah, we're so mixed up now. Who is the pick?
It's the Chiefs now. They still haven't. It hasn't been updated on ESPN as we're watching it, but the Chiefs did pick Xavier Worthy.
Oh, they're usually not that
blazing wide receiver for the UT Longhorns.
Oh yeah, they were already ahead. I don't know who these people are.
Definitely not Mahomes related. Because no one in the Mahomes family outside of Patrick is doing, they're all taking L's except for Patrick Mahomes.
He just keeps taking all the wins. Though.
Yeah, he's a.
That every win he has, one of his family members has to take an L, and he's like, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Beloved. His beloved team as of 7 years ago.
Dude, this dude's dying.
We're all dying.
No, like he's dying. Did you not hear that? Like this is his diet. Make a wish.
Yeah, I know.
Love you for trashing him. Because I bet that motherfucker had a New England jersey on 7 years ago.
Got him.
Here we go. Xavier Worthy. If he says something different, I'm going to throw things at you. You hear the Detroit fans, they're literally saying, we beat y'all week one. Kansas City's like, that's why we have rings.
Y'all didn't have Kelsey and Chris Jones, but we still beat y'all.
That's why we have rings. We don't care about week one. I like this pick. Xavier Worthy's going to be a beast.
Yeah.
Mahomes, the one thing he's not been able to do since Tyreek left is throw the ball and let a guy run under it. Xavier Worthy has the potential to be as good as Tyreek Hill. This is a great move. They finally have a wide receiver. And I don't think, again, unless Kansas City cuts him, I don't think Rice is going anywhere.
No, he'll just take a suspension.
At the end of the day, this is a crappy thing. I'm not saying that. But let's not, again, act like he was, he O.J. Simpson people.
Whoa. I'll pick is in for the Cowboys. They did not trade out of this pick. They did not trade out of the pick.
We're talking this whole time. Holy crapple.
I'm not saying the other word.
Yeah, you remember that from Family Guy?
Yeah. Holy crap, it's a crap.
I say that all the time. Guyton. It's got to be Guyton. It's Tyler Guyton.
Yep, Tyler Guyton. It is Tyler Guyton.
I love it.
Yep.
The Dallas Cowboys just possibly solved their left side. Tyron Smith, thank you so much.
And that is a great move they did. They still got the guy they really wanted.
I hate that Tyron Smith to the Jets. I totally understand it. The Jets actually make the playoffs, and it's nothing to do with Dallas. I will root for them. But I think this is the move that needed to be made.
Yeah,
it was time.
I'm sad to see him go, but I hope he has success with the Jets. I think Aaron Rodgers would love having him as
he's good for the 7 games that he plays.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that again as a knock.
He'll be a future Hall of Famer.
He's
one of my favorite players. You realize his true worth when he was out of the lineup. So yeah. Hey, kudos on the Cowboys. Great move. They got a 3rd rounder out of it. I like all of this. This is great.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they have to say about it. I don't think that you can be unhappy with this. It's the first day now. If Jonathan Brooks is there or Adonai Mitchell, but I think it's Jonathan Brooks. If he's there, all of a sudden this draft went from good to really good. Then you get that extra 3rd. And remember, they don't have the 4th from last year because they traded Trey Lance.
So this third actually gives you more value. We don't know who they're going to pick, but they played the draft well tonight. The Cowboys get an A for how they played the draft. Crown them. And it's not just the guy in pick. It's the same thing we talked about with Micah Parsons. It's getting those guys at a better value. Yeah. And you just got a first-round grade guy at the end of the first round, and you picked up a third round, which there should be starters in the positions that you need.
Yeah, this is actually a very good draft. So
this is one of the deeper drafts that we've seen in the last 20 years.
So that's why I'm very bully on Arizona to make a vast improvement in 2024. So finally, Roger Goodell is about to go to the podium. Based off of our live feed. He's about to do the Cowboys. These are so rude. Crown him.
I think that is a great value move that gets you right back into you've got one of your positions locked down. That was a concern. And you might be I'm not saying that he's a Hall of Famer, but you might be better at the position just because he's younger, faster, at least right now, healthier, all that kind of stuff.
I realize potential. 6'8", long arms. I think with the veteran presence of Zach Martin, along with the young talent of Tyler Smith, I just really like him just fitting in there. So Baltimore's next up. They have had a lot of changes. They had the number one seed in the AFC, made it to the AFC title game, lost a pretty boring game to the Kansas City Chiefs, being honest. They lost Mike McDonald. He left to go to Seattle to become their head coach. Patrick Queen, he left to become the Steelers starting linebacker. Outstanding safety that kind of came into his own this year, Geno Stone. He left for the Bengals. Gus the Bus Edwards. He went to the Chargers. So did J.K. Dobbins, the other running backs. So both of the starting running backs went to the Chargers. Ronald Darby, their very aggressive cornerback, went to the Jaguars. Let's see. Odell Beckham's not coming back. Jadeveon Clowney went to the Panthers. Morgan Moses, offensive tackle, went to the Jets. Taylor Huntley, quarterback, went to the Browns. They drafted Zay Flowers. They have their wide receiver in the future. They added Derrick Henry, legendary Tennessee Titan running back. Couple-year deal.
Yeah.
Calvin Noy, edge rusher. Nelson Aguilar. So anyway, they need no pass rusher. They need a cornerback, guard, receiver, safety.
Dude, what happens if Dallas does this? What happens if Dallas replaces all the holes with the right pick? I mean,
I like replacing holes. Pick is in for the Ravens.
Yeah,
I'm really curious to see what. I gotta make a case for the Ravens. I'm gonna go ahead and say they go Nate Wiggins, but I don't have a feel for it. Anyway, going back to what you said with the Cowboys.
They wanted Donnie Mitchell.
Oh, they had Zay Flowers last year. They get Donnie Mitchell this year to replace Odell Beckham, who's not returning back.
But I think Mitchell's a better wide receiver than Zay Flowers.
Oh, and that is not a knock to Zay Flowers.
Not at all. No, I keep saying this.
Baltimore always knocks it out of the park.
Yeah.
Whatever pick they do. It doesn't matter if Ozzie Newsome is not the GM anymore. The new GM is hitting it out of the park.
Their pick is in.
All right. Roger Goodell with his relaxed.
Picks down, and we're going to be finished up. We again apologize for the sound issues. I don't know what it is. We'll figure it out. We will be Monday on a happy hour. That will recap the whole draft. I can't wait for that one. I'm having fun with this draft stuff. I'll admit it. It's a lot different when we're like trying to figure out what's going to happen and talk about it for 4 hours. It gets you into a different type of research.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Ravens fans look happy. I still don't know who they picked. I told you I predicted Wiggins, but let's see who they get.
Are we shaking hands yet? I just
I mean, I'm ready. So.
does the Baltimore Ravens, or is it do the Baltimore? Does the Baltimore? I drank the coverage.
Nate Wiggins.
Yeah, good pick. Good call, by the way. You called that. So we got 2 more picks down. So do the days of the Baltimore Ravens, do they win a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson at quarterback?
Yeah, I think they got the conference championship game. They are not far off. They're well coached. They have a great team. I saw what they did against the 49ers in San Francisco last season. That is a well coached team. I think they're on the cusp. I think it's going to happen sooner rather than later. They're well coached.
We're trying to figure this out. I don't know what's going on with the sound, dude. Like, this is weird.
But we get more people coming in. Yeah, up to 1,700.
We appreciate that. I don't know if that's whenever we have to refresh. I think everybody, and we do appreciate everybody that keeps coming back in, because every time we refresh we get more people, and I think it's people leaving, and then we really appreciate it. It sucks that this happened tonight. I don't know why. San Francisco's on the clock. Who is that? Was that Nate Wiggins?
I guess.
Somebody needs to tell.
Yeah,
leather.
Yeah. Or,
you remember Russell Wilson's ex being the meme? That's the new meme, as my fiance lovingly says, titties. Whenever we're watching anything, like I'm marrying a 40-year-old woman who I will be in the other room and just hear titties.
And then you're stumbling back to see what she's talking about.
Stumbling. I'm kicking the cat, pushing the dog. Get the way out of my way. I got to go see Dolly Parton's.
I didn't know I could still do backflips. All right. San Francisco 49ers, the NFC champions for 2023, are up. They lost a heartbreaking overtime game to the Kansas City Chiefs in Super Bowl 58. They are a team that I thought were going to make a lot of noise in this draft. I thought that Brandon Ayuk might have got traded.
Yeah.
Or Deebo Samuel got traded. They need to make room to give Brock Purdy a fat contract in a couple of years.
Or do they?
I mean, it's really hard to get a quarterback that's good enough to get you to a Super Bowl.
But, I mean, do you feel when you look at that, and again, now, if you're trading Deebo and Brandon Ayuk, which, by the way, I think if that was to happen, you'd see that by now. I think that would have been early. But you've got to then rely on your quarterback.
You do have to rely on your quarterback.
Is Brock Purdy a guy that you can really, really, truly rely on?
I can't look away from this lady because I'm just waiting for it to happen. Nate Wiggins, good guy.
Would you answer the question?
What was the question?
Can you rely on Brock Purdy if he has to be the guy to win it, not just be the bus driver?
Yeah, which means you have to get rid of both of them.
I don't see that. I don't think Brock Purdy is that quarterback.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan's offense is predicated on elite receivers. I think you really need the running game and the offensive line to be on point. He's been benefiting recently because he has two elite receivers.
That, but like you don't find a Deebo Samuel everywhere that can do everything that's required.
The Swiss Army knife.
He's not. Nobody else is that good.
True. I'm saying like he changed his. I like that Kyle Shanahan can adjust what he does best.
Yeah. No, I don't have a problem with that. You're right about that.
They have an opportunity to refocus on what his strengths are based off of what his dad taught him. Get offensive line help. Get running game going. Ball control. Like the 2019 49ers. That was a team that was more Kyle Shanahan.
But at this point, is that San Francisco roster cursed, as I like to say, or they need to, that you can't win with this crew because they can't win when it matters?
Yeah, I mean,
this is why
it's really hard to say because they had an overtime loss in the Super Bowl. It's really hard to acknowledge.
But
that.
They lost,
but it was still an overtime in the Super Bowl.
They've lost 2 Super Bowls in a row where they had the lead and lost. That starts to fall under that, whether it's fair or not. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it falls under that, though. Can you win the big game?
I completely agree.
This is why that weirdness about Dallas. Like, Dallas can't get to the national conference game. Yeah, San Francisco can't win a Super Bowl. Neither one is good. You make it 1 or 2 more games, okay. I mean, great. I'm not saying if next year Dallas makes the NFC title game, that's going to be the greatest week ever. But I'm just saying San Francisco has the same issues.
Tackle, cornerback, receiver. Which
Wait, they drafted a tackle,
No, no.
quarterback, receiver? I can't wait to see that player.
The Debo, but on defense and offense.
Leonard Davis, Debo Samuel.
Yeah. So their pick is in. I'm going to go ahead and say they do go receiver. I'm saying they go receiver.
If they go receiver, somebody's getting traded this week.
That's.
Or, I mean, I guess you could think, hey, we run with 3.
Xavier Leggett.
Huh?
Or, no, I'm saying, like, if it's Xavier Leggett, the Debo replacement, essentially, because he went to, about the same size.
Yeah,
6'1",
180. Yeah, you're right. That's actually, dude, that's good drafting right there. When you go, okay, hey, you've reached your maximum value, so we're going to bring in a guy that's almost exactly like you.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't do everything that you do great, but hey, for 150, or no, it's not 150,000, but a 2 million cap hit compared to you being an 18 million cap hit. Again, that's what we were talking about earlier when I said, how many catches CeeDee Lamb does it really matter? Like, you get to a point where all it is stats, and you're just padding your stats.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying CeeDee Lamb, I'm talking about all offensive players. So you have to figure out, is the value of paying him to make 100 catches worth it when it's only 60 catches you really need from him? That's that kind of stuff, man. I don't know why people don't get more into the salary cap part, because to me, that's where the game is won and lost, is the salary cap.
And I would love nothing more than to be involved in that, because that would just be fun.
Well, for you, especially being a numbers guy.
Yeah, I would.
And you embezzle anyway, so you'd figure out how to screw everybody.
Wow, thank you. Just outing me.
I mean, you're the one that literally told me, like, my favorite person in the world is Darth Vader because he eats the kids and stuff. And I'm like, I respect that.
Not because he eats the kids, because I like his conviction. He doesn't quit. He doesn't give up.
So is it weird to see that, by the way, San Francisco's thing, that Malik
first
Collins?
Of all, ESPN just copied and pasted my.
Oh, that is. It literally is almost name by name.
Yeah. This is BS. Although I will say, I do love them getting Malik Collins. I've always been high on Malik Collins ever since he was a Cowboy.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt that the Cowboys gave up on him.
They did. And as soon as they gave up on him, I was like, okay,
we're cheating right now. Oh, what if they took Cooper DeJean? That would be a Kyle Shanahan move, and then move him over to the Debo Samuel role.
Because he is a jack of all trade, or Swiss Army knife on the defensive side. Because he was a cornerback. He could have played a little bit of linebacker, but also like special teams, he was really good as a return man.
You're trying so hard for the white guy. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah, he's a more athletic Jason Sehorn.
Dude, Jason Sehorn, he deserves his own OutDrank The Coverage. We can't say 30 for 30, so we'll call it 20 bazillion for 20 bazillion.
I mean, he did marry Angie Harmon.
Is that a win?
I mean, back in the 90s, yeah.
A little too thin for me.
Oh, they go different.
Like way different?
Yeah. Ricky Pearsall from Florida, receiver.
Wait, what?
Yeah, 6'1", 190-pound receiver, Ricky Pearsall.
Okay, I want to hear what the boys on ESPN have to say about this.
Back into the first round and get Donnie Mitchell at this point.
Oh! This is the dude that was at Arizona State till Herm Edwards left, and then he went to Florida. He's really good, but like I don't know anybody had him as a first round.
They didn't. Pearsall, sorry. I'll be better next season with pronunciations. If anyone remembers, I butchered Roma Dunze's name earlier this past season.
Yeah.
And I felt bad about that because I always thought he was a really good player. 32nd pick is kind of up in the air.
There's last pick of the draft.
Panthers, okay.
Last pick of the first round, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, Buffalo's the last pick, right?
Yeah, it's the Panthers.
Well, I still have the Buffalo Bills on the clock.
Apparently, there's been a trade.
That's a weird one because the Panthers are like next.
Oh no, wait. The Chiefs. Yeah. No. The Panthers didn't have a first round pick, so they must have traded with the Chiefs to get into the first round.
Well, now they traded with. Well, I had Buffalo. It said Buffalo was next, and then now it's so wouldn't it be the Buffalo because the Chiefs?
San Francisco was 31.
But the Chiefs traded. The Chiefs traded with Buffalo.
Yeah, that's right. Because the Chiefs took
So the Bills
Xavier
must
Worthy.
have traded with the
They
Panthers.
traded with the Panthers, and now the Panthers
Okay.
have the. So this draft is actually went shorter than last year's. The draft. This is the last pick of the draft.
32nd, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's the last. I mean, it's the first round. It's the last pick of the tonight.
Yeah.
We're done after tonight.
I'm done with you too.
And we'll figure out the. I'll figure out the. Whoops. I'll figure out the sound thing when I get to tomorrow because we got a happy hour. I don't think it's anything permanent. I just think it's just one of those weird nights. It happens. This is the one negative about streaming through browser is you're relying on everything from the internet being great. Anything like that can be cause issue. Pick us in. Now, I think they could go at Donnie Mitchell.
They need more help. So Dave Canales is their new head coach. They went 2-15 this year. Worst record in the NFL.
And Bryce Young never looked good.
Bryce Young never looked good.
I still believe in him, but he never looked good.
They addressed some of that this offseason. They got Robert Hunt, offensive guard. They gave him $100 million.
Wow.
Damian Lewis, another guard. So they got the interior short up. They got Deontay Johnson, wide receiver from the Steelers. Defense, they got Jadeveon Clowney, DJ Wanham, Ashawn Robinson, who was a guy I wanted to come to the Cowboys last year as a run-stuffing defensive tackle. So yeah, they got those guys. They don't have Brian Burns anymore. They don't have Von Bell. Jeremy Chin, a really good safety I like. Went to the Commanders. TJ Henderson was an underperforming first-round pick. He went to the Texans. Frankie Louvu went to the Commanders. Hayden Hurst, I think he retired.
Yeah, we got that earlier.
Yeah,
earlier today. Apparently, apparently they weren't happy about it.
Laviska Shenault, he went to the Seahawks, a receiver. Yeah. So anyway, last year they had the number one overall pick. They got Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama, from the winner. Didn't have a really good season. Their last playoff appearance was in 2017. They lost to the Saints for World Cup. That was when Cam Newton was their quarterback. They've been to the Super Bowl twice. Lost both. They need a receiver, an end, a center, cornerback, outside linebacker. Terry, who do you think they're going to pick? What position?
I mean, it kind of feels like they feel that maybe this is why if they have somebody in mind, you don't trade up one spot if you just have, anybody. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't know their drafting process yet. It's new, so we don't know what they're going to do. Here we go.
I think they go offense with the new head coach.
You can see that.
And I think they go. I'm going to roll the dice.
I hate that because I like Guyton, but I did start to feel that maybe.
I think it's hard to rated, but because you keep bringing up Donnie Mitchell, I'm just going to go ahead and say I think they go wide receiver though. Let's see what happens.
What was his name in draft day? Ned.
Oh yeah.
Whatever, with Josie, man.
Yeah,
he's a really good kick return. All right. I think this has been a pretty fun draft. I think it kind of got crazy at the different times than everybody thought. I think for the most part, I say this, it's almost 11. It started at 7.
Well, you can tell.
Here we go. Yeah, we know you can't hear. Just give us a moment.
Yes. Carolina Panthers select. Like it. South Carolina.
I wonder what is the negative on Mitchell because Mitchell was basically everybody's talk.
Small, maybe.
No, he's
6'2",
yeah, no. He, like I said, he's a Michael Irvin clone.
Yeah.
It might simply be they don't feel like he fits in what they wanted. I felt that Chiefs would probably go speed over the top because you still have Kelsey to open up the middle.
He's 35.
Yeah, but I think last.
I like Kelsey.
I know you do. But I think last year. Kelsey has entered that stage in his career. Like, we don't need you to be a 1,200-yard guy. We need you to be ready in week 14, 15, 16. But more importantly, we need you to be ready in the playoffs. And look what Travis Kelsey did in the playoffs. He became Travis Kelsey. But anyway, I think that was a really good claw. I think that was a really fun draft. It didn't ever get crazy as it was supposed to, but it never does. Like, we always overshoot the crazy. We won't talk draft. We won't talk draft grades until Monday. We'll do a live Monday show. But I do want to ask you as we close up things. I feel really good with who the Cowboys pick. I like this pick. Whether it works out or not, it still was a good pick.
To me, it's a great thing just because we got the Cowboys got to trade down 5 spots, got the guy they still wanted, and also got a third round pick. That's where the real value starts to happen. So I'm happy with whatever Dallas does going forward. I can't wait for us to do our happy hour. I can't wait to see what Dallas does with the rest of the couple of days, what they do Friday with the 2nd and 3rd, and then the 4th through 7th on Saturday.
Yep.
I'll be paying attention, and you and I'll be texting a lot about it.
Yeah, we'll be back Monday nights. Did we want to go early? Didn't we want to start 6:30 this Monday?
So
I'll set that later tomorrow. I'll
we've
set the
been
schedule.
doing 7 o'clock, but it's 7 o'clock Central, but we wanted to switch it up a little bit early just because we're both available a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, I will.
Well, and it'll evolve. So if you've listened to us before and you knew how we did it last year, where even though we called it OutDrank the Coverage, a lot of times we were recording Monday mornings at like 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And like, well, I'm drinking, and we'd have one sip, and then I sometimes would finish. Usually, I just poured it right back in. Yeah. But we've had so much fun and success with the happy hour. We figured it would be really, really fun this year is if we just make our OutDrank the Coverage regular season shows be a Monday happy hour. Yeah. If we start at 6:30. Because Monday night's now at 7, right? That is right.
Right,
yeah.
7:15, yeah.
So if we start at 6:30, we can get all the NFL, we can get college, NFL, and then if the game's good, we can do what we do now and just sit here and watch the game together.
Yeah.
And if the game's not good or, not, and then the Cowboy game, if we can work it in, depending on what week it is, we'll probably do a special where you come in and we watch the Cowboy game together. We'd like doing that. Yeah. But yeah, so we're going to be doing live happy hours on Monday every week during the season. The rest of the offseason, we're going to continue with the every other. We might take one extra one off this next time just because we did so many in a row, but we might not. Just again, it all depends on the news. But anyway, I think this was a fun second-year draft for us. We again apologize for the sound issues, but I mean we've been having 2,000, 1,900 people consistently. We really appreciate that. It's awesome.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
But anyway, you got anything else to say?
No, I'm just appreciative of people watching, and I had a great time. It was playing that 70s music.
I'm closer to
we
this.
We have a 70s honorable mention.
What we recorded today, which was chef kiss.
Great,
it was amazing.
And that's part of season 2 of the Look Back special show we've been doing. We'll be doing that going forward. That's all I got, man. You got anything else?
That's it.
All right. I've been intern Noe the Pro.
The Pro?
This has been Terry Bennett. And
this has been OutDrank the Coverage, brought to you by Grandeur Pest Solutions on L4 Media. Until next time, be safe and have a great weekend.